A Western Love for an Unexpected Bride. Written by Etta Foster and published by Starfall Publications. Save more with our offers and bundles on our website starfallpublicationsbooks.com. Subscribe for more audiobooks. Enjoy. Chapter 1. San Miguel made for a beautiful sunrise. The only problem was that sometimes it lasted too long. Rubbing his hands together, Emmanuel tried to be patient. Eventually, it would be the afternoon. But sometimes it was difficult, sitting around and waiting for something to come his way. His mama, Bianca, had taught him to always strive for what he wanted, to work hard to achieve his dreams, which he did. But his mama had also taught him not to go into town until a reasonable time, leaving him waiting for the morning to pass. Emmanuel made another walk around the house, but that didn't take as long as he had hoped. "Aye, Manny." Mama peeked her head out the front door and waved a hand. Bianca was not the woman who had given birth to him 18 years ago, but her brother Xavier had rescued him from the middle of nowhere as a young child and brought him home. The memories were a blur, but he had taken on the Martinez name and called Bianca his mama and Xavier his uncle. They had raised him, cared for him, and they made for a good family. It was the only family he had, and the only family he needed. He offered a sheepish wave in turn, knowing he'd told her a week ago that he would stop this childish behaviour. "If you're going to be up, then do your chores," Mama reminded him. He dropped his arm. "Buenos dias!" he called back pointedly. "It's nice to see you too." She tossed back her long dark hair and blew him a kiss. "The chickens, Manny." And then she disappeared inside. Rolling his eyes, Emmanuel considered another walk or two around the house before starting down the path to the animals. But she would know. His mama always knew. Making the best of his situation, he whistled and started down the path to the barn. It was a big property of over 40 acres for their cattle, their horses, and a couple of structures. Emmanuel remembered helping his uncle build everything. There were days that he forgot about the past and the struggles, and then there were moments where it felt like it had just happened. He glanced down at his hands to check for blisters, but they weren't there. It was hard for him to imagine that had been 10 years ago. Now his hands were calloused with more years of varied experience: woodwork, barn raising, establishing a garden, breaking horses, and so much more. Time had flown by. Emmanuel whistled a little louder. It was a good day. Good things were going to happen. He could just feel it. All he needed to do was feed the chickens, collect the eggs, feed the horses, and eat with his family before heading into town. He was suddenly glad that Uncle Xavier and his new wife, Regina, were in their own house and no longer helping with the chores. This gave him something to do while biding his time. "Xavier said I can throw weeds at you if you whistle too loud, you know." Emmanuel stopped whistling, looking around for the owner of the voice. Only after he straightened up did he find his younger brother strolling around the henhouse. They weren't brothers by blood, for the younger boy was Bianca's flesh and blood as well. Emmanuel was the only outsider, but they had never made him feel that way, for blood did not necessarily make a family. He had a younger brother, one way or another, and that was all that mattered. Dominic's curly dark hair spilled everywhere as he fiddled around with a large weed he'd just yanked up from somewhere nearby. "Liar!" Emmanuel scoffed. "If he said you could throw that, then I can throw an egg right back at you, probably 3 before you could get far enough away." Then he grinned. "Want to try?" Dominic glanced up at the sky for a moment. Never mind. The boy decided wisely. "Did Henrietta lay any eggs this morning? Mama was worried and told me to check before I milk the cows." Glancing around, Emmanuel looked among the chickens, but the 13-year-old was the one who had named them, not him. Although they only had 4 chickens at the moment, having bought 2 just the other day to replace the 5 that Mama had sent off to help their neighbours, he couldn't tell the difference between the creatures. Shrugging, he glanced up at his brother. "Who's Henrietta?" The boy rolled his eyes. "She's the one who growls." He peered at his brother to see if that was supposed to be a joke. "How about you handle the chickens and I milk the cows?" "Deal." They traded chores, and Emmanuel hurried around, getting everything cleaned up, until finally his mama had had enough of his antics. Just as he was switching the milk bottles, the tall woman grabbed his hat and shoved it on his head. That's enough out of you, boy." Mama Bianca laughed and pointed to the door. "She's waiting for you as well. Be home before dark, yes?" He kissed her cheek, his heart light again. "Of course." Emmanuel ran out of the house all the way to his horse. His family had raised him to saddle the animal quickly. In just a minute, he was galloping towards town with a wide grin on his face. All his life, Emmanuel had looked for a place to belong. When his mama and uncle took him in, everything had changed for the better. It had been a hard adjustment, a confusing one from the little he remembered, but he had learned there was hope and possibilities out there for him. After a harsh winter up north for trapping last winter, Emmanuel had realised it was time to stop waiting. There was no reason to keep wasting time. He'd seen his uncle finally settle down with Regina, and it had reminded him that life was short. He needed to find where he belonged, and he had found it. Miss Tracy Anderson was the sweetest, prettiest girl he had ever seen in his entire life. They danced together at every dance and watched each other in the chapel every Sunday. She had the prettiest laugh, and her eyes shone like the stars. When he came back in the spring, the first thing he had done after seeing his family was to ride to the Anderson house and ask for Miss Tracy's hand in marriage. It was presumptuous, daring, and nearly scandalous. Even more so when she said yes. The Anderson house, home to the mayor with his wife and 2 daughters, was a good-sized building with white shutters. It was wide with a front garden filled with lavender that was protected from the street with a pretty little fence. As he arrived, Emmanuel slowed down. Sliding down from his horse, he tied the animal to the nearby post. He walked through the gate and jogged up to the house. Then he wiped his sweaty palms on his pants, straightened his shoulders, and smiled. Even now, he could feel his heart pumping. It all still felt so new. Everything felt so right. They were getting married tomorrow. His mama had pressed his Sunday best, and a feast was being prepared. The mayor had bought them the Haggertys' old cottage that Emmanuel was fixing up, so it was going to make the 2 of them quite a home. He was finally figuring out where he belonged. Emmanuel knocked 3 times on the Andersons' front door. He widened his smile as he heard rushed footsteps to the door. That would be her. That would be Tracy. The door opened to reveal Tracy's younger sister, 16-year-old Christine. His smile faltered, but he hurriedly rescued it for the girl. "Good morning, Miss Anderson. I hope it's not too early, but I wanted to see if—" He hesitated as she ducked her head, holding a handkerchief to her eyes. "Miss?" From inside he could hear someone crying. His heart stopped. Something had happened inside moments ago. Dropping the smile, Emmanuel leaned in through the doorframe, listening to see if he could tell who it was. He prayed it wasn't Tracy. His heart skipped a beat as he glanced back at Christine. She was trying to say something, for her lips were moving, but it wasn't working. With a low moan, the young girl finally took a step back and gestured for him to come inside. "Hello?" Emmanuel cleared his throat as he stepped inside. The house always smelled sweet, like flowers. It was different from his own home, where it always smelled of spices. Trying not to bump into any of their nice frames or lamps, Emmanuel made his way down the narrow hallway to the parlour where he found the family gathered together. The mayor, Mr. Travis Anderson, was staring out the window silently. That was rare, for the man always had something to say. He stood with his back to the wall, ignoring the others. Christine was following quietly after him. Then on the sofa sat Mrs. Anderson. She was the one in tears, crying softly into her own handkerchief. Emmanuel tried to think about what he should do in a situation like this. Except there were few tearful moments in the Martinez household. They always focused on mending a problem, not dwelling on it. Even when his uncle had come home bloody and injured, everyone had jumped into action. He didn't know what to do if everyone was doing nothing. No one was moving. They were all quiet. Even when Miss Christine stepped into the room, she moved silently past Emmanuel to sit beside her mother. Shifting uneasily, he studied each person and the next, trying to think of something to say. May I see Miss Tracy? To his dismay, that brought an onslaught of tears and soft cries from the two women. He took a step back and turned to the mayor. Surely the man had something to say, but he didn't. Instead, Mayor Anderson sighed deeply. Turning away from the window, he slowly walked around the sofa and chairs. He carried a letter in both hands, which he handed off to Emmanuel as they passed in the doorway. Then the man trailed silently away. After glancing at the tearful women one last time, Emmanuel glanced down at the letter with a frown. It wouldn't have made any sense until he realised the handwriting was Tracy's. She had written him a sweet letter once that he had memorised in an afternoon, so he would recognise her writing anywhere. But this was not a love letter. This note was short, only a couple of lines that Tracy had addressed to her family. He had to read it at least 3 times before any of it sunk into his brain. It didn't make any sense. Why had she eloped with a Mr. Bradley Shaw? Emmanuel didn't know who that was, or why she wasn't there. They were getting married tomorrow, and she would need to return. Then he read it again, slowly realising what it meant for someone to elope. He dropped the letter as his entire body turned numb. Every part of his brain protested what the letter said, unable to believe she would do such a thing to him, to her family. Emmanuel opened his mouth to try and say something, but he couldn't. She left with a stranger, Mrs. Anderson twittered with a shake of her head. How could she do this to us? The scandal, the disgrace. Perhaps this was all a joke. Tracy liked a good laugh. Emmanuel grabbed desperately at any idea better than accepting that his beloved was gone. Hadn't she just told him they were going to have such a happy day together for their wedding day? Unable to just stand around any longer, he forced himself into action. He grabbed the letter and realised that the man she was talking about was the blacksmith's cousin, Mr. Shaw, who had come into town a month ago and made friends quickly with everyone. Emmanuel left without a farewell, racing up to his horse and quickly taking off down the lane. He charged forward, moving around townsfolk as they started their day. 3 streets down stood the forge. Adrenaline pumped through his body, giving him the energy to race over and search through the small building for her. Is she here? Emmanuel swallowed hard as he hunted around the barrels. Or is your brother? Bradley? I have to talk to them. I'm sorry, Manny. David Shaw shook his head as he cleaned his sooty hands by the furnace. He left me a letter too. That didn't stop Emmanuel from looking. He scouted all over town for the next 2 hours, double-checking every possible space that Tracy could have gone. Surely she hadn't left him. All he could think of was her charming smile, her light laugh, and the way she liked to make everything in her life beautiful. She had always made him feel light as well, and hopeful. That meant she couldn't have left him behind. Yet Tracy was nowhere to be found. He asked everyone. He looked everywhere, and there was nothing to tell him where she had gone off to. At last, he returned to the cottage that was supposed to be theirs. He'd already looked and knew she wouldn't be there, but his eyes flickered through the window from the porch, hoping she might be there. He only found the flower garland that Tracy had made and hung on the ceiling to welcome them to their new home. Emmanuel slapped the wall hard, but nothing came from that. He was still frustrated and confused. Rubbing his stinging hand, he sighed and leaned against the door. She had complained about how small their new home was, but he had promised her he would build it up however she wanted. He would do whatever he could to make her happy. Anything. Except now she was gone. Emmanuel slid down against the wall, the truth finally wearing him down. In disbelief, he read the letter again. She had eloped with a man, telling her family not to follow after them. He scanned the letter for mention of his name. Perhaps she had at least offered an apology. Only then did feeling return to his body, his hands growing cold, when Emmanuel realised she hadn't written anything about him or to him. His heart sank into the ground. She had left, seemingly forgetting he existed. Chapter 2. The repetitive thumping of her cane echoed in the quiet hall. After 2 months of using it, Mary thought she would have gotten used to the sound, or at least used to the stick of wood in general, but it was all a bother. Just like her throbbing ankle, she reached the double doors and listened for a moment before knocking. A good maid never barged into a room, after all. She had spent the last 7 years doing the best she could for them, and she wasn't about to break the habit now. "Miss, are you still in there?" Leaning heavily on the cane, she closed her eyes and tried to see if she could hear the young lady. Miss Beatrice. Her Irish accent came out stronger than she meant it to, but sometimes it was too difficult to set aside. "Coming! Just a moment." Then there was a loud thumping noise, followed by a soft gasp. That didn't sound very good. Mary tested the handle and, finding the door unlocked, peeked her head in to make sure Miss Beatrice Pennington was all right. Swallowing, she hoped she wouldn't get in trouble for the gesture. Her eyes immediately fell upon the young lady, scrambling around on the large bed with a mess of papers spilled all over the bed and floor as she tried to grab them. Cleaning never had been the lady's forte. Mary took a deep breath and forced herself to limp into the room and grab one of the papers fallen on the floor. At least cleaning was something she could do well. Mary said, "Goodness, miss, what do you have here? Let me tidy this up." Usually, Beatrice was more than eager to hand things off to her, but the lady hurriedly snatched the paper from her grasp. As a maid at the Penningtons' house, Mary had spent the last 7 years caring for the young lady. Though she was merely 17 years of age, she was one of the more senior staff members and had the occasion to act as Miss Beatrice's tutor, shopping companion, and most recently, a chaperone. The young lady of the house was hardly 14 years old and was already a force of nature. That came from her father, including the bold behaviour, the eagerness to push limits and find any possible way to get whatever she wanted. "Don't touch those," Beatrice scowled after snatching the paper away. "I didn't say you could come in, you know." She flicked her blonde curls away from her face. Mary swallowed, carefully stepping out of the way. "I thought I would help organise your papers." "Letters." Beatrice rolled her eyes and drew the words out. "Love letters, Mary. But I'm certain you don't know what those are." She didn't know how to answer that. Of course, Mary knew what a love letter was. Even if she hadn't read one or written one, she had heard of them. Her eyes flitted down to the papers that Beatrice was shoving into a hatbox. Only a handful were folded, and the others were crumpling noisily under the lady's hands. Hesitating, Mary fiddled with the cane. "Does your mother know you're writing love letters, Miss Beatrice?" I'm certain she might still think you too young to—" The young lady laughed, clapping the lid back onto the box. She snatched it away and slipped it into the back of her middle closet in the large room. Still giggling, Beatrice turned back to her. Straightening her crinoline skirts, she gave Mary a firm look. Of course she doesn't know. I'm only practicing, you see. How else am I to improve my writing skills? And Mother is not going to find out about these letters, or I'll see about fixing that foot for you. Then she gave Mary a bright smile, just like the one she always gave her father, and ran out of the room. Left alone in the stuffy room, Mary slowly turned around to where the girl had gone. Her heart beat loudly, so loudly she could hear it in her ears. She hated that. Biting her lip, she tried not to think about what the young lady had said. It wouldn't be the first threat Beatrice had tossed Mary's way. She glanced down at her foot before slowly making her way back into the hall. Beatrice would do nothing so kind as to fetch a doctor for a maid, so Mary assumed the girl meant she would stomp on her foot to make it worse. The ankle sprain stemmed from falling down in Central Park when she was out with Beatrice. It wasn't that Beatrice had caused the sprain. She wasn't even close enough to Mary to have caused the accident. But Mary had fallen after hurrying after Beatrice when the young lady had chased after her friends there. Though they had both explained the story 10 times over to the Penningtons, they still blamed their daughter for having run off without her maid. It's only been 2 months, Mary told herself. Perhaps in 2 more months, this will all be over. She gritted her teeth and gingerly made her way down the steps. The further she went to the ground floor, the better she could hear the holiday music in the ballroom. Every year, the Penningtons hosted New York City's Christmas ball. It was one of many, to be certain, but it was one of the most impressive parties in the state. The event took months of planning with collaboration from many fashion-forward planners. There were even 3 times the usual hired help, meaning there were more people in the kitchen and out in the ballroom to serve. It was a busy holiday. Most years for parties such as this, Mary was used as a travelling server, running back and forth between the servants with little interaction with the guests. But now she was injured and could not run, thus making her quite useless. Hobbling into the kitchen, she returned to the stool she had recently set up. It had become her perch of late when she had a moment to sit and watch and help. Mary sat and looked at her hands with a frown. They were shaking. If she were any more useless, the Penningtons might have cause to dismiss her. She swallowed hard and sat on them the moment the kitchen staff returned from the storage room. Mary felt her face flush as she offered them a hesitant smile. They were all strangers who had been hired for the evening. "Hello," Mary nodded to them. The party of 5 glanced at each other before waving half-heartedly in her direction. Bringing out the food supplies, all of them went back to work. Unfortunately, now her stool was in the way. She tried to rein in the embarrassment as they had to walk around her to use the stoves and fetch the water. Mary waited, thinking that the kitchen staff she knew would eventually make their way into the room to work as well. It took her several minutes until she realised they had to have been moved to the cellar to work there. She considered moving down there, but eventually decided she would be in the way there as well. Mary considered her options as she dropped her gaze to the ground. There was little she could do anywhere she went. Now that Beatrice had run off to enjoy the ball, Mary didn't have any assignments for the evening. When one of the staff members called out to her, Mary perked up hopefully. But when they spoke again, she realised it was in another language. She glanced around to make sure the woman calling out was talking to her. The woman nodded and pointed her way. "Gaelic?" Mary asked hopefully, but the short woman frowned at her and then glanced at the tall woman before they shrugged at each other. Mary's shoulders slouched. They muttered something else, but she didn't know the language. She wondered what it was they spoke. It sounded softer than Russian, but harsher than Italian. Though she racked her brain for any other languages she could think of, Mary knew she wouldn't know what they were saying either way. The women turned away, so she did the same. Left alone among strangers, Mary found herself useless and alone. Surely there was something she could do. She bit her lip and tried to think of something she might have missed that could use a moment of her time. There was the food, the decorations, the musicians, the Penningtons' outfits, the tidy halls, the gardens. Mary fiddled with the cane resting across her knees. She tried to think of the dusty portraits in the hall and tidiness of the guest wardrobe. She had missed something. She could just feel it. There was an itch climbing up her spine, like a tiny spider. Her mouth turned dry. It might have been the mousetraps. Someone else was supposed to tend to them for the night, either George or Stephen. Mary decided she had best go check. They couldn't have guests visiting the house running into any such mess if the traps had caught a rodent. "I'll be back soon," she said, after carefully climbing off the stool. But she stopped explaining herself when she remembered no one was listening, and they probably didn't understand her. Wincing at the searing pain in her ankle, Mary hobbled out of the room. While it still ached whenever she walked, it was still improving. She didn't wake up in the middle of the night to the pain anymore. Soon, she wouldn't even need the cane, or so she hoped. Mary made her way past the cellar and out the back door for the servants. She stopped as she realised it was snowing outside. Of course it was snowing. Squinting up into the night, she felt the snowflakes drift across her face. She paused, feeling the world slow down. A waltz played from inside. If she just turned her head to the left, then she would see the bright lights of the party. There would be dresses with sequins, suits with silver cuffs, and enough perfume to make her dizzy. All the maids fancied attending a ball like that, but it only made Mary queasy in her stomach. That was never her world. No matter how many balls or parlours she helped prepare, no matter how many times she helped send off the Penningtons to the opera, this wasn't her world. But a moment like this, in the dark and the cold, Mary could remember home. The rolling hills, the sunshine, the harsh winters, the old stone castles towering over them in the mountains. There was no place like Ireland. "There you are." Mary shot her eyes open and whirled around. Having been caught in a moment of forgetting her duty, she tried to quell her panic. A hand over her heart, she glanced around and tried to apologise. "Mrs. Pennington, I'm terribly sorry. I was checking the mousetraps. Did you need something?" The older woman waved a hand in the air. She leaned against the open door lightly, looking casual and beautiful all at once. Though Mrs. Pennington had long hair all the way to her waist, she had it pinned up in braids and twists. Mary couldn't help but admire the woman for her ability to always look so lovely. With her red-tinged hair, she never knew what to do with herself. "I didn't see you in the kitchen and wanted to make sure you hadn't fallen again." The woman scrunched her nose in a smile. "Beatrice tore her hem, but Margaret is taking care of her. But now that I have you, I need the present. You know, for David, it's the small box in the West Side parlour. By the lilies, dear." Mary nodded slowly. The West parlour. Next to the front doors. Her eyes drifted over the woman's shoulder. It was just ahead of the kitchen, next to where the ballroom was. Rather, it was right where Mrs. Pennington would have come from. She was beautiful, even if she relied on her staff for everything. Mrs. Pennington gave her another vague smile before nodding. Yes, splendid, Mary. Do come in then. It's much too cold out here, and we can't have you breaking your other leg, can we?" With a short nod, Mary obeyed. The mousetraps could wait for another time. Perhaps the cold would deal with them. For now, she had to tend to her mistress. Mary headed off down the hall past the ballroom where Mrs. Pennington disappeared into and headed into the dimly lit parlour. All the lights and candles were being used in the main rooms, with a few for the kitchens and cellar. She easily found the gift box wrapped in ribbon. Picking it up, she headed towards the ballroom. It wasn't her home or her party or her people, but she needed to deliver the gift. For a minute, she had to stand by the doors to gather her courage. Surely it would only take a moment. Before finally stepping into the light, Mary fixed her apron and then limped around the outskirts of the ballroom to reach Mrs. Pennington. The woman beamed, catching sight of her and snatching up the box. "Why, thank you!" And she turned back to her party, her fear of being stared at dissipated, for Mary was quickly ignored. She waited a moment in case Mrs. Pennington changed her mind and needed something else. But when nothing more was said, she turned away. Everyone ignored Mary on her way out of the room. She supposed that was nice. Her uniform made her invisible, but it was also lonely. She lingered on the outskirts of the ballroom, her eyes wandering around the room. No one would bother her now. Not the staff that couldn't communicate with her, and not the people dancing who had better things to do than address the existence of a poor Irish maid. Mary didn't mind. She didn't. She told herself it didn't matter. Even as she watched the strangers dance and laugh and eat, the young woman tried to convince herself that she didn't care. That didn't work for long. It was the holidays, after all. Just another set of celebrations that she couldn't spend with the family she had left behind. Her heart ached more than her ankle, wishing that she was enjoying these festivities with her own loved ones. But she was there in New York City. Mary tried to embrace the moment, but there wasn't much she could do. Her eyes wandered the crowd. She had her own family too, somewhere, far away from there and across the seas. While they didn't have fancy balls and several staff members to manage everyday affairs, they had music and stories and each other. A lump formed in her throat, making her realize it was time to walk away. Perhaps, if they didn't need her any more that evening, then she could retire early. Some sleep would do her good. Perhaps she would feel better in the morning. Chapter 3. No? Bianca Martinez hesitated at the front door, 1 foot in and 1 foot out of the house. Emmanuel looked up at his mama. She was dressed up for church with a flower in her hair. The woman was still young, pretty, and now confused. Bianca's eyebrows were raised as she repeated what he had just told her. The woman was clearly not happy, and she was saying it with every part of herself except for her mouth. So he looked away, refusing to feel guilty about this. Shaking his head, Emmanuel fiddled with his hat. "Not today. I have work to do with the horses." The horses? Though he could feel her gaze studying him, he tried to brush it off. "It's only church. You'll have plenty of time afterward, won't you?" He shrugged her off with a groan. "I'm not going, all right." "Aye, Mama, just go." His mama lingered for another minute before she finally stepped outside and closed the door behind her. He heard her shout out to Dominic with the horses, and soon they were gone. Finally, alone. Emmanuel slouched back into his seat, pushing his hat low on his brow. He only wanted a minute of peace and quiet. Lately, he couldn't get enough of it. Crossing his arms, he tried to tune out the world. Everything was so loud lately, loud and bright and annoying. He closed his eyes. If he tried hard enough, maybe it would all go away. It had been 3 months since his wedding day, 3 months since he hadn't gotten married because Tracy Anderson had changed her mind. Sometimes he thought he could still smell her flowery perfume, except now it made him sick. Groaning when he couldn't get her face out of his head, Emmanuel shot up to his feet and headed outside. Maybe if he got back to work, she would go away, if he could find anything to do. He had mentioned the horses to his mother, but they had both known it was a lie. Even animals deserved a day of rest. But perhaps he could brush them down or feed them. This didn't mean he had to leave them alone, so he started looking. The horses in the corral were dozing in the shade. Then there were some in the pasture, far enough away that he knew they wouldn't let him step any closer. Only a few lingered in the stables, so Emmanuel started there. "There you are, boy," he said out loud as he made his way over to his own horse. His mood brightened just enough as he headed into the stables. His uncle, Xavier, had taught him as a young man to break horses and raise them properly. This meant to put them to work carefully and wisely, never ruining them. This was Emmanuel's first and only horse, the only one he rode, the only one he needed. His horse was spotted grey with a thick, wavy mane. As he opened the gate, the animal raised his head and nodded in his direction. Running a hand over his horse's nose, Emmanuel tried to remember the last time he enjoyed going for a ride, or doing something. For a minute, he couldn't remember. And then he recalled exactly why life had been so awful lately. Everything stemmed from that particular morning. He closed his eyes, but it was too late. That day came back to mind, and a bitter taste came to his mouth. Maybe later then. He bit his tongue. Since he was already there, Emmanuel decided to brush the animal down. Any desire he had to go out riding had vanished. Grabbing the brush, he spent some time with his horse, hoping that would help. It was supposed to distract him, but he only felt more frustrated the more he thought of that morning. He hadn't been able to do anything about it. There was nothing he could do about the girl who had agreed to marry him and left in a rush to no man's land. When she left, she took everything good with her. Everything he did these days now felt so useless, so futile. Every move he made only reminded him of the girl who had ripped his heart out. He had the letter memorized. That had not happened on purpose. But when Emmanuel had finally sought to return the letter to Tracy's father, they wouldn't take it. They didn't want it. That was one of the reasons he couldn't go into San Miguel anymore. Miss Tracy Anderson was the only thing anyone would talk about when he was around. Kicking the empty bucket outside the stable doors, Emmanuel suddenly stumbled when the handle caught on his pants. His heart lunged. He almost fell on his face before scrambling against the wall to catch his balance. Groaning, he swore under his breath and finally unhooked the bucket. He could feel a bruise forming on his leg and threw the bucket in his frustration. It went flying, bouncing several feet before landing in front of a horse. Emmanuel's glare lessened as he found his aunt on top of the horse, her eyebrow raised high, his throat constricted as he straightened up. "Hello, Emmanuel." "Hello." He dropped his gaze, waiting for her to say something, but Regina didn't. Instead, the young woman slid off the horse. Her blonde hair flew down over her shoulders before she tossed it back and clutched the reins, and she smiled. When Emmanuel glanced up, he found the rest of his family following behind. From the looks of it, Regina had raced the others home. Dominic and Xavier were coming in close, with his mama trailing behind. He felt his heart sink. "I should go." Regina glanced over her shoulder and then back at him. "Go where? Won't you be joining us for lunch?" "I'm not hungry." He shook his head. "Oh? We would appreciate your company," she started. Shaking his head, Emmanuel started walking. If he didn't want anyone else to catch up to him, he had to move fast. He headed down the lane and tried to tune out his family. Soon he was far enough away to pretend he couldn't hear them calling. He didn't go far. It was still summertime with the sun overhead, but Emmanuel went far enough that the house shrunk into a small shape behind him. At that distance, he could see Xavier's new home with Regina. Though it wasn't finished being built, it was coming along nicely. Only a few months into the work, they were halfway done. It was going to be similar to the first Martinez home, grand with a large porch that wrapped around the house and a second one on the next floor. But Xavier was adding an attic on top of that, a third floor. Apparently, it was something Regina had wished for. No one minded, not really. Regina had come out west as a mail-order bride with someone else, and in a whirlwind found herself trapped in San Miguel. As the San Miguel sheriff, Xavier had gone out of his way to help her. Their courtship had lasted over a year, but they had still wound up married. He frowned. He was happy for them, but he hated to think about that. 3 months before his own marriage date, they had all gone to the church and then come back to get the newly-wed couple settled in their half-built home. Emmanuel couldn't hate his uncle and aunt. They were good people. He owed everything to Xavier, especially. Turning his back to both homes, he kept walking. There was a home and a family for him, but these days it just wasn't enough. All his life, he'd been searching for something. Didn't he deserve that? He had worked hard all his life. Emmanuel had tried to learn from his mistakes. Even after his last winter, freezing and working harder than ever before, he had thought something was bound to happen, and then it didn't. Nothing made sense anymore. His future had crumbled around him, and there was no way to move on. The mayor and his family had taken the cottage back. There were no wild horses to be caught until they trained the ones they had, and most of the chores could be done in a morning. He was useless. Emmanuel tried to admire the New Mexico territory around him. It was beautiful, or so they said. There were deserts and rivers and mountains all around him. The same place that he had called home for 12 years. After he kicked a couple of rocks, he decided he had been out there long enough. There was nothing else for him to do except turn back for home. He was just at the door when it opened before him. Emmanuel jerked back, looking up to find his mama and uncle. Xavier stood a head taller than his older sister, but otherwise they looked similar. Dark, wavy hair, dark, twinkling eyes and strong chins. Sometimes he wondered if he looked anything like them. They weren't family by blood, after all. He was just a child who had been found wandering in the wilderness that they took home and raised. "Come in. Follow us," Xavier said. His eyes flitted over to his sister, who was smiling too hard. He nudged her, but she didn't stop. Something was going on between them. Knowing he didn't have a choice, Emmanuel forced himself to follow them inside. The three of them headed into the kitchen. His aunt and brother were nowhere to be found. That meant they weren't going to play games. A sinking feeling filled his chest as Bianca and Xavier sat on one side of the table, then motioned for him to sit in front of them. This had happened before, a few times in fact. If Emmanuel's memory served him right, they had sat him down to talk 5 years ago when he had caused trouble. It had something to do with a campfire, if he remembered correctly. He considered turning around and walking right out. "Sit," Xavier said as though he knew. "We need to talk." He vaguely remembered getting into trouble when he was younger. The Martinezes had taken him in when he was around 8 years old. Both Bianca and Xavier had been around his own age of 20 when they took him in, both too young to be parents to a child like him. But Xavier was too good a man to leave him behind in the desert, and Bianca was too good a woman to send him away. They weren't family by blood, but they were family. There was no question about it. These two had raised him and given him a life and opportunities. Bianca was his mama, and Xavier was his uncle. Even when they went out of their way to sit him down and talk to him like he was a child again, sinking into the seat, Emmanuel groaned and crossed his arms. "There's nothing to talk about." He tried to remember if he had done something. What would we talk about? With a deep breath, Mama pulled something out. Then she nudged Xavier. who then did the same from his jacket pocket. It took Emmanuel a moment to realise that made 3 stacks of money. Emmanuel straightened up, furrowing his brow as he tried to think what this tense conversation could be about. Perhaps he owed them money, or they needed him to go make a big purchase. They'd talked about a cattle drive before, but he thought they'd decided against it. Besides, he didn't want to go on a cattle drive. He frowned and prepared himself to tell them no. They had tried twice before, but he didn't like them. The cold nights with strangers, the rustling of irritated cattle, that wasn't the life Emmanuel wanted. Tension slowly seeped into the room as they all eyed each other warily. $200, Xavier cleared his throat. Take it. Emmanuel's heart stopped. Furrowing his brow, he turned to his mama to explain. Offering a warm smile, she reached out to him. Yes, and we mean it. Aye, Manny, we know life has been hard lately. For weeks and weeks and weeks, you have been different. We're trying to help you. Help me do what? He glanced at her hands but didn't take them. Xavier gave him a stern look. It was a familiar one, for the man didn't have many other looks. As sheriff in their town of San Miguel, Xavier lived the part as a quiet man who could take action immediately. It was only his family who could make him laugh when the time was right. Nor did that frowning expression usually work on Emmanuel. He had been raised by the man and knew his uncle wasn't a threat or even any trouble. But this evening everything was strange, and he still wasn't certain if this was a scolding. After all, he was 20 years old. He was too old to be in trouble. When you came back from the French territories up north, his uncle began carefully, you returned with a different attitude. It was a good experience for you. He shrugged. I guess. Bianca groaned when neither of them continued. She never had that much patience. Tapping her fingers on the table, she shook her head at them. You boys are always saying what doesn't need to be said. Then she furrowed her brow and looked at Emmanuel with a serious expression. She didn't wear those often. We are not telling you to return to the French territories. If you would like to stay home, then you can. We love you, Manny. We always have, and we always will. She suddenly turned and gave Xavier a look. He shrugged at her. I didn't say anything. You could have, she pointed out. Emmanuel bit his tongue. They always found a way to bicker. Usually it was amusing, but he was too confused and irritated now to enjoy the moment. Neither of them was making much sense. And say what? Xavier asked her. You were talking. Aye. Do you want me to interrupt? Fine, I'll tell Emmanuel. No, I'm talking now. Bianca batted his hand away and turned back to face him. We want you to have this money to go do whatever it is you would like to do. All you do here is groan and moan and sigh. You are meant for better things, Manny, more and better. I don't think you are meant to be in San Miguel right now. After what happened, she phrased delicately. I think perhaps you are restless. Just because I belong here and because Xavier belongs here does not mean you have to belong here. Xavier nodded along. We would like you to be here. Yes, we're your family, Emmanuel, and we will always be here for you. The doors are open, and so are Bianca's arms. The man ignored his sister's elbow to his arm. We thought you might want a change of scenery. Standing up, Mama hurried over and wrapped her arms around Emmanuel as he tried to grasp what they were telling him. We just want you to be happy, my boy, whatever it takes. Chapter 4. Mary jumped as she heard the clacks of the wheels moving beneath her. There was a whistle too, but she couldn't tell where it came from. Her eyes widened as she looked around. Around her on the other benches, people began to cheer. They were on their way. Her ankle throbbed with the sudden movement. It was never the same after that fall 3 years ago in Central Park. A lump formed in her throat as she tightened her grip around her bag. She hadn't had much time to pack. There hadn't been a lot of time for her to do anything. Mary was 20 years old and felt as clueless as she had been when she travelled over the ocean to America when she was 10. When she woke up that morning, she hadn't expected to be on a train bound for the West. She couldn't decide if the pounding of her heart was louder or if the clacking rhythm of the great iron beast was louder. Wringing her hands on the bag's handle, Mary tried to think. Her hands wouldn't stop shaking. She wasn't supposed to be on a train, not really. Only 20 years old, she was still in the service of the Pennington family. Then her stomach dropped. Had Beatrice told her parents? Surely she had. The young lady said she would. She had to. Otherwise, they would think she had simply disappeared. That made her stomach churn at the horrible idea, and Beatrice best have told them. It was just that autumn morning when Mary had finished up in the kitchen and was bringing Miss Beatrice her morning tea when she found the young lady had been frantically running about her room. She had papers in each hand and was in tears. The girl never had books or papers in hand. It reminded her of that holiday party from 3 years ago. Love letters, Mary thought, were all the girl wanted. Miss Beatrice! Mary had opened her eyes wide at the sight of the frazzled girl. Whatever is the matter? The girl, now 17 years of age, and now a refined young lady of New York's top society, had fallen onto her bed in distress. I have made a terrible mistake, she moaned. Why couldn't you stop me, Mary? Why? Mary set the tray down and glanced curiously at the letters before trying to find a way to help the young lady. Rubbing her hands together, she tried to smile. I'm sure we can sort out whatever it is, dear. The girl had tossed her thick hair over her face. Never. I must be resigned to my fate. Then a soft sob escaped through the tangle of curls. With a furrowed brow, Mary had moved the hair out of Miss Beatrice's face. She had spent hours just the last evening brushing the lady's hair, though it was tangled again now. Her heart went out to the girl, knowing how hard life could be. Now, Miss Beatrice, I think we can sort something out. Is there anything I can do? Miss Beatrice groaned, flinging out an arm. No, of course you can't. You're only a maid, Mary, you... Then the girl gasped and stood up so quickly that Mary had to jump back, trying not to knock heads. With a hand over her heart, she inhaled deeply, and then tried to offer a kind smile to the young lady who stared at her now. They had had a few disagreements lately, she knew, with Miss Beatrice wanting more freedom and opportunities befitting a young lady of society. It was so difficult sometimes, obeying Mr. and Mrs. Pennington's wishes to take care of their daughter when their daughter would make requests that counteracted her parents' desires. Being a maid only seemed to get harder with time. The girl had shrieked, grabbing her by her shoulders and jumping. Mary flinched at the loud noise, still confused. The jumping had to be a good sign, Mary supposed, even if the grip was a tight one. You. Of course. Miss Beatrice squealed loudly again. Her eyes gleamed. Mary's heart couldn't help but sink, knowing she had just thought of some ridiculous idea. The last time Miss Beatrice had a new plan, it had included stolen pastries from the kitchen, an irritated horse, and a severe scolding from Mrs. Pennington behind the church house. Mary still dreamed of it sometimes, tossing and turning. How about we get some food in your belly? Mary shyly countered. Her eyes slipped over to the tray. I brought you jam. Raspberry jam, Miss Beatrice, perhaps, ... The girl laughed and spun them in a clumsy circle before hurrying over to her closet. Mary gathered her balance and leaned against the bed frame, watching as the young lady pulled out an old familiar hat box. It didn't take long for Mary to remember what was inside the container as Miss Beatrice started pulling out letters. This one, she was saying to herself, And this one too, I think. Here we are." A large handful of papers and letters were shoved into Mary's hands. "Oh, what is this?" Mary asked in response. "Are they trash?" "No, don't be ridiculous," Miss Beatrice said, taking a step back and eyeing Mary warily. Mary clutched the letters anxiously and watched as the newly determined girl returned to her closets. This time she pulled out an old purple travelling dress. "Put this on," Mary squeaked. "What?" "I'm sending you on a mission," Miss Beatrice announced with a great flourish. "And here's your hat. You're getting married." After that, everything happened in a great hurry. Mary still wasn't certain how all of it had happened. Miss Beatrice always had grand ideas that occasionally went in the wrong direction. That wasn't how her day had meant to go, of course. She had come with the aim to dress Miss Beatrice for the day, since her garden party would be in a few short hours. But then Mary had stepped out of those rooms in one of the ladies' old dresses, with her other dresses packed in a bag and too many letters that didn't belong to her. "You see," Miss Beatrice had explained as she attempted to put the hat that matched the travelling dress on Mary, "I love to write love letters, so I sent myself forth as a mail order bride. Do you know what those are?" Mary had turned to stare at the young lady in amazement. "What? Does your father know? I thought you would never go west of Philadelphia. You're going to the great wilderness to marry a stranger?" That had made her lady laugh. "Of course not. The last two gentlemen I wrote gave up when I avoided the eventual outcome. But this one, Mr. Smith, has been quite relentless. He sent me a ticket west. Can you believe it, Mary? The gumption! I can't be going west. You said it yourself. It's all too barbaric, dear." It was a lot of information for Mary to take in. Her fingers scrambled over the dress she was wearing. There was so much material to it, and it was much nicer than anything she owned. Trying to take a deep breath, she shook her head. "And what of this, Miss Beatrice? Your mother would worry to find me in your dress." "It's too short for me now," the girl giggled. "But it fits you well. It almost makes your hair look pretty." Then the young lady grabbed Mary by the shoulders. "Back to the matter, Mary. You need to go west for me and marry Mr. Smith." "What?" Mary froze. "I can't. I work here for you." Miss Beatrice nodded firmly. "And I shall send you your wages. Consider this another task, like fetching me fresh milk. We'll work something out, don't you worry. But Mr. Smith is expecting a wife in less than a week's time, and it simply cannot be me." A foreboding sensation drenched Mary as she tried to digest the words. It was like trying to eat bark that put a bitter taste in her mouth. Scrambling for a way out of this game, she tried to think. "But, your mother, Miss Beatrice, what will I tell your parents?" Miss Beatrice waved another hand in the air to brush the idea aside. "I'll handle it. They're the ones to provide your wages, after all. Speaking of, here's a little extra for the trouble." She winked and put a money purse in the pockets of the dress. Then it was all over. Miss Beatrice had joined her in the carriage to the train station, handed over the ticket, and waved her off. Sitting on the train, Mary realised she didn't even know where out west she was headed. She only knew that this had to be some sort of a terrible joke that Miss Beatrice was putting on her. That had to be it. Except the train was moving now, and she was still on it. Mary searched the faces of everyone else in her compartment, but they all looked bright and hopeful, excited for the journey ahead of them, like they had all boarded the train with intentions. Her stomach sank even further, and she was glad she hadn't eaten anything that morning. But then Mary remembered the tray they had left in Miss Beatrice's room. Someone would need to put that away. "I simply need to breathe," Mary told herself a minute later. This will all make sense in time, I'm sure. She sniffed and found herself glad that she had the bench to herself. Biting her lip, she glanced around and was reminded of the bag in her lap. Her grip was still tight on the handle, and she could feel her knuckles growing stiff. Carefully unwrapping her fingers one by one, Mary opened the bag. Laying right on top, as Beatrice had prepared it, were nearly a dozen letters. They crinkled noisily as she pulled them out. Perhaps they could explain what was going on. And she liked reading, so these letters could help her calm down. They were letters written to Miss Beatrice Pennington from a Mr. Martin Smith. She put them in order of their dates and started to read. It became the only form of entertainment on the train, besides looking out the window as the world changed. On the third day, she was just pulling out the letters again to look for any clues she might have missed when the compartment door opened to reveal a young man. She wasn't certain exactly what caught her eye about him, for a few train workers had passed through before, and she recognised the kerchief around his neck. But the nature of how he carried himself was different. He was dark, but not that dark. Curly black hair framed his face, and he hadn't shaved recently. His clothes were a little sooty, but he wore them well. Catching her eye on his fine cheeks and strong jaw brought a flush up her cheeks. Lost in the moment, she dropped the letters. Mary gasped in dismay. "Oh dear!" Ducking her head, she put her bag down and scrambled to pick them up. They had scattered throughout the next couple of rows and down the aisle. It was quite the mess. Trying to subdue her panic, Mary dropped to her knees and hurriedly gathered them. She counted them as she collected the letters, gathering all but 2 of them. "Ma'am!" She jerked her head up, crawling on her hands and knees, as she saw the young man bending down and holding the missing letters. Avoiding his gaze, she took the letters. He put out another hand to help her to her feet, but she was much too embarrassed to take it. Mary straightened up and tried to offer a polite smile, befitting a woman wearing such a nice travelling dress. "Thank you, sir," she started hesitantly. There was nothing to say after that, for she had run out of words, and the train began to break. It was a sudden jerk with the loudest shrieking sound Mary had ever heard in her life. Caught off guard, she was thrown off her feet. Mary managed a squeak and braced herself to hit the wall or the floor or something painful. But when she stopped moving, she peeked an eye open and found herself in the arms of the young man. Chapter 5. Emmanuel was exhausted. He wasn't supposed to be awake. Having agreed to work the night shift on the Maythorpe train headed west, it had been a difficult adjustment. 4 days later, he was still waking up in the middle of the day. Restless and still sleepy, he climbed out of bed and thought a walk would help him relax. That's what he used to do when he was younger. Sometimes his uncle would still be up, and they'd read a book together. But there weren't books on the train. Not anything Emmanuel had access to, anyway. So he'd put his boots back on and started through the compartments. Working his way towards the front of the train, he had already made friends with those working the train and recognised a few passengers. His thoughts wandered as well. After all, he was finally headed back to his family in San Miguel. For the last 3 years, he hadn't travelled home and had only received 3 letters from home. He hoped all was still well for them. A lot had happened in those 3 years since his mama and uncle suggested he take some time away. He'd never spent much time away from home except for that winter. It had been hard, but what he had needed. It had taken a few months to realise they had done this out of love and not irritation with him. But as usual, they had been right. It hadn't been easy at first. For the first year, he considered turning back every day, but the idea of seeing the Anderson family kept him from doing that. So he forced himself to keep moving. At first, he had thought he'd go north again for trapping. He'd done so before and enjoyed the work. Besides, He had made friends in the trade and thought familiar faces would do him some good. But he'd wound up further east on the Mississippi River. Somehow he had wound up working for a logging company instead. He learned more than he wanted to about rivers and boats and logs. He went south to New Orleans and learned how to make donuts. His mama would like those. Bianca always enjoyed a new recipe. For a while after that, he trained horses and worked in the city. Then he'd gone west for gold, but too north for home. He had thought about going home, but he wasn't ready yet. After the gold panning, he ventured north again to go trapping with his old friends. Only after that winter did Emmanuel decide he was ready to see his family again. There would be good stories to share with them, stories about learning and hardships and laughter. It wouldn't be a return home in shame, but hopefully a happy reunion was due for them all. A lot had happened, but Emmanuel felt that he was better for it. He was just thinking about seeing his little brother again when he stepped through the last compartment and his gaze fell upon a pretty young lady. She was only there for a moment before she abruptly disappeared. He frowned before realizing she had dropped down off her bench. Emmanuel noted the papers she had spilled on the ground. Eager for something to do, he hurried over to help. 2 of them had landed nearby, and he grasped them before she could reach them. The young lady hardly looked up but murmured her thanks. There was an accent, but he couldn't quite place it. He was just going to ask when the train suddenly began to brake. This wasn't his first time on a train, so he was able to brace himself, but the girl did not. She lost her footing and flew forward, her arms flailing. Emmanuel instinctively grabbed for her, hoping she wouldn't mind the close contact instead of falling on the dirty floor. He meant to turn away, but then he paused, looking at her as his heart began to thump. It was the eyes. He'd never seen any eyes so green before. There was no colour that equalled them. They were wide and green and framed by dark yellow hair. No, it was red or orange. He couldn't decide. The shrieking of the train's brakes forced him out of the daze. Wincing against the sound, Emmanuel straightened the young lady up. He had to see what was happening to the machine. Why were they stopping? They weren't due another stop until they reached Utah. He needed to figure it out. But first the young woman. "I'm sorry about that." He started to apologize. But she shook her head as a bright red blush spread across her cheeks. She said, "That's fine. I didn't mean to." Even as his eyes trailed over her soft features, his fingers began to dance against his legs, knowing there was work to do, a problem to solve, something to fix. He couldn't just stand there, even if he wanted to. Shaking his head, Emmanuel forced himself to look away from the young woman. "Here, you should take a seat." "Is everything all right?" She stumbled again, clutching a bench for support. Only then did Emmanuel realize they weren't alone. All the other benches were filled with people protesting, talking loudly. The brakes sounded again over the harsh drumming of the wheels. His hand climbed absently to the kerchief, tied loosely around his neck. Of course, she would notice he worked there, just another train hand. "I'm certain it is," he told her. "You should take a seat and I'll see what's going on." Her eyes widened. "It's not trouble, is it?" Hesitating, he shrugged. "Possibly just a tree fell in our path. We just reached Wyoming. I'll find out what seems to be the problem. You should sit so you don't fall again." That wasn't what he meant to say. Emmanuel immediately regretted it. He could do anything these days, except for talking to pretty ladies. She didn't appear to know what to say either. Her face flushed again as she offered him a weak smile. He swallowed. Maybe if he'd had a few more hours of sleep, he wouldn't be making a fool of himself in front of someone like her. Once she was seated, he hurried out, not knowing what else to say. Though the pretty face lingered on his mind, Emmanuel tried to focus as he started into the next compartment. With the train slowing down, He lost his balance more than once and kept his arms out, holding onto the walls and benches for support. "Just stay seated, folks," he called out when he passed through the crowds of worried strangers. "We'll get this handled in no time." The more he reassured the passengers, however, the more he began to doubt this was just a tree, or had there been an avalanche. Usually the conductor, Briggs, could see far enough in advance to slow down. So far, they'd only slowed down to fix 2 tracks, but they hadn't even had to stop the train then. Why now? He hadn't even heard the whistle that signalled a warning. "What's going on here?" a man demanded towards the front compartment. It was the first-class compartment, and Emmanuel recognised the man from a recent encounter. The gentleman had had 1 too many drinks, and his wife had had a hard time convincing him to retire for the night. Now, he didn't appear too drunk as he puffed out his chest and blocked Emmanuel's path. Arms crossed, the man glowered at him, which would work if he wasn't a head shorter. Emmanuel ran a hand through his hair, knowing how much it needed a haircut. He would have to get that handled before New Mexico, but there was a lot to do before he got there, like fix whatever was happening on the train. "I'm sure it's nothing." Emmanuel offered a tight smile. "I am just going to check on the issue myself." "What issue?" the man said. "We're on a tight schedule here." He had not taken this job to deal with customers. "I don't know yet. I was going to check. Would you like to step out of my path so I can see about getting us back on schedule?" "The cheek!" the man exclaimed loudly. Wrapping a hand around her husband's shoulder, the wife finally arrived and offered Emmanuel a smile. "Thank you, young man. We'll be getting out of your way now. Dear?" They moved, if grudgingly, out of his way. "Thank you," Emmanuel told the wife and hurried past them. He had more important things to deal with than another man's pride. As he got closer to the front of the train, everything grew louder. When he opened the door to the final car, the one filled with supplies before the coal car, wind blew in his face. They were moving much slower than before, but they were still moving. It sounded like the world roaring before him as he braced himself. With one misstep, he could fall. That would send him down to the side of the train or in between the cars. Either way, a fall would be extremely painful or deadly. His heart hammered as he grabbed hold of the handle outside the car, ready to move to the storage car. In that next moment, the entire world came to a staggering halt. His grip tightened, and he felt his legs go up from under him. Emmanuel gasped inadvertently, and then hurriedly jumped to the next car, trying to stay upright. He made it. Darting his eyes around, Emmanuel searched for a hint of something wrong. The side door was wide open. Most boxes were locked down, but a few close to the door must have flown out. Frowning, he wondered if they were being retrieved. But by whom? Emmanuel couldn't remember who was on shift. Taking a few steps towards the door, he noticed the white patches of snow before them, with mountains in the back. He was just admiring the view when he heard voices. 3 different voices, none of them familiar. A figure on a horse passed the open door, and Emmanuel instinctively took a step back. His gut churned, telling him that something was wrong, too wrong. So he turned back, wondering if he should find someone else to explain to him what must be happening. Walking a little more carefully, Emmanuel paused at the doors between cars. He didn't know why he hesitated, only that he did. Just as his hand grabbed the door handle to unlock it, a shot rang out. Emmanuel jerked his head up in shock, his heart stopping. He quickly unlocked the door and stuck his head through to see what was going on. His other hand went up to his waist, where he usually kept a gun, except he had left his room without it. His eyes darted around, looking for the used gun, as his hands tightened into fists. Who had shot inside a train car? Then he noticed the men. Hats down low, kerchiefs pulled up, and they were staring back at him from the other end. This was a train robbery, Emmanuel finally realised, and all the robbers had guns. Chapter 6. The train was finally at a stop, but Mary still felt dizzy. She brushed a strand of hair away from her face and counted the letters in her hands. The nice train worker had handed her a few of the papers and then kindly helped her to her seat. She had liked that. But there were only 10 now where there should have been 11. Caught up in the moment, she realised one of them must have slipped out of her hands. Frowning, Mary glanced around her seat, but it wasn't there. She stopped and recounted the letters to make sure she wasn't crazy, then wondered where it could have gone. Everyone around her was beginning to talk. A few were standing and peering out the windows to see where they were. "It's not a train station!" One gentleman hollered back to everyone, "We're not getting off here." "Then why did we stop?" a woman asked plaintively as she tapped on the glass. "It's not an accident, is it?" Someone else was at the front car door where the train worker had gone. Fiddling with the handle, he called for one of his friends to join him. "Let's go find out. Help me open this, would you?" Mary ducked her head, not wanting to get involved. Everyone knew where they wanted to end up. Yet she did not. She had managed to learn that they had 1 or 2 more stops to go, whichever one ended up in the Utah territory first. That much was clear on her ticket. Yet she didn't want to get off without her letters. They were the only clues she had to what might come next for her. Mary tried to ignore the knots that were building in her stomach. That always happened when she got nervous. Ever since she'd stepped foot onto the train, they had become her steady companion. It just depended on how thick they grew inside of her. It wasn't that she didn't try to get rid of her nervous nature. She spent years trying to grow comfortable with the world around her. Except everything was always changing, so she never had a chance to get used to something. One day she'd be escorting Miss Beatrice to the opera, and the next, Miss Beatrice was escorting her into a train station. Being a maid was not an easy job. She understood that much. The role differed very much between families, cities, responsibilities, staff, and more. There were too many possibilities of anything happening. For the last 10 years, Mary had worked to learn this. And now, there she was, in the middle of nowhere. She didn't know how to use her skills outside of New York City. Her eyes flitted towards the window beside her, and she stiffened. It was a white world out there. There was snow everywhere. Wrinkling her nose, she hoped the snow wasn't in Utah. New York City wouldn't expect it for another month. It was only autumn, and they were still watching the leaves change colour. A letter crunched in her hand, bringing her back to the present. Right, she told herself. The letter. Where could it be? She knelt on the floor beside her seat to look beneath the benches. They had all been in her bag just moments ago, so the last one couldn't be far away. Squinting around the shadows and the other passengers' legs, Mary finally found it. Lost in the furthest corner ahead in the compartment, it sat crumpled as it waited for her. She offered a frown before tugging herself back up to her feet. Not before stepping on the skirts and nearly ripping them. Mary caught herself on the bench and winced. The travelling dress might not make it back to Miss Beatrice. At least the young lady no longer wore it. She had grown out of it last year, and even if they did let it out, the dress was out of fashion, and the Penningtons could only wear the most recent fashions. But she still hated to damage it in any way before returning it to the family. Taking a deep breath, Mary straightened up. All she needed to do was pick up the letter and return to her seat. Then, eventually, the train would start moving again, and that would be enough. They would be on their way, and she would be fine. There was no need to worry. "It looks like someone's out there," a child called out. "Look, a horse!" No, another child replied. It's a cow. It's a cow, not a horse. No, it is a horse. A cow? Quiet, children. There are several of them. Can you see them? But they're too big to be horses. Mary thought about leaving her bag in the seat, but decided against it. She'd feel more secure keeping a good, strong hold on it. Hefting it over her shoulder, Mary stepped out into the aisle. "Pardon me," she offered to the gentleman and the two children he was scolding. "If I could just step around you." He glanced at her with a grunt before taking a small step out of her way. It wasn't much, but it would be enough. Mary forced a polite smile and inched around him. Then she sidestepped a child and had a clear path to the end of the car. She could still feel the shakiness in her legs from earlier, but she didn't fall over this time. Mary was grateful for that as she reached the compartment door and spotted the letter on the ground. "Aha!" Mary announced to herself as she bent down to collect it. Her fingers had just closed around the paper when there was a loud creak in the wall as a gust of wind struck her. As the wall gave way, she screamed and backed up against the other side. It was a side door, Mary realised, a large one that opened noisily. Right there was the outside world covered in snow. She shivered as another gust of wind swept around her. Stunned, she could only stare as three figures came out of nowhere and landed in the open aisle. The men straightened up and fixed their long coats before pulling out guns and raising them high. They clicked loudly, silencing everyone in the car. Mary's eyes widened as she tried to understand what was going on. After all, no one was supposed to be getting on and off. The gentlemen didn't look like they had tickets. "This here is a robbery!" one of them shouted. His voice was muffled as they were all wearing handkerchiefs around their mouths. "Shut your trap and no one gets hurt!" One of them turned to her. Her mouth dropped as she pressed herself against the wall, wishing she could disappear. Inside her chest, Mary felt her heart beating so quickly she thought it would fall right out. The fear kept her captive as she tried to think about what to do. But what could she do? She couldn't even move. All she could think of was Miss Beatrice. The young lady always had something to say, always knew what to do. Mary wasn't sure if it was because the girl was a Pennington, had been raised in society, or if that was just her character. If Miss Beatrice were there, Mary thought for sure that the young lady would know what to do. She would laugh and fix the situation. Any of the Penningtons would be able to do just that. Most likely, Miss Beatrice would laugh at Mary first. She was always jumping at her own shadow, surprised by the loud noises around the city. Even after spending half of her life there, the city was a strange place to live. There was always something new and something strange. How could she not jump at everything, from people shouting about the Lord to shopkeepers selling their goods? It was a noisy place, with unprecedented changes around every corner. Yes, Miss Beatrice would most certainly laugh at Mary now, but then what would she do? Mary's breath caught as she met the stranger's gaze. They were dark eyes in a hard stare. She felt herself caving in as panic rose up her throat. It was a robbery. She had never been robbed before. There were pickpockets she had seen around the city, but she had never experienced a robbery. Her heart wouldn't stop pounding. Mary couldn't feel her fingers. She wasn't even certain she could blink. "The purse!" the man ordered her. He sounded irritated. "Hand over the goods." Mary tried to think, but she couldn't move, and she couldn't feel anything besides the terror in her spine and the panic inside her chest. None of this was right, but she couldn't seem to explain why. The bag in her hands was all that she had. It carried another dress and the rest of the letters. She didn't have anything else, Why would he want them? He made no sense. "Hand it over!" He lunged forward to grab them. She shrieked loudly as his hands tugged at the bag. Mary tightened her own grip around the handle, letting go of the 11th letter as she refused to hand over the bag. All around her, she could hear the commotion. Children were crying, the women were whimpering, and the 2 other robbers were shouting at them. "It's mine!" Mary tried to explain, tugging her bag back towards her chest. "Please!" The man grunted his refusal, clumsily grabbing it even as one hand gripped his gun. She could hear the clack of the metal from the weapon knock against the metal on her bag, and she flinched. Stepping out of the corner, she slid against the wall to the other side as she hoped to get away from him. "Give it to me!" the man demanded again. Tears sprang to her eyes. "Please," she begged. "Please." Mary didn't know what she was asking for, but she knew she wanted all of this to stop. Trying to blink away the moisture, she tried to see the man's face, but everything was a blur now. Another robber stepped in between them. "Just take it!" She jumped at his loud voice. Her muscles seized up as they yanked again at her bag. Knowing this was not a fight she could win, Mary told herself to let go. But she couldn't make her fingers obey. "Brat!" The robber who had just showed up shouted in her face. She seized up just as he elbowed her in the shoulder. Mary lost her balance and stumbled to the side. A gust of wind welcomed her as she fell to her knees. Her legs would be bruised, she could feel it. Looking behind her, she realised she had wound up on the other side of the car. The white world was right there, just a few feet below. If she wasn't careful, she'd fall right out. Gasping, she turned to the men with big eyes. They couldn't have meant to almost knock her out of the train, but looking at them through her panic, she remembered how little she knew of people. Mary climbed to her feet, her hands still clutching the bag. "Please," she stammered as she tripped on the hem of her dress. She fell to her knees again. "My bag," she tried. "It's not worth it," the second man growled to the other one. She didn't have time as they suddenly let go of her bag, off balance as she attempted to stand. Mary didn't have a chance before one of the robbers shoved her shoulder. Mary was swept off her feet. Still clutching her bag, she flew backwards through the air. There was a bright light that caught her eye before everything turned dark. Chapter 7. Emmanuel stared at the robbers as he slowly raised his hands above his head to show he wasn't a threat. He had no gun, no weapons, not even a pocket knife. But he tried to think of something he could do. His first thought was of his uncle, Xavier. For as long as he could remember, Xavier had been the sheriff of San Miguel. In the beginning, it had been a rough town with outlaws passing through. The settlers were being attacked on a regular basis back then. It hadn't been an easy place for anyone. For a while, there had been gunslingers who wanted to try their luck against the sheriff as he looked to clean up the town. The man had a reputation from some earlier incidents that Emmanuel never quite understood. His mama, Bianca, wouldn't speak of that nonsense, and she didn't like her brother talking of bloodshed. Xavier had made all that violence disappear. They hadn't had more than a drunken brawl outside a saloon in the last 5 years, and the man had never liked violence anyway. Emmanuel remembered how he used to take nightly patrols with his uncle, carrying guns and keeping a weather eye out for any danger. He had been taught to shoot, and he knew how to get the job done. His uncle had taught him that, knowing it was a harsh world and it was best to be prepared. But as Emmanuel stared at the robber, he knew he couldn't take another man's life, even if he had the opportunity, even if it had to be done. Life was hard enough for a person, so there was no need to make it harder, except he didn't know what else to do. Xavier would. His uncle would fix this situation in a heartbeat, probably with one of those hard looks. Perhaps that would make the robbers put their guns down and apologise for their behaviour. He knew that was a foolish hope. Robbers did what they wanted, and only what they wanted. His Uncle Xavier would have handled this with his guns. Except here, Emmanuel didn't have his guns, nor the experience or attitude to handle this. Emmanuel tried to breathe. His uncle wasn't there, only him, along with all these strangers. And he didn't have a weapon that he wasn't sure he would use if given the chance. He hated it. He hated being softy, wanting and expecting people to be better than they were. His mama told him that was one of his best attributes, that made him such a joy to be around. There would be no charming these men to kindly leave without hurting people. Not with those guns they were carrying. Emmanuel swallowed hard. He might work on the train, but now there wasn't much he could do to help anyone. If only Xavier was there. "Give us your gold." The second robber clacked both of his guns together with a short laugh. "Come on, folks, open your bags, open your pockets. All we want is your money, your gold, and anything else you might have." Chaos ensued. As the women began moving, the children hid, and the men began to protest even as they obeyed, trying to keep everyone in check. The three robbers turned their focus to the people around them. Emmanuel wasn't stupid. He thought carefully, trying to figure out where the rest of his team might be hiding. They had to be somewhere. And his boss, he worried about the older man. Mr. Matthews had been hoping to retire soon for his bad health. Hopefully, this wasn't about to make it worse. The moment the robbers weren't looking at him, he slipped back out. Closing the door, Emmanuel grabbed hold of the ladder to his side. He'd climbed on top of the cars before. It would be easier now without them moving. But his heart thumped loudly in his chest as he pulled himself up each rung. The moment he reached the roof, a cold breeze drifted through his hair. He needed a haircut, but there wasn't time for that now. Determined to figure out how to fix this, Emmanuel forced himself up onto the roof and started moving. Once he balanced himself, he stood up and started to run. They needed to know how many people were robbing the train. Emmanuel tried to remember how many people were on board. This particular Maythorpe train carried 23 cars. One was the engine, another was the coal car, and another 2 in the front and at the end held storage. That meant 19 cars could carry people, either train workers or passengers. He tried to think. He knew how many men worked on the train itself, but not the staff who might cater to the first-class passengers. Emmanuel frowned as he peeked over the edge and spotted 4 horses. Perhaps it was only those 3 men and an extra pack horse. If they wanted to make off with heavy items, that would make sense. But then he spotted more animals down the line. Frowning, Emmanuel ducked against a particularly harsh wind and squinted. His eyes watered as he tried to make out some dark shapes further down on the ground. From what he could see, they looked like more horses. Emmanuel tugged at his shirt sleeves, unrolling them from his elbows. He had on a long-sleeved shirt with another buttoned one over it, but no jacket. Though he'd spent some good time out in the cold up in the French-Canadian territories, he couldn't hold back a shiver. It was freezing outside, and he wouldn't last forever out there. Thinking, he wondered how far he would need to go to find any of his team. He hadn't seen the conductor up front, and he hadn't recognised the workers in the front compartments. Perhaps everyone he knew was still in the back of the train, near where he had been just that morning. Emmanuel groaned before forcing himself to move again. The bitter winds cut at his skin as he made his way from one roof to another. As he counted the cars, he found himself thinking of the young lady he had held for a second. He would be nearing her car soon. Not that she was any different from any other pretty young lady, Emmanuel told himself. He had seen enough of those around in his travels. But after things hadn't worked out with Miss Tracy Anderson, Emmanuel had focused his attention away from women. There was no need to have his heart broken all over again. If anything, he told himself, He just felt for the young lady. She had to be scared, just like everyone else on the train. She would be anxious in her seat with those big green eyes. But hopefully, she would be just fine after this, like everyone else. He had to believe that everything would be fine. There wasn't any other way for him to think. Rubbing his hands together, he leapt over the gap between compartments and paused to catch his bearings. He'd made some progress and was nearly halfway down the line. Just as he was getting ready to head further down, a moving figure caught his eye. Another horse. So, he had been right that there were more. He peeked over the line and noticed there were 3 horses. How many are there? Emmanuel shook his head in disbelief. While he'd never experienced a robbery, this felt like a large team. He glanced around, reminded then that the Maythorpe trains carried more cars than most. That meant it could carry many people and many goods. Of course, it would be the train that people robbed. Someone screamed. It was a woman. Emmanuel's blood ran cold and he scrambled around before finding a ladder. He had to do something. Maybe he wasn't his uncle, but he was still a young man who had to be able to help out somehow. Xavier hadn't set that example just for Emmanuel to just sit around and not help others. Down the ladder between compartments. He didn't even hesitate before flinging the door open to see what was on the other side. Several more robbers with large hats and bandanas over their faces whirled around to see him. Where did he come from? A body barreled towards him. Emmanuel bent his legs, remembering the wrestling tips Xavier had taught him when he was younger. It felt like a horse had run into him, but he didn't back down. His grip tightened on the man who had run at him. Toby! Use your gun! Someone shouted. He grabbed the grunting body, looking to pull them to the ground. Emmanuel's heart thudded in his chest, but there was no time to concentrate on that. One arm found the gun, and he managed to twist it out of the robber's hands. Pushing up, he tried to shove the man off him, but the other man was stronger and pushed him right back. They grunted for control, and Emmanuel could feel himself losing the upper hand. Get off! Another robber stepped forward, forcing him against the wall. His free hand came up and wrapped around Emmanuel's throat. He couldn't breathe. Panic gripped him in the gut. Gasping for air, he had to drop his grip on the first man to get the second man off him. He kicked out, getting the man's leg, but that wasn't enough. It took 2 punches to the man's face before the chokehold around his neck finally loosened. Then he dropped himself to the ground, forcing the man to let go. Emmanuel promptly bent his knees and used all his strength to barrel himself into the other man's body. The robber beneath him struggled to get free. For a minute he was winning, and then someone grabbed him from behind. Emmanuel yelped as someone jerked him to the side. He managed to get another swing or 2 in before a punch out of nowhere hit him in the jaw. It knocked him off his feet, back into the compartment wall. Dazed, everything blurred together. Feeling for his head, he groaned as someone tugged at his clothes. His head rolled, and through a foggy vision, he saw one of the robbers going through his pockets. "He ain't got nothing," the man hollered. "Then move on. We have to move." But before the robber could move, Emmanuel pulled himself into a sitting position. He yanked on the man's coat. The man turned back and tried to kick him off, but he blocked it and pulled again. "Stupid!" the robber growled at him. But Emmanuel didn't let go. His heart heaved, and he strengthened his hold, not even sure what he was doing. After a minute of wrestling, all Emmanuel managed to get was the man's coat. He pulled himself to his feet just as another robber came up and pointed a gun at him. "Get!" the man snarled. He froze. Backing up against the wall, Emmanuel struggled to see straight. Everyone in the car was staring. Sweat dripped down the bridge of his nose as he turned, trying to figure out where exactly the man wanted him to go. The next time he glanced to his right, he realized the side door was wide open. A world of swirling white waved at him, but he hardly noticed it as his eyes dropped down to see a familiar purple colour lying still on the ground. That was where he had to go. His heart skipped a beat, and there was no need to think twice. There wasn't time. Emmanuel jumped out of the train car. Chapter 8. Before she opened her eyes, Mary felt the world slowly banging its way back into her head. It felt like she had trapped herself in a cabinet again and people were banging on it to scare her, except all it did was make her head ache. The more conscious she became, the more everything hurt. When she raised a hand to her head, she felt something damp against her brow. She opened her eyes. Part of her had hoped to wake up in her small basement room at the Penningtons' house, but somehow she had known that would not happen. The air smelled too different. It was the sky. She was looking at the sky. Mary blinked, wondering how it could be so big and so white. Pulling her hand back, she realized it was snow. There was snow everywhere. Slowly she pulled herself into a sitting position. The ground. She was sitting on the cold, hard ground in the middle of a prairie. Snow lay everywhere with tall grass around her. It reminded Mary of Ireland, except this was much flatter with mountains far ahead in the distance. But she wasn't in Ireland. She hadn't gone home to Kilkenny. That was a lifetime ago. Blinking, Mary tried to think. The last thing she remembered was being on the train, and then the robbers had come. Fear clutched her heart. Gasping, Mary scrambled to get to her feet. They must have snatched her. She had been kidnapped. Panic filled her throat so quickly there was no time to scream. When she tried to climb up to her feet, her ankle gave way. Mary collapsed in a heap, a soft yelp escaping before it turned into a moan. Her hands began to shake before she could tell if it was from the pain or the cold. Sitting up, she grabbed her ankle and moved the skirts around to get a better look. She hoped it wasn't a new injury. After limping for several months, the Penningtons had eventually brought a doctor over to check on her ankle that she had injured 3 years ago. It had been a simple fall, so they had assumed it was only a sprain. By then, the doctor said that her ankle would mend however it was healing, though there might have been a torn ligament or two, but they couldn't do anything about that. The visit had been short. Mrs. Pennington had kept the painkillers that were offered to Mary. Their doctor mentioned that it might bother her during the cold seasons, and it had, but never this much. This time it felt like she'd twisted it all over again. Groaning, she shook her head. But there was nothing she could do now. Not yet, anyway. Not until she figured out what was going on. Breathing shakily, Mary held her ankle delicately and glanced around. Her fears had been premature. The robbers were nowhere to be found. Neither was the train. Mary's eyes widened in dismay. For a minute, she wondered where she was, before noticing the train tracks up on the ridge. So she was right where the train had been, but not where the train was now. Chewing on the inside of her cheek, Mary noticed where she had been lying. There was a large rock, nearly a boulder, beside her. A coat was propped up against it to make the sharp edges softer, and her purse sat next to it. Someone had helped her. For a minute, Mary considered staying there. Eventually, something would work out, wouldn't it? She bit her lip. Then she shivered. The sun wouldn't stay up forever. She glanced at its position and realized there were only a few hours of light left. Mary gathered her resolve and grabbed the rock again. She had to get up. She had a duty to the Penningtons. It was time to get up and get going. Grabbing her bag, Mary rolled over onto her hands and knees. She gritted her teeth and used the rock for support to climb to her feet. Sharp pain spread through her ankle the moment she put pressure on it. She groaned and leaned more on the rock. There wasn't a chance in heaven that she could stay there forever. Eventually, she'd have to start walking, but she could wait a minute. Mary pushed her hair out of her face, finally able to see above the tall grass. Now she could see over the ridge, and it looked like there were buildings nearby. Then she turned her head and realized she wasn't alone. Back and forth, parallel to the train tracks, the young man paced. The hair and handkerchief around his neck immediately placed him as the one who had caught her on the train when she lost her footing. Her eyes widened, wondering what had happened. Why were they both there and not on the train? She raised a hand to her head. It wouldn't stop throbbing. The movement attracted the man's attention. His head jerked up and their eyes met. Mary froze, forgetting the pain for a moment. He had such dark eyes. All she could hear was the stillness of the world and the thumping of her heart. Then he started over to her. He had long legs that only appeared longer as he hiked up his knees to make it over the grass and stone. But he was sure of himself. His eyes focused on her as he made his way over. "You're awake," he stated. There was a crease in his brow that she almost missed because his dark, curly hair hung in his eyes. Mary swallowed as she noticed the side of his lip turn into a half smile. Yes, I am. Where are we?" He scratched his cheek and glanced around. "We're in Wyoming. Some small town in Wyoming. There's a town half a mile north of us. Nowhere where we're meant to be," he added. She chewed the inside of her lip. The town looked so small and far away. Mary leaned heavily against the rock. "Where did the train go?" "It left without us." The young man glanced at her before he nodded. He must be a few years older than herself, Mary decided, but not by much. And there was something on his mind, for he couldn't stand still. He muttered a word she didn't understand before nodding again. Yes, it left us behind, after the train robbers." Straightening his shirt, he gave her a polite nod. "I apologize. My name is Emmanuel Martinez. I'm one of the night shift workers on the Maythorpe Western Line." Mary offered a nod of her own in return. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Mary MacDougall." "From Ireland?" His brow furrowed. Her face flushed. That silly accent never could seem to slip away. Swallowing, she glanced away. "A long time ago, yes. Well, what do we do now?" Mary shivered. "Is the train coming back?" He was pacing again. She watched him make 3 rounds before he shrugged. "Eventually, when it comes back this way, but that will take days, weeks, possibly. I don't remember the route." "Oh." Mary chewed the inside of her cheek. "I see. Then what do we do now?" Her stomach was all in knots, and her head still hurt. She was trying to ignore her ankle. There was the town. She glanced in that direction again and noticed Emmanuel was doing the same. His eyes flitted back to her and he sighed. It was time for them to start moving. "Here." Emmanuel offered her the jacket on the rock as she shifted her hold on her bag so it wouldn't be in her way. "It's only going to get colder." Her eyes fell on his shirt. At least her dress was thick, and there was a jacket. She was cold, but she could deal with it. Mary shook her head. "You should take it." Then, realizing it was time to try walking, she took a deep breath and attempted a step. It was the next one on her bad ankle that made her almost fall over. "Whoa!" The young man grabbed her in time to keep Mary from hitting the ground. One hand held her arm, the other around her waist. He straightened her up and hesitated, but he didn't let go. "How's your leg?" Mary glanced down. "It's only my ankle. And I don't know." "Can you walk?" "I think so." Inhaling deeply, she gathered her resolve. "I'll make it." He didn't let go. Instead, he waited patiently for her to attempt another step. When she staggered, her grip around him tightened, and she realized she could probably make it into town with enough time, but not alone. Mary tried not to think of his grasp around her, but she needed his support. They slowly made their way across the train tracks and into the town. He kept her from stumbling over black ice, in puddles, and over rocks. By the time they reached the town, the sun was setting. They only had a little bit of light left as he helped her down the lane and into what looked to be the only restaurant in town. Emmanuel let go as they stepped inside. Her cheeks grew red as the few patrons inside glanced at them. She hobbled to a seat that Emmanuel pulled out for her. Then he gestured to the counter and told her he would return in a moment. Mary's heart skipped a beat as she glanced around. It wasn't like any restaurant that she had ever been to before. She wouldn't have thought to come into the building, especially since there wasn't any signage outside. Only she didn't know what to do now. The restaurant was dimly lit, with perhaps 8 tables and a bar at the counter. Then she recognized a few of the patrons. A woman glanced up from the table where she sat beside 2 men. Catching Mary's gaze, her eyes widened before she hurried over. It was an older woman in a black hat who had been sitting 2 rows ahead of Mary on the train. "It's good to see you on your feet," the woman beamed. "The name's Millicent Bronner. We were worried about you back there off the train, but needed to get to shelter, so we let the young man stay with you." Mary hesitantly smiled, not certain of how to respond. "Oh, it's good to meet you. Is this where you meant to get off? Or did the train leave us all behind?" "You mean after those dreadful robbers? It was such a nightmare. A few of us decided to leave right then and there. We all talked to the conductor for a while, wondering what to do about you. We were all very worried." Her eyes flitted over to Emmanuel, who was picking up 2 glasses as he talked to the man behind the counter. He had said the train had left without giving him a chance to return. Mary wondered what had really happened. Had he stayed behind for her? Chapter 9. Emmanuel didn't know what had come over him. He had gone to check on her. That's all he had meant to do. Make sure the pretty young lady was still alive. Keep the robbers away from her. Once he had jumped off the train, those thugs had continued until his boss, Mr. Matthews, and the rest of his workers had chased them off. At the end of the commotion, no one was hurt, but folk had lost most of their money, if not more. It had been a mess. Everyone was worried and angry and shouting. Emmanuel had left it to his boss to calm everyone down and get settled again before they could get back on their way. So he'd stayed on the ground, checking on the young lady. There wasn't any blood, but surely she would be bruised and aching by the time she awoke, if she woke up. "All aboard," Mr. Matthews had hollered before closing the final door. Peeking his head out into the cold, fresh air, the older man had frowned at the small crowd of people still outside and not on the train. For an hour they argued, trying to sort out what they should do. Emmanuel hung back with the unconscious lady and watched. Mr. Matthews had to get the train started again, but the people around him were too upset to continue. Finally, his boss decided to leave without them. Then he noticed his night shift worker. "Manny!" After he fixed the coat he stole from the robber as a pillow for the young lady, Emmanuel glanced up. She had hardly stirred, and that was concerning him. "She needs help." Emmanuel shrugged at his boss. His boss frowned. "If you're on the train, then you're working, not tending to a kid." Mr. Matthews was old and tired, but Emmanuel knew how much he cared about arriving at his locations on time. It was a matter of pride with the Maythorpe train line. He was as fair as he thought he could be, and so was Emmanuel. Taking a step back, he nodded to his boss. "Then I'll stay." His boss didn't argue. Soon the train was gone. It slowly but surely returned onto its path west. Emmanuel stood with his hands on his hips and watched it go. His heart thumped in his chest. All the people around him started to head towards the nearby town. The outspoken woman paused to check the two of them. "Are you certain you two will be all right?" Nodding, Emmanuel glanced at the girl. He hoped that thick dress of hers would keep the chill out. Crossing his arms, he turned back to the woman. Her black hat wouldn't keep her warm, from the looks of it, but she had found thick mittens to wear. "Yes," he assured the woman. "I'll wait with her until she wakes up, and then we'll follow. I don't want to move her unless she's all right." He shared a grim smile. "But you should go ahead." The woman patted his arm before moving away. "You're a good young man. If you two aren't in town after dark, I'll send out a search party." She hurried after her group. Sighing, he glanced around and then back at the young lady. He really hoped she was going to be all right. After propping her up, Emmanuel thought she had opened her eyes for a second. But it had been so fast that he couldn't be sure. What now? He scratched his head and tried to think. Since the lady wasn't about to move anywhere, Emmanuel started to pace. He wanted to do the right thing to help her since he hadn't been able to rescue her before she found her way off the train. But he didn't know what to do. All he knew was that he was off the train and might have just lost his job. Glancing down towards the empty tracks, Emmanuel stopped. He had left everything on board. While the young lady might have grabbed her bag, he had nothing but what was left on him. The furs he had collected, the money he'd left in his bags, and even his horse were all still on the train. Groaning, Emmanuel kicked the brush. Only now did he realise that he hadn't thought this plan all the way through. He had just wanted to help the girl, but he was ill-prepared to do anything to really help, except she had eventually woken up. That was a good sign. The leg worried him since being in the cold could make everything worse, but they were inside now. As he grabbed drinks at the counter, he asked the man where they were. Snake River Town was home to nearly 100 inhabitants within 80 miles. Emmanuel offered a grim smile. "Thank you," and he took the water glasses back to Miss Mary MacDougall. There was colour in her cheeks again as she talked to the woman in the black hat. The woman smiled at him as Mary lowered her gaze. "It's good to see you again." Emmanuel offered, and then put one glass in front of the young lady. "Here you are." "Thanks," she mumbled, but she wouldn't look at him. For a heartbeat, he considered leaving her there if she didn't want to talk to him. But the woman patted the extra chair, ruffling his hair. He focused on draining his glass as the woman in the black hat talked. "We're just headed south after this, you see," she was saying. "Making our way down to Texas. It would be fastest on the train, but I need to reach out to my sister in Boston for some funds. Mrs. Bronner, by the way." He swallowed. "Mrs. Bronner, it's a pleasure to meet you. Emmanuel Martinez at your service." "Ah, I thought you were Mexican." The woman nodded as she peered at him. He hesitated, never certain how people would take that discovery. "I bet you're not used to the cold here. I heard Mexico is like an oven." Emmanuel straightened his shirt to give himself a moment to collect his thoughts. "I suppose," he said at last. "I haven't been there in years. My home is in New Mexico, actually, those territories." The woman brightened as she scooted her chair back, ready to leave. "Oh, so you're American now. How lovely. Well, do stay warm. Have you plans to travel forward as well, then?" His eyes skirted over to Mary, who still hadn't touched her water. "Not yet. But thank you." Mrs. Bronner touched the small hat she was wearing, checking to make sure it wasn't crooked, before standing. "Best of luck, children. We wish you well. Hopefully, the weather warms up a mite, Then they were left alone. Emmanuel let out a deep breath. He drained his glass and then turned to Mary. Perhaps he should see if she wanted to go with them, Having left the train to keep an eye on her, he found himself responsible for her welfare. "Are you going to Texas as well?" he asked after a minute. She shook her head, fiddling with the glass, both of her hands wrapped around it as she carefully turned it in a circle. "It won't bite," Emmanuel volunteered. Mary stopped, glancing up before looking down again. "It's just water. You look like you could use something." The young lady still didn't say anything. Trying not to be annoyed, he stared at his own glass for a minute. This was why he didn't talk to pretty women. They were too hard to read. Other times, they just made no sense. For the last 3 years, it had been pretty easy to focus on his work and stay away from them. Now, he'd left his job for one. Perhaps he had hit his head. Emmanuel went to put his chin in his hand but winced. There was a bruise on his cheek. He most likely had more bruises from his fight with the robbers, but he'd been too distracted to test for injuries. "I'm headed to New Mexico," Emmanuel offered finally. "Tired of being alone with his thoughts. It should be warm, I hope, since it's never snowed back home. And yourself? Where are you going?" Mary licked her lips and sighed before opening her mouth. "Utah." She cleared her throat, wincing at the roughness in her voice. "A small town in Utah. I think it is called Lake Town." "You don't know?" He raised his eyebrow. The young lady gulped loudly before scrambling around. She grabbed her purse and shuffled through her papers. Emmanuel watched her curiously, wondering what sorts of things were said on those documents. They must have been very important to her. Lake County. She cleared her throat and met his gaze. Her eyes were wide, showing her vulnerability. "Do you know where that is?" Emmanuel had to shake his head. "I'm afraid not." "Do you have family there? Have you been there before?" He watched as she carefully folded the papers again, tucking them into her bag more securely than they had been before. She was very precise about her actions, from fiddling with her glass to playing with her bag. "But I'm getting married." His eyes widened in surprise as he leaned back. It wasn't that she wasn't pretty enough to be married, for she certainly was. And she was of age, or he assumed she was. She seemed to be. But she looked more confused than eager, and he didn't know many brides to feel that way. "Ah," he thought for a minute. "And your husband-to-be is in Utah, Lake County." "That's what my mistress says," Mary mumbled. Then she shook her head and finally picked up her glass. She didn't put it down until she had drained it. "Your mistress?" Emmanuel prompted, confused himself. "In New York. I work for the Penningtons." He shrugged when she glanced at him, for he had never heard the name. Mary continued. "They are a well-known family, I think. She didn't want to marry him, but she already had the ticket. She sent me in her place to get married." Emmanuel leaned forward, wondering if he had heard her right. Searching her gaze for any clues, he realized how serious she was. Feeling his stomach churn, he wondered if this strangeness was common in New York. Chapter 10. "Have you met the man you're marrying in place of your mistress?" He asked the question very slowly, drawing out each word. Mary blinked and had to think about his words before she could answer. "No." She bit her lip and furrowed her brow. After the last 3 days, she had been trying not to think about it. I believe she was a mail-order bride, but she never intended to travel as one, you see. As a young lady of society, it wouldn't be seemly. There are better options for her in the city." Emmanuel nodded slowly, his eyes tracing over her features. It made her heart skip a beat, but she pushed the nerves aside. There were more questions. "I've heard of those brides." He fiddled with his cup. "Your mistress was never going to keep her promise then?" "She was writing for what reason?" Mary felt her face flush. She likes love letters, I suppose. It's not my place to question her. She added hurriedly. I'm only her maid. A maid? She nodded at the question. Why is a maid marrying a stranger she never wrote to herself? It sounded like a silly question. Mary wondered if he wasn't paying attention. Because she told me to come. She's my mistress, and it's my duty to obey. He leaned forward with an inquisitive look. Those brown eyes of his softened, and she found herself unable to look away. That's rather confusing, and not the way to live your own life. She could feel the heat rising to her cheeks again. Well, Mary stammered, I'm a maid. My life isn't my own. I have responsibilities. To the family. He nodded, though his gaze never wavered. But it's a role where you get paid. That means you can come and go. You're not a slave, so you aren't required to do whatever they tell you. Yes, but I get paid by doing what they ask of me, she explained slowly. Stretching his hands out, he shrugged. You're not in New York anymore. That means there is no one telling you what to do. Your mistress wasn't on the train, was she? There's no need to marry a stranger since he isn't expecting you. Her mouth dropped open. Clearly, he had never worked in a role such as hers. Emmanuel shrugged. You don't have to continue to Utah if you don't want to. She was too flabbergasted to talk. Mary leaned back to stare at him. To think about disobeying the Penningtons had to be some sort of joke. Of course she had to obey their orders while under their employment. She did what they asked to help them live their lives, and they kept her off the streets. That's simply how it was. Clutching her bag close, Mary shook her head. With the big eyes and long curls that covered his ears, he had the looks of a man who could be reckless. Perhaps that's why they weren't on the train any longer. He couldn't take orders. That's ridiculous, she stammered. I have my duty. Emmanuel raised his hands in his defense. It's just a thought. If you didn't want to go, then there's no one forcing you. I'm only trying to help, Miss MacDougall. Besides, what if the man only wanted to marry your mistress and not you? She stared. He cleared his throat, tugging at the handkerchief still tied around his neck. Not that he shouldn't want you, Emmanuel stammered. You appear as a very kind, pretty woman. I'm sure you're... Well, it would be through no fault of your own. I only mean that the man is expecting someone else, but I'm sure you would be a pleasant surprise. She tried to imagine doing what he was suggesting, not going to Utah. Then she could turn around and go back to New York for the Penningtons. That sounded lovely, but Miss Beatrice had given her those directions, and she couldn't just quit now. Mary shook her head. Number, I must try. I said I would do this, so I must do my best. The last 10 years had been spent seeing to the Penningtons' needs, and there was no reason to stop now. They had cared for her well enough, and it promised a better life than the hardships she had endured in Ireland. Until she saved up to return, New York was her home. Or rather, perhaps Utah. Mary dropped her gaze, the determination fading slightly with Emmanuel's curious stare. His eyes were bold, which made it hard to concentrate on anything else. Fiddling with her bag, she tried to think of something to say. I suppose I should find my way there, she mumbled finally. And you to New Mexico. He straightened up. Or I could help you. Mary jerked her head up. I don't agree with your duty, but you shouldn't go alone. Besides, you need help with your ankle. Swallowing, she pulled her bag closer to her chest and glanced around the room. It would be nice not to travel alone. She didn't even know where she was or how to get to where she needed to go. Are you sure? I thought you wanted to get home. He stood up. Home is always there. I'll make it eventually. But Utah isn't far. We can ask around and see if any folks know how we can get to Lake County. Rubbing his hands together, Emmanuel glanced around the room. Let me see what I can find out. Mary watched as he stepped over to the next table of restaurant patrons. As though they were old friends, the young man began talking. He smiled and gestured and nodded along. Though he had been kind enough to her, it was fascinating to discover that it was just the sort of person he was. The ease with which he spoke with strangers made Mary think of the Penningtons. That had never been her own way. She was too quiet, never knowing how to make friends with strangers. There was always more work to do than people to talk to. Wrapping both arms around her bag, she studied the young man and wondered how serious he was about helping her. He had already done more than enough. Most folks would have helped her to somewhere dry and then left her, if they were willing to do that much. Before he returned to her, Emmanuel made it back to the counter for more water, as well as a small loaf of bread that he brought over to her. Here we are. He grinned, his mood lighter than before. Not that it had appeared dark, but the man was more relaxed. Mary glanced at the food and drink. No charge for it since they were going to toss it. He tore a piece off before she gathered the courage to do the same. Mary tried to think of what she had eaten last, but couldn't. Thank you, she mumbled. Lifting her gaze, she noticed a few people waving their way. What did you do? Emmanuel raised an eyebrow before glancing around. What did I do? Oh, I just talked to people. Most folks are friendly if you give them a chance. She watched as he waved back. Then he pointed out one table. That's Gary Larson. He and his wife own a boarding house, and they're going to lend us rooms for the night. I promised to send them money later and to help them with the firewood, Emmanuel added. The food wasn't that fresh, but it tasted better than anything she'd eaten in a long time. Mary tore another piece off. That's very kind. Is there something I should do? He drank before answering. No, I told them about your ankle, so we just need to get you to bed. It's late. And Utah? Mary asked anxiously. His answer was more reluctant. Lake County is close. 2, maybe 3 days of walking. I'm going to try to find a horse to borrow in the morning. She frowned. A horse? Why would we need a horse? Emmanuel looked at her thoughtfully. I admire your bravery, but it might take a week of walking with the condition of your ankle. You don't want to lose a foot, do you? Her face flushed. Though it was throbbing, she had grown too distracted to think of the pain. Right. Mary swallowed. Of course. Thank you, then. He shrugged and stood up. Don't thank me just yet. We haven't even started on the journey. Glancing around, he put his jacket on before tucking the last of the bread in a pocket. Ready? Grabbing her bag, she looped it over her shoulder and pulled herself up out of the chair. She leaned heavily on the table and turned towards the door. It wasn't too far. May I help? Mary wanted to refuse, but she was tired and the aching in her leg had grown since Emmanuel had brought it back to her attention. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. He stepped forward, gingerly wrapping an arm around her again. Trying to ignore the knots building in her stomach, Mary leaned on him for support and allowed him to guide her to the next building. Gary Larson and his wife, Misty, appeared and helped them get situated for the night. Mary was helped to a small room and given extra blankets with a compress for her ankle. I'll see you in the morning. Emmanuel offered a short wave from the doorway. We should leave bright and early. She started to nod as Misty glanced between them and frowned. Leave? My dears, there's a storm coming. I'm not certain anyone is wanting to go anywhere. But her husband patted her shoulder. I'm sure they'll be fine. Mary glanced at Emmanuel, but couldn't read his gaze. He offered a small shrug before disappearing. They had already made their decision, after all, and she hated the idea of any delays. Alone in a strange bed, Mary removed her coat before collapsing beneath the blankets. She took a deep breath, closing her eyes as she ran over the whirlwind of her day. Nothing made sense. From the train to the robbery to Emmanuel's kindness, Mary couldn't understand how she had wound up there. Every step had forced her out of her comfortable nature and into the unknown. She could only hope that the next day might bring her some peace of mind. Chapter 11. The sun rose, peeking between the cracks of the barn. Emmanuel was already awake as he watched the colours streak through the sky. His family had a penchant for early mornings, something that had taken him a long time to get used to. They were now his favourite part of the day. Rubbing his hands together, he sat up. His muscles protested, but he appreciated the old familiar ache after a day's work, even if it wasn't the type of work he had expected. A dark cloud drifted over him as he remembered the terrible nightmare that had happened to everyone yesterday. He shook his head and stood up, putting his boots back on. That wasn't anything he wanted to dwell on. It was best to keep moving ahead and leave the past in the past. Emmanuel ran a hand through his hair, pulling out a piece of straw. If nothing had gone wrong, then he would soon be arriving in San Miguel. He thought of his adoptive mother's face and hoped she wouldn't be hurt or angry about his delay. Hopefully, she would understand. No one deserved to be left alone after what had happened. The least he could do was help Miss Mary MacDougall to reach wherever she needed to go. She had been awfully shaken up after the robbers had come and clearly needed support to get wherever she wanted to go. Right, to Utah. Emmanuel climbed down the ladder to get to the ground. After helping out with the firewood, Misty and Gary Larson had offered him a spare room to sleep for the night, but he had noticed a few messes in their barn and had wanted to help tidy up and make sure rodents weren't making homes there. He simply asked for a blanket to keep him warm whenever he decided to stop for the night. The truth of the matter was that his body was so wired that he knew he wouldn't be able to sleep for some time. He would rather be put to good use than waste hours tossing and turning in a stranger's bed. After the firewood had been chopped, Emmanuel had repaired 2 of the stall gates in the barn, fixed the hinges on the wide doors, and sorted the dry hay from the damp. Then he sifted through the oats for the horses and repaired 2 lamps. Only then did his eyes begin to water, and he found a cosy spot up in the rafters to sleep for a few hours. It wasn't much, but it would have to be enough. He stepped outside only to be hit by a cold wind blasting through his clothes. Wincing, he squinted out to see low clouds rolling in before them. The Larsons had mentioned a coming storm. This had to be it. With the sun rising, however, it looked like they still had a few hours. He had seen these storms before. If Mary really wanted to get to Utah, then they had to leave soon. Otherwise, they would have to wait it out, and he wasn't sure they were prepared for that delay. Emmanuel washed up and stepped into the kitchen where he found the Larsons talking quietly. They offered smiles, politely pointing to the next room, where they said they'd have food out in a minute. He thanked them and obeyed. Oh, he grinned, finding Mary fiddling with the silverware. She jerked her head up in surprise, and Emmanuel offered a short, awkward wave. Good morning, he said. The fork clattered onto the plate. Good morning. Mary responded with a polite nod. How do you do? He paused before sinking into the seat beside her. The question sounded rather formal after everything they had gone through, but reminded that she was a lady, one who had committed herself to an odd endeavour. He told himself to stop judging her. His mother, Bianca, would shame him for that. Good, he answered. Did you sleep well? How's your ankle? Fixing the fork placement, Mary shook her head slightly. Her tight curls were much looser than he recalled. They fell long around her face as though to point out how thin she was. I can walk on it, albeit slowly. I was thinking, is that straw in your hair? Emmanuel blinked, pulling his eyes off the bowl of fruit. He had been wondering if he could take one. Deciding it would be fine, he grabbed an apple with one hand as the other felt through his own messy hair. Again. Where? Leaning forward, she plucked out a piece just beside his ear. Why is there straw in your hair? Because I slept in it, he responded easily, before biting into the apple. It was small and bitter, but he was starving. The young lady shook her head. Clearing her throat, she met his gaze. I have some money. Before we leave today, if you're still willing to escort me to Lake County, then I'd like to purchase a few things before we go. He hesitated. You didn't have money yesterday, did you? I didn't know I did. That is, I forgot. It's not much, you see, but it was sewn into these clothes, she explained hesitantly. But I think it might be enough for a horse, like we discussed last night. 1 minute she was shy, and the next she was talking business. Emmanuel really didn't understand women. Taking another bite, he nodded thoughtfully. That would be more likely to help them out, rather than his decided attempt to borrow a horse. Though he couldn't explain it, he had always gotten along well with people. His family called it a gift, but Emmanuel swore it was just talking to people. Everyone liked to be heard, after all, and that's what he offered. He just happened to get lucky in talking to the right people who were usually willing to give him what he needed. Just lucky. It didn't always work, of course, and was never guaranteed any benefits. He didn't talk to people to take things from them, after all, but money would work. Money would always do the trick. Sorry this took so long. Mrs. Larson arrived carrying a large, steaming plate of flapjacks. Her husband trailed behind carrying glasses of water. We haven't had guests for a few weeks and wanted to bake something special. Please help yourself. The sweet scent of food filled Emmanuel's nostrils, making his stomach growl. He thanked them, and after a quick blessing, he piled food on his plate and began to eat. Everyone talked cheerfully throughout the meal. Both of the Larsons attempted to talk them out of leaving that day, but it had been decided, once he was finished eating, Emmanuel invited Mary to step out for a moment. They discussed the money she had, and he took what she offered to see what he could purchase for them. It took him a little longer than he had hoped, but soon he was on his way back to the boarding house. Emmanuel slid off the horse as Mary stepped out of the house. She looked at them in surprise, her lips parting as she tried to say something. The young lady furrowed her brow as he reached her. He grinned. What do you think? Then he pulled out the $2 he had spared. There you are. You can get yourself something nice in Utah, a wedding dress or something. She accepted the money, tucking it away into her bag. Only then did she find her voice. He doesn't look very big. Do you really think he'll be any good to take us so far? Of course, he glanced back. She's more of a pack horse. I talked to her owner, Patrick, for a while. That's why I took so long. This here is Miss Daisy, and I promised Patrick I'd return her safe and sound in a few days. On top of that, I managed to make a few small purchases. Things like tinder, food supplies, water skins, just a few basics for travelling. Mary was still studying the animal. Miss Daisy? He nodded in response. That's what Patrick said. Miss Daisy and I are ready for Utah whenever you are, ma'am. It's just Mary, she corrected him quickly. Just Mary. Then her eyes flitted back to the house before them. I suppose I don't have any reason to delay. Emmanuel took a step back to clear her path to the horse. Then we should go. Do you need any assistance? No, I'm fine. She abruptly stopped to peer up at the animal. Oh, I suppose I'm riding her, aren't I? Mary paused, taking a small, limping step forward. I've never ridden a horse, she whispered, a blush rising to her cheeks. Forcing himself not to smile, he nodded politely. He had been wondering. Putting out a hand to her, Emmanuel said, "I'll lead the horse, so all you need to do is hold on. It'll be like riding in a carriage. Allow me to help you up." The young lady obeyed, taking another limping step before putting her hand in his. Emmanuel explained how someone usually climbed into the saddle, except she had an injured foot, and it took 2 good legs to swing into the saddle. With her permission, he grabbed her waist and hefted her into the saddle. "Oof!" he heard her mumble as she got her bearings. "Goodness, that's high." He had to hold back another grin as he waited until she felt comfortable. It had been a while since he'd met someone who had never been on a horse, and he found her bewilderment almost charming. Once he had given her a minute, Emmanuel asked, "How does that feel?" "Swell." She looked at him. "I like this. Perhaps we should have found you a horse as well." "I tried," he nodded, "but no one had another animal they could spare for a few days. This should be fine. We just need to outpace the storm." Now that they were ready, Emmanuel thanked the Larsons, and they headed down the lane. It was one experience to sit in the saddle, and another to ride a horse. Mary sounded surprised with almost every step, and he heard her gasps of surprise as they turned off the path. He had talked to the blacksmith, Terence Williams, for a few minutes about the best way to get to Lake County. The man had directed him towards an old path through the mountains, one that apparently could get them there in just 2 days. Emmanuel knew they could have benefited if they had spent more time preparing for this trip, but he knew it wasn't a wise idea to keep dawdling. Besides, he wanted to get to his own home soon. They just needed to beat the storm. For a while, it looked like they would do it. But the blue skies disappeared around midday, and just as he was beginning to look for cover for the night, it began to snow. His gut told him they had been too slow. It was too early to be growing dark out. That meant everything above them was clouds. Emmanuel looked around at the dense forest around them. Shaking his head for being so foolish, he turned to Mary. "The storm is here," he had to shout above the wind. "We have to find shelter." Emmanuel had just been hoping for a cave or a large tree to hide under, but to his surprise, there was a dark hole between trees up on the hill. His curiosity got the better of him. Pulling the coat tighter, he led the horse over to see what it was. A cabin. Chapter 12. Mary watched Emmanuel step inside the cabin. She held her breath, pulling her jacket closer for warmth. Snow was flying every which way and hanging on her eyelashes. No matter how many times she blinked, there were always more flakes that stayed. "Please come back out," she whispered, suddenly worried he was never going to return. She didn't know where they were, how far they had come, or how much further to get to where she needed to be. Mary ducked her head and gave a short prayer. Then a hand clamped over her hand. She jumped to find Emmanuel there, gesturing to get off the horse. That made her heart skip a beat as she tried not to panic. How was she supposed to do that? After a series of gestures, however, she nodded to the young man and turned to him, wrapping her arms around his shoulders as he carefully tugged her off the large animal. He stayed beside her as he guided her up into the cabin. It was dark and empty. Mary stared, leaning against the doorframe before turning to Emmanuel. "I'm going to find somewhere to put the horse," he panted, wiping the snow away from his face. "I'll be back in a minute." Then he tossed the pack items he had pulled down off the animal and left. She stood there for several minutes trying to catch her breath, leaning against the wall. She could almost forget her ankle. The cold was not helping the pain. Ever since she boarded that train, every moment had been strange. But then Mary realised she was in a house that needed tending to. That was something she knew about. The place had clearly been deserted for some time. Hobbling around, she cleaned up and found several candles in a cupboard. Gathering the flint that Emmanuel had stored in the pack bags, she lit the place up. Emmanuel eventually returned just as she was heating up the fireplace. There was a small pile of firewood just waiting to be used. She started in surprise when the door opened, managing a tight smile as he staggered in. He took a deep breath and shook his head. "It's cold out there," he grinned. Mary's heart skipped an anxious beat as she realised they were about to spend the night together unattended. There were no chaperones. A lump formed in her throat. But the maid within her told her what would happen, and she needed to make them supper. So she nodded and beckoned to him. "Come warm up," she told him. He glanced around the room first. Then Emmanuel grabbed the pack and dragged it over to her. Glancing at the bed in the corner, he tested it out by pushing down. Something cracked. She winced as he picked up the blanket and carried it over. The item was moth-eaten and smelled musty, but it would be better than nothing. He had bought one and put it in the bags, he claimed, but she hadn't seen it yet. She shivered and scooted a little closer to the fire. "No." She shook her head when he silently offered her the blanket. "You look frozen. Please, take it." He hesitated only for a moment before wrapping it around his shoulders. With a heavy sigh, the young man went down to his knees and leaned on the wall on the opposite side of the fire as she grabbed a stick to prod the flames a little higher. Emmanuel wiped his damp brow. There was a small corral behind here, so there was enough shelter for the horse. She should be fine till morning. How are you? Your ankle? Her smile was more of a grimace. She had been avoiding looking at it, but from the way her boot was feeling tight, it was swelling. Mary forced a shrug. "I'm sure some rest will do us both some good." Nodding, he forced himself to sit up a little straighter than his prior slouch. "Of course. We just need to wait out the worst of this storm. Miss Daisy has been faring well. There's food in the pouches." Emmanuel noted after he shivered again. She had yet to see what was in the saddlebags he had brought in. The tinder had been tucked in the outside pouch, an easy find. Mary nodded. Once she put another log on the fire, she leaned forward and dragged the bags over before her so she could look through them. The bags were large, both of them, the same size as her own bag over in the next corner. She pulled out a blanket first and decidedly wrapped that around her shoulders. Mary sorted through the jerky and vegetables he had purchased and found herself humming as she sorted. He had organised everything well and had a few items she didn't quite recognise or understand why they had been purchased, but she had trusted him this far. She glanced at him to find the young man yawning again, his eyes closing. Emmanuel deserved a rest, and when he woke up, Mary grinned to herself. She would have some supper made. It was the least she could do for him. She pulled the items together and found a few old spoons and pots tucked in a cabinet near her. Mary just hoped whoever owned the cabin didn't mind. Trying not to move her legs, she poured everything into a pot with the rest of the water from their skins. The snow would offer them more water later. For now, she could cook them soup. "That should warm us right up," Mary volunteered in the silence. She glanced over at Emmanuel and found his eyes were closed. Her heart softened. The young man really was exhausted. He had dark circles under his eyes and had sunk a little further down onto the ground. Mary wondered if he should have tried the bed anyway. Though she considered waking him up, she decided against it. He was doing so much to help her out that she didn't want to disturb him. More than anything, he needed some good rest. Mary turned back to the soup and decided that she would do whatever she could to help him out. As silence settled in, however, Mary found herself feeling very alone. As she watched the pot and fire, she thought back to Ireland and the cold nights there. An old tune came to mind and she began to remember the words. She smiled fondly, remembering someone in her family singing it to her. As the winds blew outside, Mary began to softly sing about the mountains of morn. Oh, Mary, this London's a wonderful sight, with people here working by day and by night. They don't sow potatoes, nor barley, nor wheat, but there's gangs of them digging for gold in the street. Perhaps it was her father or a grandfather who had first sung this to her, but on the coldest nights of the year, she remembered being bundled up on someone's lap, and they would sing this by the fire. At least when I asked them, that's what I was told, so I just took a hand at this digging for gold. But for all that I've found there, I might as well be. She glanced down at the soup, in the place where the dark morn sweeps down to the sea. That's a right pretty voice. Mary's heart caught in her throat as Emmanuel shifted. She had forgotten about him right there. Her face flushed as he yawned, but she never saw him open his eyes. She swallowed as he stopped moving, still awkwardly resting against the wall. It didn't look comfortable, but he looked like he had fallen back asleep. Silence settled between them as Mary tried to think. Singing was something she only did on her own, after all. No one was around when she usually sang. That's just how she liked to pass the time. But now that she remembered she wasn't alone, Mary closed her mouth. Then Emmanuel shifted slightly, rolling his head away from her. You don't need to stop on my behalf. I meant it. Beautiful, he mumbled. Mary could still feel her heart beating quickly. Forcing her gaze away from the young man, she turned back to the soup to make sure it wasn't burning on the bottom, except the scraping was loud in the emptiness, making her wince. It took her a few minutes to build up her courage to continue singing, especially with the next verse talking about fine ladies and beautiful girls in balls and fashions. Yet Mary willed herself to continue. She liked the song, and he appeared to enjoy it as well. Her voice cracked once, but eventually she found her courage again, and her voice grew a little stronger. But let me remark, with regard to the same, that if at those roses you venture to sit, the colours might all come away on your lip. So I'll wait for the wild rose that's waiting for me in the place where the dark morn sweeps down to the sea. There weren't a lot of mountains in New York City. For her first 3 years in America, Mary had been terribly homesick. All she wanted were the hills and valleys she had known so well. Her heart still ached for her rich homeland. What she had seen of the West so far almost looked promising. It was browner than anything, admittedly, and now white, but she couldn't resist wondering if this was where she was meant to be. Perhaps Utah would be greener than where they were now. Mary had to hope, and as she hoped, she finished the song with the mention of Paddy McLaren, whoever he was in the story. As we were talking of days that are gone, the whole town of London stood there to look on. But for all his great powers, he's wishful like me to be back where the dark morn sweeps down to the sea. The tune was an easy one, with the sweet words of stories and people and mountains. She sighed. It brought back memories of warmth and desires of the past. Using the edge of her skirt as a towel, Mary carefully removed the soup from the fire. The heat had helped break down the onion they had, and one of the potatoes. This meal wouldn't be much, but she'd lived with less before. After all, that was why she had left Ireland. Her family had pooled their savings for her passage to America, promising her a good life without famine or hardship. Everyone wanted to go there. Mary had only been 10 and didn't have a say in the matter. She understood why they had done it. But time had passed, and the letters had stopped coming. Every year, she thought of the people she had left behind as she tried to remember their faces. Mostly, Mary just remembered the greenery, the smell of the land, and those songs. Her family had been poor in everything but their stories. Mary blew delicately over the soup as she realised her mother must have taught her about cooking when she was a child, but enough time had been wasted on the past. She needed to concentrate on the future. Glancing at the soup, she wrinkled her nose. It really wasn't much. The Penningtons would never stand for something like this, but hopefully it would be enough to fill their bellies and prepare them for tomorrow. "Emmanuel," Mary whispered. She spoke softly, worried about disturbing him or waking him if he truly slept. Yet soup would best be eaten while still hot. Setting the pot down carefully, Mary awkwardly climbed onto her knees. The swelling in her ankle was easing at last, but she wasn't ready to stand on it. The young man didn't stir. She called him again a little louder, frowning when nothing happened. After a moment of indecision, she crawled around the fireplace to reach Emmanuel's side. He had slunk down even further, his curly black hair covering his face. One of the candles had gone out beside him. There wasn't enough wax to light it again. Mary shivered away from the fire before lightly touching Emmanuel's shoulder. She could hear him breathing, she discovered in relief. "Emmanuel?" Mary said in a raised voice. "Wake up. There's food to eat. Emmanuel?" "No, Mama," he mumbled in response, but he didn't move. She frowned, wondering if he was still dreaming. How heavily could a person sleep? Mary tried shaking him a little harder. Silence settled in the cabin as she heard the wind whistling loudly outside. It sent chills down her spine. Trying not to get irritated, Mary tried to shake him one more time. His hair moved out of his face, which was pink and still. The young man was still dreaming, yet the flush brought a worried suspicion to her mind. Mary bit her lip and finally gathered the courage to touch his face. She touched his cheeks and his forehead twice to make sure she wasn't dreaming herself, but she wasn't. Dread sank into her bones. Emmanuel was hot to her touch with a fever. Chapter 13. The cold dripped into his bones like a leaky faucet. His body ached from their long journey, wrapped in his coat and the old blanket. Emmanuel just needed a moment to rest. Then he'd fix the bed for Mary, help her with the food, and make sure they were safe and settled for the night. At least, that had been the plan. But just as he started getting cozy, he heard the sweetest voice begin to lead him into the darkness. It was comfortable, tender, and warm. When he next opened his eyes, he was back in the desert. Standing, he looked around in bewilderment. Everything was bright and hot. He could feel the heat emanating off the ground through his boots. The shoes were not in their best condition, admittedly, so every step hurt. Emmanuel looked around, taking deep breaths. Doing so kept him from trying to scream. His throat was parched as he looked around the wilderness, cracked ground beneath him, bright skies above. All around him were bushes and cacti and towering cliffs, yet he could see the valley around him with a distance of many miles. He couldn't count them, but he could see a far ways off. No matter where he looked, there was no one else around. He looked at his hands. They were the chubby hands of an 8-year-old. Part of his mind told him it was just a dream. But once it hadn't been a dream, it had been his waking nightmare. The night before, his family had been there. He swore he could still see some boot prints. Squinting at the ground, he tried to follow them, but soon they faded into nothing. When he tried to retrace his steps, he got turned around. "Hello?" Emmanuel called out into the emptiness. "Is anyone out there?" His voice broke. No one answered him. His next breath came out shakily. It was happening all over again. The pounding in his heart made his head ache, but there was no way to stop it. That was something he already knew. He knew how this nightmare played out, how alone he was. Emmanuel wanted to collapse onto his hands and knees, but knew how scalding that would be. His palms would blister, his knees would bruise. Looking around, he shaded his face from the sun to try and look for any movement or nearby life. Maybe this time would be different, he told himself. Maybe he would find his family this time. Papa! His voice echoed as he started down the valley. The pebbles he kicked slid far across the empty land. The couple of dead trees he came across would offer no respite from the hot sun. Already there was sweat dripping down his back. Remembering a trick his grandmother had once shown him, Emmanuel looked down to the ground and picked up a small pebble. It was hot. He tossed it from one hand to another to bring the temperature down. Once it was no longer burning him, he put it in his mouth. It tasted like dirt, but it would help him keep the saliva moving around in his mouth. Rubbing his hands on his patched pants, Emmanuel looked around. Where to look for his family? "Papa!" he called again when he thought he heard something towards his left. He started walking, a glimmer of hope rising within him, past a few tumbleweeds, and then he started around a tall rock formation. They were everywhere in the desert, like red stone giants from a lost age. "Mama!" Emmanuel tried for her instead. "No, Mama, where are you? Come back, please." Perhaps his papa wouldn't listen, but she would. She had loved him once. Thinking about them made him remember the conversations they had tried to keep from him late at night. "As long as I'm around, the boy stays," his grandmother had told her son. She had coughed heavily after that bold statement. Get back into bed. Emmanuel could picture his father groaning about the old woman clearly in his mind. They had never gotten along. "I run this family now. Raina, where is my supper?" "Here, darling. Please don't make our boy leave. He's family. Our family." Emmanuel's mama tried to pacify her husband with an extra portion of bread. He tried to picture her face. "He works hard. We'll find a way to take care of everyone." The man had scoffed. "The boy is nothing but trouble. We will see. As long as he doesn't slow us down, he should be fine. But there are more of us than there is food. We must change something." "Let the boy eat," the old one proclaimed in a soft but rather stern tone. "Cut my portion then, if you must." "But that Emmanuel," Papa scowled. Looking around, he tried to look for any other clues where they might have gone. If they had left footsteps, perhaps they had also left behind something else, something that would lead him back to them. "Papa." Stumbling over some rubble, Emmanuel tried to look for movement, for life. Where could they have gone? Just the other day, they had buried his grandmother. She had passed in the night, and they were only able to find clay and rocks to cover her, the ground too hard to break through. His heart went out to the woman, remembering her kindness. She had always made him feel safe and protected. Nothing could harm him when she was around. Her white hair had crowned her like a halo, and she had more wrinkles than anyone he had ever known, and she had had the biggest smile he had ever seen on anyone. But she was gone, and now so was the rest of his family. None of it made sense to him. The heat muddled his thinking. Had they all died as well? But if they had, he tried to reason, wouldn't he still see their bodies? His grandmother's passing had proved that the dead don't disappear. Something had happened to them, or to him, 8 years old and in the middle of nowhere all alone. The sun beat down on him as he wiped the sweat off his face again. He knew how futile it was, but he couldn't help himself. He didn't know what else to do. "Help," he tried calling again. "I need help." But there was no answer to his shouts. In desperation and rising panic, Emmanuel made his way into the valley and continued to cry out for help. The area looked familiar, as though he might have been there recently, as though someone else might be nearby. A shudder ran down his spine when he finally stopped shouting. His throat was raw and he was parched. Losing his strength, Emmanuel fell to his knees. He could feel every pebble beneath them as he fell to his hands. The ground was hot. The sun was hot. And he was lost. His family was gone. Slowly the truth trickled into the back of his mind even as he attempted to deny it. Shuddering, he closed his eyes against the harsh world around him. He was lost, hopelessly and terribly lost. When he opened his eyes, the desert was gone. Emmanuel gasped for breath as he stared at the darkness in disbelief. Jerking up on his elbow, he looked around in a daze. There was no desert, and he was 23 now, not 8. But his brain was still muddled. He blinked and tried to understand where he was. It was night in a small cabin with 3 candles and a fire burning. He was in a bed, wrapped tightly in blankets. "Emmanuel!" A sweet voice called to him. Though awake, he felt a thick fog binding his senses. He breathed deeply and looked for the voice. Perhaps it was his mama, the one who had left him so many years ago, or his Mama Bianca, the one who had loved him and raised him. As he blinked, another face came into focus. This one was white, as pale as the snow, with big green eyes that looked at him with worry. His gaze trailed over her plump lips and rosy cheeks. There were dark red curls framing her face as she looked back at him. He was no longer in the desert, and he wasn't with his family. That much was clear to him. A pang of loss thudded in Emmanuel's chest. There weren't many thoughts in his head, but he could tell he was still lost. Wherever he was still on his own, except for her. Was she human or an angel? It took him a minute to think, to remember if she was real or his imagination. Then he found a vague memory that came to mind. She had a name. He managed another deep breath. Mary. "Oh, goodness me," she murmured with a breath of her own. "You're still with me." Emmanuel nodded and tried to sit up all the way, but she stopped him with a hand on his shoulder. "Please, don't." She was kneeling beside him and carefully scooted closer. The candles behind her caused her face to disappear into shadow for a moment, but the fire beside them flickered and brightened one side of Mary's face as she touched his cheeks. It was a personal, almost tender gesture. He froze, uncertain of what she was doing. She touched his forehead as well. He noticed a lump in his throat when he tried to swallow. No one had touched him like this in years. That's when he shivered and realized he was both hot and cold all over. Something was wrong with his body. "You're ill," Mary whispered softly to him. "Lie down, would you? Do you think you could eat?" His brain felt foggy. "I dot." When she nudged his shoulder again, Emmanuel obeyed and fell back onto the bed. He wondered vaguely how he had gotten there. There was even something soft there for his head, like a pillow. Suddenly he felt exhausted, as though he'd run for miles, as though he had just been out in the desert running for days in the hot sun. "Eat," Emmanuel tried to think. "No." "Are you sure?" She pushed some hair out of her face, and he noticed she wasn't wearing her jacket. Her blouse was a light colour that he couldn't quite place. But it looked nice on her. Just as he thought the world was beginning to spin, he realised his head was throbbing. Emmanuel closed his eyes. Everything ached. He was sweating and shivering all at once. "Emmanuel," Mary whispered again, "the soup is still warm. You should eat something, just to keep your strength up. Please." He thought about it, but he couldn't get his arms out of the blankets, and his stomach felt queasy. everything inside him felt wrong. Emmanuel tried to think, but the fog in the back of his mind was tugging him away. Coughing, he tried to speak, but his tongue felt fuzzy, and he felt himself drifting. A yawn escaped as he shook his head. He meant to answer her, but his body was so tired. He was tired of the hard work, of being alone, of losing everyone. Emmanuel found himself welcoming the darkness. It was comfortable there where he had nothing to gain and nothing to lose. Chapter 14. It took hours for the wind to stop howling. The small cabin creaked with each blow, keeping Mary on her toes. A knot formed in her stomach the more she looked at the barren, shaky little place. It was abandoned, and rightfully so. No one could possibly live in such a small place, just like the home she left so long ago, 10 years ago. She had spent as much time away now as she had spent time in her childhood home of Ireland. And yet Mary wasn't sure all of those first years counted, since there was so little that she remembered. But as she thought about it, she did remember the cold. The nights would be long and dark after the singing stopped, when they could hear the howling outdoors. Their bellies would be empty, as everyone wondered what the next day would bring. They had been hard times, to be sure, Mary thought. Very hard times, but at least they had been together. Emmanuel sighed deeply, his hot breath blowing against her neck. She turned to check on him, praying he wouldn't take a turn for the worse. Trudging through the winter snow without more than a jacket wasn't good for him. Mary hated that she hadn't considered that earlier. It had been hard sitting there in the saddle for hours with her throbbing ankle. She hadn't considered how much harder it was for him trudging on the ground. The West was a strange place, and she didn't know what to make of it, what could be done. Her foot nudged the bowl of soup. Well, Mary could do one thing: act as a maid in whatever capacity required her services. She took a deep breath and turned back to the bed she was leaning against. Emmanuel's hair was everywhere, sticking matted to his sweaty brow. His dreams appeared distressing from the way he screwed up his face and tossed and turned, or perhaps that was only the fever. She hoped that was all it was. When she pulled the hair from his face, Mary was surprised to see his eyes opening. She forced a smile. "There you are, Emmanuel. How do you feel?" "Great," he croaked. Mary bit the inside of her cheek so she wouldn't grin. It was a terrible joke, but that had to mean he was at least more alert than the last 2 times he had stirred. "Do you think you could eat?" He nodded, giving her hope. With a little help, Emmanuel freed himself from the tight binding of the blankets and coat she had covered him in, so he could sit up. He drained the pot, much to her relief. An appetite was a good thing. "Come here," she requested after setting the pot down. He leaned forward, allowing her to check his temperature. Her brow furrowed when she found that he was just as hot as before. Emmanuel shivered. "Under the blankets, then," Mary ordered firmly. "You don't need to wrap me up so tight," he said, slowly obeying. She frowned. "You squirm in your sleep. It's the only way. Besides, you're not allowed to die on me, all right? Down you go." Mary pulled the blankets closer around him. Emmanuel yawned once his head hit the pillow. She thought that he would sleep then, but his eyes remained open. "I'll be fine," he assured her. "Just watch. Tomorrow, I'll be on my feet again." "Then you should rest now," Mary pointed out. "You need your strength." He groaned. "But I'm bored now." Shifting a little closer, he grinned at her. "You could sing another song." She could feel the heat rising to her cheeks. "I don't think so," Mary stammered. Quickly she tried to think of an alternative. "I suppose I could read you the letters. I don't have a Bible or—" His brow furrowed. "What letters?" She shuffled on her hands and knees to the other end of the bed where she had left her bag, finding the papers. Then she rejoined Emmanuel. "Here we are." Mary said, not certain who she was talking to now. Dated December 12th. To the Lady Beatrice Pennington. He looked over her shoulder. Oh, those letters. That's what they were. Who's Beatrice? My lady, Mary reminded him. The family I work for. Miss Beatrice Pennington of the New York Penningtons. When she glanced back, he was still confused. They're rich, Mary sighed. A wealthy family who everybody in the city knows. Emmanuel laid back down. Did they all know about you then? She was glad he couldn't see her flush. Of course not. Now do you want to hear this letter or not? I'm intrigued. Please continue, he said through a yawn. She didn't get through the first paragraph before Emmanuel stopped her again to offer his commentary. Lake County has frozen over again, and we have sought shelter by. Mary read. No one cares about the weather, Emmanuel pointed out. Mary hesitated. Well, a lady should know what to expect if she is to travel to a new location, shouldn't she? She would care. He grunted and said nothing. So, she continued down the page. The lake for which we are named has frozen over. Children will be enjoying a chance to slide on the ice. That doesn't sound safe, Emmanuel noted. I've known people to die in the ice. Mary didn't know what to say to that. Biting the inside of her cheek, she skimmed the letter down a few paragraphs. If you choose to come, we'll make a mud cake. There isn't much out here, but the land takes care of us. Again, he interrupted. People can die from eating mud, he mumbled. Have you ever lived off the land, Mary? Just don't eat the mud. Mary hesitated. I don't think he really means we would eat real mud. Perhaps it's just a name. He's just trying to be nice, I believe, and inviting. I just think, he started before she could start reading again, that a man such as this Martin Smith would have put in a more dedicated effort to convince a young lady of high society to marry him. He yawned 3 times through his statement. When Mary glanced up, Emmanuel's eyes were closed. I should let you sleep, she said softly as she closed the letter. It would take them all night to read through them at this rate with Emmanuel's interruptions. Besides, she wasn't certain she wanted to think about what the letters meant, that she would marry this man, this Martin Smith, for her lady. Beatrice hadn't explained how it would work between her work as a maid and a wife. Mary's stomach churned uneasily, and she hid her shaky hands. Being a maid was a sensible thing, and she was good at it. She wasn't certain she would make a good wife. Emmanuel burrowed deeper into the blankets. I'm still here. Tell me your own story, Mary. Returning to her post of leaning against the bed and studying the small cabin, Mary sighed. She tugged her hair forward before carefully folding the letter and putting it back in the bag. I don't have a story, although ... She closed her eyes, listening to the crackling wood. A story tucked in the back of her heart came to mind. I can tell you the story of Angus and Caer. Caer is my second name, you know. Emmanuel mumbled something, but it wasn't loud enough for her to hear. He sighed, his warm breath blowing on the back of her neck. Mary pulled her knees up and wrapped her arms around her legs as she recalled the details. Angus was born to the Dagda and Boann as the god of love. He had a home on Innis Moor where he could reach the land of eternal youth. Emmanuel mumbled. Youth. Right. Mary bit her lip. As he grew older, he dreamed of a beautiful woman. She would call to him only to vanish. He began to look for her while awake, but couldn't find her. Soon he fell weary and ill from the love in his heart for her. Fergner the physician requested to speak with his father, Dagda. He said, You are the king of all the cedar here. You must go to the cedar of Munster and see that he helps you search for the woman Angus dreams of. Dagda sent a messenger to Bodb, the seedier of Munster. The messenger told Bodb, "The son of the Dagda is wasting away with love of a woman from his dreams, but she is naught to be found, and we need your help." Bodby agreed. A year later, Mary played with her hair, he sent messengers to the Dagda saying he had found a girl at the Loch Bull Dragon. Emmanuel mumbled again. Mary turned to check on him, wondering if she needed to explain all the strange Irish words. But when she looked, his eyes were closed as if he were sleeping. Good, Mary told herself. He needed the rest. She sat back down and considered sleeping as well, but she felt wide awake. Outside, she heard something creak. Mary swallowed and decided to keep herself company with the story. When Angus heard the good news, he set out on his chariot. Bodby welcomed him with a great feast and told him, "Let us go to see if this is the same woman that calls to you." They travelled to where the loch met the great waters. There they saw 3 times 50 young girls. Angus hardly saw them, for he had seen his lady. She was there. As he took a step forward, Bodb pointed something out. Each girl had a silver chain upon them, but around the neck of Angus's woman was a shining necklace of gold. She was Caer MacDougall from Connaught, but could not be taken away. So Angus went to Connaught, and the people celebrated his arrival. They feasted for many days until Angus could request help from their chieftains. The only way to have her, they told him, was to receive permission from her father. When Angus asked, however, Caer's father said no, his daughter would not be wed to the son of the Dagda. Angry, Angus called on his father, and together they destroyed the man's castle. When they threatened to destroy him, he pleaded. He could not give his daughter to the Dagda even if he wanted, the man said. There is a power over her that is greater than mine, an enchantment where she would be the shape of a bird for 1 year, and her own shape the next. Angus did not care. He ran and travelled back to the loch for his lady. She had called to him in his dreams, and dreams were not meant to be taken lightly. But when he arrived, all he found were 3 50s of white swans. He had waited 3 years for her and would wait no more. Using all of his strength and power, Angus called to her, "Come and speak with me, O Caer," and the swan with the golden necklace raised her head from the loch. "Who calls me?" she asked, and he responded, "Angus calls you. I've come at last like you asked. If you come to me now, I will not keep you from the loch. But come to me now." Caer came to him singing. As he laid his hands on her, he kept his word. At first he had thought to destroy the enchantment on her, but instead he turned himself into a swan. They went around the loch 3 times as he promised. And then, Mary sighed, they flew to Bruchnaboyne together. As they went, the music they made from their love was so sweet that all the people who heard it would fall asleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Fiddling with her hair, Mary wiggled on the hard floor. It was a tender story, one of trust and dreams and people helping each other. But now she was uncomfortable with it and how it spoke of love. That was a strange concept she had never believed in. "That's sweet," Emmanuel yawned. Were they happy as swans? Mary considered his question. "I suppose. It's a story, isn't it? All the stories are about love and ideas that aren't real." Then she shook her head and glanced at him, fixing the coat she'd folded for his pillow. "My mam liked it, I think, but for us mortals, love is only a problem." "That's wrong." Emmanuel blearily opened an eye. "Love is real. It's real. It hurts, but it's real." Chapter 15. Emmanuel vaguely remembered waking often through the night, but few details lingered. He thought he had seen Mary curled up near the fireplace, and he could hear her sweet Irish brogue in his dreams, but that was all. Though he wanted to sleep more, he needed to relieve himself. Opening his eyes, Emmanuel found Mary curled up in the corner beside the smouldering fire. She had her arms wrapped around herself, one knee pulled up, and her head rested on her chest. Escaping the blankets was easier than it had been the last time. He shivered in the chilly room. Wiping his damp brow with his forearm, Emmanuel could tell his fever must have broken. He still felt weak and shaky, but better than before. Coughing lightly, he grabbed the top blanket and forced himself onto his feet to stagger over to Mary and drape it over her. She didn't stir. Before he could forget, Emmanuel managed to pick up 2 logs and put them on the fire. After some prodding, a small flame crept up again. "Okay, enough dawdling," he told himself. He blearily glanced around and grabbed his jacket again. Already, Emmanuel could picture his mama shouting at him to take care of himself. Bianca was a passionate woman who cared deeply for her family. "Yes, Mama," he mumbled as he pulled the jacket on. Then he leaned against the wall for support as he headed towards the door. There was snow everywhere. Snow on the trees, the mountains, the path, and now snow falling into the small cabin with the opened door. He frowned, but it couldn't be helped. Besides, he had bodily needs that required his attention. He staggered through the fresh powder. Once he found a spot, Emmanuel relieved himself. Both the sunlight and cold slowly woke him up. As he returned to the cabin, he paused to glance around. It was a beautiful scene. Snow glistened in the sunlight, shaped like clouds lying all around them. Icicles were sparkling off the tree limbs, and the cabin's trim like diamonds. Over the last 3 years of his travels, he'd learned to enjoy the world cloaked in white. But he had never adjusted to the cold. Emmanuel shivered before pulling his jacket around him tighter. This wasn't his coat, but the one he'd yanked off the robber, back when he was still on the train. Though it was 2 sizes too big, the material was thick and waterproof. He buttoned it up and was slightly disappointed to find there weren't any pockets. Emmanuel decided to take a better look around at their surroundings since he was already up and out. From the looks of it, they were nestled in the ridge between a valley and the slope of a mountain. Hopefully, it was the mountain that would reveal Lake County nearby. He stomped further through the crunching snow, curious how they had wound up there in the storm. The cabin was hidden from every angle but one. It was a miracle they had found the place. "We definitely were lucky," he mumbled, pausing to cough. He had to lean against a tree to catch his breath. Once the dizziness subsided, Emmanuel decided to press on. Just a little longer. He wanted to get a good look around before returning to Mary. Whoa! He almost slipped in one icy step as he made his way over to the pen where he had put the horse the night before. Before he reached that grove, he noticed something bright yellow peeking out of the snow, a plant. Frowning, Emmanuel crouched down and pushed the snow aside. Certainly, the weather wasn't warm enough to be growing dandelions, but there they were. He pushed the snow aside and plucked a handful of them. They would be good for breaking their morning fast. Carefully piled into his hands, he wrapped his arms around himself and started back on his path towards the horse. It was rather kind to call it a pen. Most of it was a hole in the mountain with large boulders blocking any animals from leaving, and only a few thick posts for a gate. Nonetheless, he was glad to see the horse was still there. A sturdy pack horse who had gotten them this far. With any luck, they were halfway there, he hoped. Emmanuel ran his hands through his hair to get the tangles out. His hair had to be a mess. Maybe he should pull out his knife and cut off what he could. But his mama would shame him for that. Maybe he would do that later. Or ask Mary to help. The horse watched him arrive and lean on one of the posts. She came over quietly, looking for treats. He ended up offering her 2 of the dandelions before she trailed off to the other boulders. Whoever owned this cabin, or had used it, definitely had a horse as well. There was a short overhang for an animal to use for shelter with 2 feeding troughs. Before leaving the horse last night, he'd pumped some water into one bucket. It hadn't frozen, so that was a relief. The other was empty. But there was tall grass peeking through the snow. He studied the animal for a minute, making sure Miss Daisy the horse didn't need anything more. But she wandered off to munch on some snow, and he decided she was well enough. Emmanuel stood there for a minute in the hopes of gathering his strength. Instead, the ache returned to his bones as the cold set in. He yawned and leaned forward as he wrapped both arms around the pole to support himself. He felt the sun's rays slowly warming him. They felt like a luxurious blanket that was made to heat him up. While he had experienced the terrors that the sun could cause with heat stroke and blisters, Emmanuel had also experienced the soft brush of daylight that relaxed every muscle. Everything ached. While he had pushed himself hard the day before, he didn't feel it had been any harder than every other day. Xavier and Bianca were hard workers, and that's how they had raised him and Dominic. There was work to do, and they would do it. He should have been fine, except now he was sick. Emmanuel sighed. At least the sun was warming him now. His eyes closed, and the post didn't waver as he rested against it. Just for a minute, he told himself. Then he would get up and turn back to the cabin. But he was so warm. The next thing he knew, there was a hand on his shoulder, nudging him back into the sunlight. Emmanuel squinted blearily, wondering how it had grown so bright so quickly. Everything still hurt. When he turned to look at the hand, however, he noticed how big Mary's eyes were. She was short of breath as she clutched her heart with her other hand. "I couldn't find you." She took a step back. "Are you all right?" Rubbing his forehead, he slowly nodded as he realized he must have dozed off. His legs were stiff when he picked them up to turn. He glanced around to try and focus for a second before returning to Mary's gaze. "Yes, I'm just tired." He offered a weak smile. "I'm sorry about that." She nodded slowly before glancing around him to find the horse. "Are you certain Miss Daisy is safe out here? We don't need to do anything more for her." Emmanuel stifled a yawn as he shook his head. "There's food and water for her, she'll be fine." Noticing the fallen dandelions at his feet that he must have dropped, he quickly picked them up. "I found these. We can eat them, so we don't go too low on supplies." Her eyes widened. "You can eat those?" "How?" Emmanuel chuckled as she hesitantly accepted them. "Toss it in your mouth and chew. It might not taste great," he added, "but it's food." She studied the plants curiously, her eyes big and green. Then he noticed that she had changed her dress. So there were things in her bag besides those letters. It was a simple green dress with lighter green sleeves and a pale white trim. He grinned. Though she had looked like a lady in the fanciful outfit, this one suited her much better. Except she didn't have a coat on. Noting her flushed cheeks and pale hands, Emmanuel grabbed her arm in his in one fluid movement as he turned her back towards the cabin. "Let's go get warm, shall we?" Mary managed a small gasp in surprise, but went along. "Yes, that sounds lovely," she chattered. Clenching the dandelions in her fist, she tightened her grip on him to keep close to his side as they headed back to the fire. It looked like she hadn't touched it yet. He closed the door as she moved across the room to pick up her purple jacket. She must have changed and left immediately afterward to look for him. Or he wondered if she had changed in the night and he hadn't noticed. Everything was still a bit of a blur. His head felt foggy, and his hands shook lightly as he grabbed some more logs to invite the flames to build up again. As he worked on that, Emmanuel tried to think. They should have left early in the morning to finish their path to Utah, but it was nearing midday already, and he didn't like the idea of travelling in the dark with weather like this. The storm had subsided, but there was an awful lot of snow, and neither of them knew the terrain. His stomach clenched. This meant more time off course. Part of him wondered if he had done this on purpose, so he wouldn't finally be going home, or if this was something that God was doing. It was hard to tell. Surely he wanted to go home. It had never felt right until 3 weeks ago, when he wrote them a letter saying to expect him in a month. Emmanuel stewed over this. Perhaps he shouldn't have raised their expectations. A surprise would have been better. His mama, Bianca, would be furious without time to prepare, but it would be better to surprise them with his arrival than to falsely raise their expectations. But he would get there, he reminded himself. It was just taking time. Emmanuel sighed as he sat down. His knees were hurting, so he leaned against the wall and used one arm to stoke the flames. "How do you feel about tomorrow?" Mary had been sorting through the saddlebags. She looked up with her brow furrowing. "Tomorrow?" He nodded. "Not meeting your Mr. Smith until tomorrow." Slowly, understanding, the young lady glanced towards the melting pile of snow at the front door. "I can wait," Mary agreed. "How are you feeling?" "We can take longer if you need the time." He shook his head, unable to do that to her. Even if he didn't agree with her choices, he had agreed to help her, and he kept his word. Besides, he already felt much better than the night before. "Tomorrow should be fine. We'll want to wake with the sun." "A splendid time of day." She offered a bright, toothy smile before turning her concentration back to the saddlebags. "We should be fine on food, I think." "Good." Setting his stick down, Emmanuel rested his arms. Then he yawned. "That gives you time to share more stories, doesn't it?" Though she didn't look up, he could see from across the room that her cheeks were turning red. He grinned as the young lady shook her head, her curls flying everywhere. At least it wasn't boring, Emmanuel told himself. Being stuck in a cabin by himself while he was ill didn't sound like a fun experience, but Mary MacDougall was making this worth it. Chapter 16. "I'm cooking!" Mary protested when Emmanuel invited her once again to share a story or song. She gestured to the pot. "It's your turn, I think." He fixed his coat, turning up the collar. Then he picked up a stick from the woodpile. He made a small grunt, studying it. It was a thin one, and long. Just when she thought he would nudge the fire with it, Emmanuel surprised her by pulling out a knife and cutting away at the stick. She studied him curiously, but he said nothing of it when he spoke. "I could be cooking, but you insisted." Biting the inside of her cheek, Mary shook her head. He was a kind man, but not one who made sense. "It's all I know how to do. I need to do my part after all you've done for me, but I'm afraid I don't have any more stories. Not happy ones, at least." Emmanuel tutted. "All right, I see. You want to hear my voice, yes? I'll talk. A giggle escaped Mary before she could help herself. Her cheeks flushed in embarrassment. Ducking her head, she turned back to the pot. She couldn't let supper burn. The knife scratched against wood as Emmanuel gathered his thoughts. After a minute, he cleared his throat. I can't promise anything, he started. They are stories from another day, another life. As you heard, I came from Mexico a long time ago. There are stories and myths. Omichihuatl. Emmanuel hesitated before he said the word again. It was one that rolled roughly off his tongue. Omechihuatl was the goddess of creation. There was also Ometecutli. That was her twin brother or her husband. I don't quite recall, he admitted slowly. They were strange words, stranger than her Gaelic. It was hard to tell if he was concentrating more on the stick or his thoughts. She stayed quiet, curious, and waiting. His accent grew thicker and sweeter. Together they lived in the highest of the heavens, far above the universe. They were happy as they were alone in a world of their own. I don't know if they built it or if they came from somewhere else. But it was dark, wherever their part of the universe was. There were no lights, or fires, or sun, or stars. All they had was each other. And yet, there were moments where they saw movement from the corner of their eyes. Mary paused. They weren't alone. He shook his head. No one is truly alone. There were monsters. Her lips traced the word, monsters. Then she asked, what kind? Emmanuel offered a smile as he looked up. She could have sworn there was a twinkle in his eye. Do you want to finish the story, or shall I? A flush spread across her cheeks. Sorry, she murmured sheepishly. Please continue. Shaking his head, he straightened up. I'm only teasing, Mary. It's harder to remember than I thought it would be, but I'll try. There were monsters. Emmanuel continued carefully. Monsters they could see across the darkness. They howled in the distance, slowly circling in. Over time, they were near, and the two of them began to worry. They had no weapons, and no other home. Just as they were preparing to fight, Omichihuatl decided to go forward and try alone to protect them. She could not lose him and be alone, but no fight happened when she reached the monster, because when she touched it, the creature transformed into a star. After that, she ran around and sought out every monster. No longer did they want to fight. Many began to turn in the other direction to escape. But her goodness could not be ignored, and she was swifter than even the fastest monster. Soon the skies were filled with stars. They had light in the heavens and peace in their hearts. There was no reason to fear the darkness or the shadows. Though they still heard growls in the distance, the two of them knew they were safe. In their safety, they united and had children. The two of them would have 4 sons, the first of the deities. There was Quetzalcoatl, Sipetotec, Tezcatlipoca, and Huitzilopochtli. They were a happy family. They were safe in the heavens, and all was well. One day, another monster came to them. No one knows if they are all gone in the heavens now, but it is said no more creatures dare disturb the home of the great ones. That monster was turned not into a star, but into the land that we are on this very moment. No one knows whose touch brought the change, but it was one of the sons who desired to create for his family. Their parents were proud. Omichihuatl and Ometecutli were very happy with the earth and watched as their sons created and built out the new world. They watched the oceans fill in and the rise of the mountains. They watched the rivers flood with blue waters and the sprinkling of sand cover the deserts. They found beauty in even the most barren places. As a reward, they sought to gift their sons, so they sent drops of light to the earth. They continue to do this to this very day, for those lights are the souls of children. Omechihuatl and Ometecutli tasked themselves to transfer from heaven the souls of babes into the wombs of mothers. She felt her throat turn dry. Her lips parted, looking for something to say. But Mary had no response to something so sweet. It was strange given her Catholic upbringing, but she knew the Irish folk tales and how different stories of the past could be. "That was lovely," she managed. He shrugged off the comment. "I'm not certain any of that was right. There are pieces of stories in my head, but it's been a long time since I've heard those names. From another time, my mother, as a child, would whisper those stories to me in the dark." The tone he used was wistful, settling a mournful air between them. Mary's heart clenched tightly. She knew it all too well. You must miss them greatly. Emmanuel glanced up at her before shrugging. "Yes, well, I suppose." "But you'll see them again." Mary tried to remind him. "You're going back to New Mexico, aren't you? Soon then, you'll be together again." Her hope for him faded as he shrugged again. "Yes, well, that's another family. The mother who told me those stories," Emmanuel admitted with his eyes closed, "is long gone, vanished in the desert." "Oh, But my other mama, Bianca, she's in New Mexico. She adopted me, raised me, and I haven't seen her for a few years, or my brother, or my uncle." He stopped suddenly. "I don't know why I'm telling you this." Mary didn't know either. Her heart still felt tight. Burying her hands in her skirts, she shrugged. "I haven't seen my family in 10 years. It's hard to miss people. They're back in Ireland." She added before realising it wasn't necessary. Of course they were in Ireland. "They sent me to America because we were starving. There was no future for me there. But sometimes I think about going back." Mary's breath came out shakily as she finally said that out loud. She hadn't dared say that before. Silence settled in between them. Hardly able to believe herself, she bit her lip to stop herself from talking. But she couldn't just sit there. She had never been one for quiet moments like this one. Mary turned back to the pot and cleared her throat. "New Mexico." She forced her voice to grow loud and cheerful. "What is it like?" It would be better if she said nothing. Yet she could feel his eyes on her. Dark, piercing eyes that seemed to see more than he ever said. Mary swallowed a lump in her throat, willing herself not to look up. "It's warm," Emmanuel answered eventually. "It's warm and bright. Some people say it's much too brown, but there are colours if you know where to look. The cliffs are orange and green, with bold blue skies that are beautiful in the morning. San Miguel is a good town, a good home. My family manages a ranch. Mama wants to train horses, so that's what I used to do. I'd find the wild ones and help her break them. That was my favourite." He chuckled. Mary felt relief creep into her bones at that sound. Slowly, she relaxed as he talked. "It's a quiet town. We have a beautiful chapel. Part of it was rebuilt after a storm. It's partially made out of clay. Adobe, that's what we use. It's like brick, but we can mould it to any shape. And then it's also a painted white building with a spire." No wonder all people liked Emmanuel, Mary noted. He had a way of talking that made her want to listen and nod and laugh with him. She could picture everything he was telling her about. When he finally stopped, she glanced at him curiously. "You love it," Mary pointed out. "San Miguel, your family. You must have been happy. Why would you leave?" His gaze dropped to the stick. He jabbed his knife into it 3 times before offering her an answer. "You've never been in love, have you?" Mary bit the inside of her cheek. Her gaze turned back to the soup. Another onion and another potato. This time, they had the dandelions. She still wasn't sure how to eat those. But she trusted Emmanuel. "I had a family," Mary repeated. "There was love there. The moment I turned 10, I was sent on a ship. They did it out of love. I remember that much. They sent me 2 letters after I arrived in America. but I never received another. I don't know why, but it's not because they didn't love me. I think that has been enough. The Penningtons, the family I work for as a maid, they are decent folk. They don't love me, but they feed me and they keep me warm. That is enough, I think. Emmanuel shook his head. Once you've known real love, Mary, you'll crave it forever and a day. It's enough now, but someday. What if you don't find it with your Mr. Smith? Her eyes widened at the question. She kept forgetting Mr. Smith. What? Love him? What if you don't love him? What if he doesn't love you? Perhaps you should turn back. Take what love you know is still there. The Penningtons don't know where you are. If what you want is your family, then you should be in Ireland. That's... Mary didn't know what to say. Dropping her gaze, she glanced at the soup. It was almost ready. They would eat it, and then rest until morning, when they would return to their journey to reach Mr. Smith. She didn't know what he looked like, nor where Lake County was. All she knew was in those couple of letters. Mary's heart tightened as she tried to imagine the man. Already she knew she wouldn't love him. But there were people she had loved in Ireland. She remembered that much. Pieces of faces in her memory came to her slowly, like dreams she half recalled. It was a foolish notion, Mary told herself, that she could leave. She was still a maid, yet part of her couldn't help thinking about what would happen if she did, as Emmanuel suggested. Chapter 17. The rest of their night was quiet. Emmanuel worried it was awkward between them, but didn't know what to do. He wanted to apologize if he had said something wrong, worrying he had pushed her too far. It wasn't that he had meant to be rude. She was her own woman, and could do what she liked. If what she wanted to do was to marry a stranger, then she had every right to marry a stranger. But he had heard the yearning in her voice. There was that look in her eyes that he had recognized of missing something she worried she would never have again. That had happened when he lost Miss Tracy Anderson. He had been hurt and lost, feeling alone without a clue of what to do with himself. Nothing felt like it would ever be the same. Except he had a family who still cared for him. Taking the money that his mama and uncle had offered had helped him find his way in the world. It had been hard, but it had been worth it. He had let go of his fears that they would not be there when he came back, and he had stopped being afraid of losing everyone around him. In doing so, he had learned new skills and met new people. There had been wild adventures that had helped him to grow. The hardships had all been worth it, and he wouldn't give up a moment for anything. Losing who he thought had been the love of his life had been hard, but he had recovered. There was still an old aching in his chest, but he had grown to accept it. Some pain stayed and became a part of a person, and he could see that in Mary. Except where he could do nothing about Tracy, Mary could still go to her family. This was the best time to take charge of her life. No employer beside her, no husband or family to keep her behind. If she married, Emmanuel had realised, she would most likely never leave Lake County. He glanced up at the bed that he had forced her to take for the night. This time he was curled down by the fire. The floor was hard, but he was warm. In the darkness he couldn't tell if she was awake, but he wondered if she also knew what she was committing herself to. It just didn't make sense to him. But then, Emmanuel realised slowly, her life had been much different. She had been indebted to her family who deserted her, and then to employers whom she felt she owed her life and her person to. He scooted closer to the fire. Closing his eyes, he tried to convince himself to rest. They needed to wake up early. Besides, there was nothing more he could do than to help Mary like he had promised. They would be parting ways again. That put an ache in his chest. It had only been a few days together, but he had enjoyed his time with her. He hadn't spent much time with girls since leaving San Miguel, but Mary had grown on him. When morning came, he wasn't sure if he had slept at all. Emmanuel just remembered his eyes opening and seeing light peeking through the windows. The fire was low, so he picked himself up to toss another log on. Finding his stick, he grabbed that to finish the project he had started. It only needed a small fix, plus another stick. He glanced up to see Mary still sleeping, her hair everywhere, not yet stirring. A few moments later, it was pieced together. He grinned at his handiwork. 4 friendly Russians had taught him about whittling when they trapped beavers with the French. They would be proud of him. Emmanuel set it in the corner and then picked himself up. The fever hadn't returned. Though his bones groaned and he still felt weak, there was another part of him determined to keep his promise to Mary. If she could get up on that horse again, then they would continue their way west. He left to check on the horse. Miss Daisy was well. There were more dandelions that he picked, and after relieving himself, he returned to find Mary sitting up. "Good morning," he offered hesitantly. "How do you feel?" She nodded, yawning. "Well enough. And you? The fever didn't return, did it?" Shaking his head, he closed the door and put the weeds in the pot. "Number. Don't worry, I always recover quickly. Like to be light on my feet." Emmanuel hesitated, not sure why he said that. "I made you something." He diverted her attention as he picked up the sticks. Twirling it around, he presented the handmade cane to her with a dramatic bow. "For your ankle." Her eyes opened wide. Mary touched the wood carefully, her eyes tracing over it. Though he had nothing to properly sand it down, Emmanuel had carved a few triangular shapes into the longer stick. He had seen other Irish workers, for many were hired by the railroads, draw those symbols time and time again. "How did you—" She shook her head in disbelief. "That's beautiful." "Oh, here," he added as she took it. He presented a scrap he'd torn off the saddle blanket. It was faded pink, and he tied the cloth around the handle so she wouldn't get splinters. Mary shook her head. "You're too kind," she told him. "Thank you, Emmanuel." When she looked up, her green eyes sparkled. Perhaps it was from the sunlight, he told himself. No matter how it happened, his heart skipped a beat. It almost made him topple over, his eyes still on hers. Then she looked away, and he started to breathe again. "Of course," he choked out after a second. Emmanuel shook his head, confused at what had just happened. Just a moment of being light-headed, he told himself. He straightened up and glanced at the fire. "If we want to leave, we need to go now. Are you ready?" Mary stood up and tested her cane out. It was just 2 sticks, but he had hoped she would like it. She grinned as she took a few steps, leaning on it carefully. "Yes." She took a deep breath. "There are hard biscuits, I think, we can eat on the way. Just let me put my coat on." He left her there to get the horse ready. Emmanuel returned shortly, leading the animal to the door. When she stepped out, Mary had pulled her hair back into a few plaits. They were thick with her curly hair, fluttering in the wind, and they were on their way. They made it the final half-mile up the mountain, topping the ridge that the blacksmith had told Emmanuel about. After that, everything dipped down and sunk into the ridges below, a little steep, but it would be manageable. Just as he told himself it would be fine, Emmanuel remembered he still wasn't at his full strength. He took a deep breath and studied the landscape. They couldn't just step anywhere. If he didn't want to trip, if he didn't want the horse to stumble, then they would need to be careful with every step. "Emmanuel," Mary called over to him. She clung to the saddle nervously, her face pale. "Is everything all right?" He offered a short nod. Yes, just fine. Are you sure? Glancing back at her, he nodded again. Then he offered her a smile. Of course. Everything is well enough to sing. Do you have another song for me? The uncertainty disappeared from her face as she smiled. Number, I think it's your turn for one as well. Tugging the horse towards the right, he forced himself to chuckle. It would help distract all of them. Some music. Emmanuel tried to think. There were songs he knew, certainly, but the ones he liked most had no words. Some he knew, but they weren't appropriate. Old tunes men liked to sing when they drank too much. He wrinkled his nose and thought farther back. Finally, he recalled a tune. I leave my heart with thee, my love, Emmanuel called out. Though forced from thee to stray, with great grief I onward move and lonely take my way. How tedious will the hours appear, each day a year to me. For my love, my only dear, I leave my heart with thee. The second verse was not as smooth as the first. He forgot one or two words, especially as he concentrated on finding their way down the mountain. There were a few stumbles. Once he fell and slid several feet on an icy patch, but the horse managed to stay upright, and they continued, always forward. Soon he had finished the song. Emmanuel glanced back at Mary. Well, what do you think of that? Her eyes drifted from the mountain before meeting his gaze. Then, without a word, she scrunched up her nose. Is that all of it? It was hard to resist a laugh at her expression. You don't like it. I'm not sure. They were almost off the mountain. From what he recalled, they just needed to turn north around the hill, and they would be within sight of Lake County. Emmanuel thought back to Mary. He thought about telling her, but she would see it soon enough. My family used to sing it, to remind us we were always together. The family in San Miguel? She asked. He hesitated. He couldn't remember. Shaking his head, he shrugged it off. It didn't matter to him now. He could ask his mama when he returned home. So, you don't like the song? Number? I'm sorry, Mary added quickly. It's sad, and I don't like the rhymes. The melody is too simple. There's no charm to it, Emmanuel. He laughed. After all, she didn't have many strong opinions. It was nice to hear her say something so bold. Emmanuel shook his head as he guided her around the hill. Already, he found himself missing her by his side. Chapter 18. Their conversation quieted as they looked around the valley. Mary hoped she hadn't offended Emmanuel by not liking the song. He had laughed, which should have meant that he found her thoughts humorous. Not that he was insulted. She considered explaining herself, but by the time she found any words, the moment had passed. Chewing on the inside of her cheek, Mary studied the young man. He was unlike anyone she had ever met. Everyone in New York was high society, or serving high society. They cared about their looks, about the most popular things in an endless competition. Most of them weren't happy because they were trying so hard. Mary had spent the first few days on the train taking care of her dress. It was her lady's skirts, after all, and they were crushed velvet. No one on that train had anything quite as nice, but she hadn't cared. Her starched maid's outfit would have been fine, or the dress she wore now. It was a similar cut to the type of dress she would have worn in Ireland. Whenever she needed a new one, Mary went across town to find the Irish families and see if they could help her. Other maids around the house had teased her for her preferences. She hadn't minded. They were good clothes, even when she was called out for being different. Because for her, they reminded her of home. Now there was Emmanuel. He was scruffy in worn clothes, but he held his head high. He was confident in his abilities and friendly with everyone he met. He was polite and kind and generous. The stories she had heard of the West spoke of many types of men, but no one quite like him. She couldn't help but wonder about his past, the families he had left behind or lost. It didn't make sense to her, but she had seen the look in his eyes. He had lost people too, yet he was still merry, singing and joking, even after a brief illness. When she had broken her ankle, Mary recalled being morose for months. Her ankle had bothered her so terribly, food no longer tasted good, and she had cared for little. She focused on her job and nothing else, unable to care. Emmanuel wouldn't have done that, Mary realised. He would have been playing with his cane, decorating it, and he would probably find ways to make others smile. She shook her head in disbelief. He was a good man. It would be sad to part ways with him, but she hoped he would return home and be happy with his family. Already she knew she would miss him. That meant his family must be missing him more. "Emmanuel!" Mary called to him. Gathering her courage, she wanted to ask if he really thought she shouldn't go through with this. Perhaps, she wondered, she could do something else. Before he glanced back, he pointed. "Look, there it is." Mary was confused as she looked beyond Emmanuel. She hadn't been paying attention to the scenery. He had clearly tried to distract her with song, which had helped during the rough descent. But they were on flat ground, walking beside the mountain. What wasn't white but brown? Mostly dead trees and dead bushes. There had been green firs at the top of the mountain, but they had left those behind. After squinting, she finally located what he was pointing out. Mary forgot what she was going to ask him as she stared. Inhaling deeply, she studied the town ahead. It was a town, if they could call it that. Nothing like New York City, that was for certain. A small town with hardly any buildings. She counted 6 large structures. The rest looked like small camping forts. Mary didn't know what to call them. They reminded her of the haphazard structures for the homeless in the dank parts of the city, like partial homes that people built out of the mountains in Ireland, except unfinished. "Oh," Mary managed finally when Emmanuel paused. There was nothing else she could think of to say. She tried to take it all in. A lump formed in her throat. It was a very small place. Surely, she thought to herself, her Irish home had been small as well. She remembered sharing a bed with others as a child. They hadn't had much. Perhaps her village had been this size as well, but she couldn't remember. She would be sharing a bed again. A voice crept into the back of her mind, with her Mr. Martin Smith. Whoever he was, he had to be waiting for her. She tried to swallow the lump in her throat, but it wouldn't budge. There was no more time to ignore the inevitable. No more pretending there was nothing ahead of her, that she wasn't about to start a new life. It had been easy to set aside the thoughts when she was further away, except Lake County was straight ahead. That meant Mr. Martin Smith would be there somewhere, waiting for his bride. "Mary, Miss Mary MacDougall." Emmanuel called her several times before she could find her voice again. "Yes," she managed. "All is well. I see it. We can start walking again." Her eyes focused on the buildings ahead of them. If she looked at Emmanuel now, she wasn't sure what would happen, but according to the lump in her throat, she feared it would not be good. Taking a slow, measured breath, she told herself to focus as Emmanuel started them walking again. Every step brought them closer to a world she didn't know. Questions flooded her mind. Would she recognize Mr. Smith when she saw him? Would he want her? How would they be married? How would he feel about marrying her instead of Miss Beatrice? Did it really matter? Why did he want a wife? How did he like his life in Lake County? Why was he here? Would she ever leave Lake County? Or would she live here for the rest of her days and be buried on the plains? Did he want love or a helping wife? When they married, would he be kind? What about the Penningtons? What would Beatrice say of their marriage? What would she say if it didn't work out? What had her parents said when she had told them what they were doing? It was a beehive of buzzing thoughts inside her head as they slowly made their way into town. She grabbed the pommel tightly, her knuckles white. Lost in her thoughts, it was easy to forget the chill. The winds had grown stronger as they made their way down the mountain. Now, out in the open, they tugged at her coat and hair. Soon they reached Lake County. The town did not grow more impressive as they grew closer, as Mary had hoped. She wasn't certain what she had expected, but it certainly wasn't this. Pale, worn faces peeked out of the structures. No one came out to say hello. There was no one walking the streets. Mary shivered, but she wasn't certain if it was from the cold or from something else. Emmanuel brought them to a stop before a water trough. He pumped some water, tugging Miss Daisy closer so she could drink. Mary glanced around warily, her heart hammering in her chest. "Turn back," she wanted to tell Emmanuel. "Take me anywhere but here." But then she remembered Miss Beatrice, her lady whom she had helped raise and take care of over the last couple of years. The young lady had a vivacious energy and eagerness for life and for people. Mary had always envied that, and her lady had given her a charge. She swallowed hard. It was her duty to fulfill that obligation. So, she didn't tell Emmanuel to do anything. "Looks like a small store," he pointed beside them. "I'm going to step inside to see if they can tell me where to find Mr. Smith. Would you like to stay out here?" When she shrugged undecidedly, Emmanuel tipped his hat to her and disappeared inside. Perhaps it was better that way. Otherwise, he would have to help her down out of the saddle and then back on again. Her anxiety only increased when he returned. "He's by the lake," Emmanuel stated, gesturing down the street. "We should be able to find him there fishing," they said. Fishing by the lake. And Mary told herself that sounded nice. Fresh fish would be a pleasant treat. She nodded. When she said nothing else, Emmanuel took the lead on Miss Daisy, and they headed down the road. Mary's thoughts swam as they walked. She wished he would talk to distract her, or even sing another song, but he was also quiet. Down the road they walked, all the way to the lake. It was a decent lake, Mary decided. Emmanuel paused so they could look around. Though the water receded from the edges a couple of feet, perhaps in the spring it flooded with plenty to drink and to use. Then, towards their right, she found more ramshackle homes built awkwardly near a small grove of bushes. 3, perhaps 4. There were people, women and children mostly, running about or hanging clothes on lines, and a man with wide shoulders with his feet in the water. Emmanuel turned when she gave an audible gasp. Somehow she knew, after reading those letters over and over, that had to be him. Mary stared in disbelief. "Mary? Can you help me down?" She swallowed hard before meeting his gaze. It was hard to understand the strange look on his face. "Please." He nodded. Grasping her waist, Emmanuel helped her down and handed her the cane that he had made her. She grasped it tightly and slowly began walking. Her heart thudded in her chest. She could hear Emmanuel following beside her, but she didn't have the courage to look at him again. It took all that she had to keep walking towards the man her lady wished her to marry. With a deep breath, she forced herself to keep moving. She had a duty to uphold. Chapter 19. Emmanuel understood duty to one's family. He owed Bianca and Xavier everything, but they had lovingly given him everything else as well. For Mary, she was paid to complete her tasks. Isn't that what a maid did? Clean the house, help in the kitchen, whatever they asked. But this didn't sit right with him. It was asking too much. It was asking for the wrong things. His stomach rumbled uneasily, and it took everything in him not to grab her hand and run in the other direction. But he knew better. This wasn't his life, nor his choice. Besides, she had a determined look upon her face. Emmanuel didn't dare suggest again that she shouldn't go through with this. It was her life. He had done what he could for the young lady, just as he had promised. On top of that, it had only been 3 days, a day trapped in the snowy cabin. And the day before that, they had set out to the mountains. Before that was the day they met when the outlaws robbed the train. 3 days of knowing each other. Emmanuel stole another glance at Mary. She frustrated him in a way that no one ever had. The young lady had such promise with a fire in her heart that she insisted on setting aside for others. It showed how stubborn she could be, even if he felt it was for the wrong reasons. But he had promised her that he would lead her here. That had been the agreement. So there he was, obeying her wishes. Still, Emmanuel didn't like this, and told himself he wouldn't leave her side until she was properly married. That Mr. Smith had better be a decent man. Emmanuel's hold on the reins tightened. What would happen if he wasn't? He tried to imagine telling Mary to leave. He hoped she would listen to him then. He scolded himself again. He kept hoping everything would work out the way he wanted it to, not thinking of what Mary wanted. Perhaps he was being selfish. Swallowing his pride, Emmanuel focused on the landscape before them. It was dry with little growth and little promise. They had the nearby mountain for herbs and rainwater, but there was little irrigation, and he wondered why they had chosen such a barren place to make their home. Whoever had come here first hadn't known where to go. That much was clear to Emmanuel. There was no shelter from the elements, and the soil was no good. Even the lake didn't look promising. It smelled and was darker than he thought healthy. But he had seen worse, Emmanuel told himself. He had seen enough in his travels. What he had seen most of all were people determined to make a living. He had to respect that. So he kept walking, keeping an eye on Mary. Her eyes were wide. He could see how she chewed on the inside of her cheek. She did that when she grew nervous. At last, they came upon the edge of the settlement. There were 2 women at the edge of the water, wringing out wet clothes. One was a young girl no more than 10, Emmanuel supposed, and one closer to their age. "Hello," Mary volunteered, her voice thin. "How do you do?" The girls glanced at each other. The older slowly replied, "Well, and yourselves?" "Well, thank you," Mary responded. She glanced at Emmanuel, who took a step forward to offer his support. "Would it be possible for me to speak with Mr. Martin Smith?" Emmanuel frowned at the way the 2 young ladies exchanged looks. The older one finally looked at them. She said, "He's out fishing. But I suppose Rachel can take you to him." She gestured to the next tree a few yards away where another woman was sitting in the shade and plucking a chicken. Mary glanced up at Emmanuel, but he didn't know how to offer his reassurance. The young Irish woman stepped around the 2 ladies and started after Rachel. Emmanuel shivered as the wind ran through him, following after with Miss Daisy. Mary held her shoulders back as she walked. Emmanuel couldn't take his eyes off her as he led the horse on their way to meet Rachel. The woman was most likely around his adopted mother's age, Bianca, in her late 30s. She had wrinkles around her eyes as she artfully handled the chicken like she had been doing it all her life. "Good day," Mary offered when they reached her. "How do you do?" Rachel hardly glanced up. So focused was she on grabbing every feather off the lifeless chicken. Emmanuel had handled that chore for years. It wasn't exciting work, but he wasn't sure it warranted brusque manners to strangers. Then again, they were strangers in the middle of nowhere. All of the women here, everyone in the town of Lake County, deserved the right to be wary of people passing through. "Good," Rachel offered shortly. Good enough. And you, travellers? Well, thank you, Mary said. Yes, travellers. We've just come from Snake River Town, in Wyoming, that is. Well, I came from New York, from the train to... And this is Emmanuel. He came from... He shrugged when she glanced at him. New Orleans. He figured that would be safe. In small towns like this, strangers didn't always take kindly to people with darker skin like his. He'd left eastern Mississippi when the sheriff threatened to take his scalp. They didn't know or care about skin differences when they thought they saw a threat. But New Orleans was a famous town, a place these folks would have surely heard of. It was a popular port, one that brought people in from all over the world. Everyone was welcome there. Mary cleared her throat. I must apologise for intruding, but I'm searching for Mr. Martin Smith. The woman back there, she said that he was the one out there on the lake. She said you might be able to help me reach him. Rachel nodded, sighing when she finally got the last of the feathers. It was mesmerising work, the way she methodically plucked. Emmanuel was impressed with her efforts and was considering saying so when the woman answered. I certainly could. What business do you have with my husband? Emmanuel wasn't facing Mary, so he didn't see her reaction in the moment that word was said. But he felt his stomach drop. Surely there was a point of confusion, a misunderstanding. Perhaps they hadn't heard her right. Perhaps she didn't hear them right. I'm sorry, Mary squeaked. He finally glanced over to find her paler than ever before, each of her freckles standing out across her face. They would look nice if the situation were less bewildering. No matter. Rachel set the chicken down, waved a hand at them to follow, and started down towards the lake. Come along. He always likes an opportunity to fish when the lake isn't frozen. Mary trailed behind obediently, with a dazed look on her face. He hurried after her, catching up to glance in her direction to make sure she was all right. Though he wanted to ask her question after question, his tongue wasn't working. In silence, they joined Rachel at the edge of the lake. Water lapped quietly at their feet, a cold wind whistling through the valley. His ears were frozen. He felt his hair flying everywhere, but could do nothing about it. Shivering, Emmanuel tried to ignore the cold as he looked for something to say to Mary. There had to be some misunderstanding, after all. Rachel let out a loud whistle, a long blast, followed by two short ones. Martin! The figure further ahead of them, several yards off, turned. It was a man, but that's all Emmanuel could tell. A man standing knee-high in a lake that must not have been very deep. He was halfway out towards the centre of the water. Mr. Martin Smith slowly made his way to shore. He wore high boots that kept him from getting wet, with a large hat that protected him from the weather. Bundled up tight, it was hard to see any of his features until he reached them on shore. Rachel! The man grumbled as he handed his fishing rod off to three children who suddenly appeared before them. I wasn't done. What is it? Visitors, Martin! Rachel stepped out of the way to show Mary and Emmanuel. They were asking for you. Tugging his thick scarf from his face, Martin Smith furrowed his brow as he glanced at them curiously. He had thick jowls covered with a pale beard, though the hair creeping beneath the hat was a few shades darker. Thick eyebrows as well, with a ruddy complexion, and he was a little pockmarked. He wasn't as tall as expected, and his middle looked to be thickening. It was hard to distinguish a number, but Emmanuel would set him close to twice his own age, definitely older than his uncle Xavier by some years. Only then did Mary glance at Emmanuel before she took a deep breath. Good afternoon. I must apologise for the interruption, and I'm afraid there must have been some mistake. You see, I come on behalf of Miss Beatrice Pennington for a Mr. Martin Smith who was looking for a bride. Yes, that's I. Myself. Martin suddenly nodded eagerly, his eyes lighting up. My Beatrice! Is she here? Emmanuel glanced at Rachel, who had started to scowl. Another one, Martin! I told you I was done with them. Don't you have enough? 3 wives should be plenty to pacify a man. Mary stammered. I'm sorry. Martin, you fool! Hush. Rachel, I'm your husband and I already do what you want. You're still my first. Isn't that enough? Now. Martin turned back to Mary, who had only grown paler. Is she here? Emmanuel felt his stomach drop as he turned to Mary. He didn't care about the others, after all. Just her. The Irish girl shook her head. No, I'm afraid not. You see, she was unable to... That is, I came in her stead. But there must be some misunderstanding. Oh, I don't mind. Martin chuckled as he rubbed his hands together. A 4th will do me good. His wife, the first one, slapped his arm. You said you'd ask me for permission with all your wives. I'm asking now, then. Doesn't she look strong? Aye, Rachel growled. So are your 9 children, don't you think? I can't believe you didn't tell me about this. Is she a mail-order bride as well? When were you expecting to tell us? Martin shrugged. I always figure something out. Emmanuel watched Mary take a step back, and then she turned to him in horror. His stomach dropped, sensing the dread that had to be sinking over her shoulders. He didn't have to be a genius to know that this wasn't something she had signed up for. In the little she had told him about Martin Smith, he was supposed to be a young man with a good plot of land desiring to be a farmer. This was all a misunderstanding or a mess of purposeful lies. This man was old, on barren land with more than enough family, someone just looking to take advantage of a young lady, probably a rich one. He could hardly believe anyone would be so cruel. After everything Mary had been through to get here, Emmanuel felt anger surge through his body in indignation. She deserved much better than this. I'll still take you. Martin turned back to Mary to reassure her with a wink. Emmanuel couldn't take it anymore. The young girl's dismay was evidence that everything about this was wrong. Her Martin Smith was all a lie. And none of this was all right with him. He'd been kind long enough, and he was willing to put up with many terrible people and false friends. But no one could treat Mary like this. Before he knew what he was doing, Emmanuel leaned in and threw a punch. Chapter 20. Everything was happening so quickly. Mary's stomach had dropped when Rachel mentioned her husband. Then, meeting the man who was not the man portrayed in her letters and listening to him argue with Rachel had only made Mary more anxious. This wasn't what she had agreed to. Looking back at her last day with Beatrice, less than a week ago, Mary realised she hadn't really agreed to any of this. It wasn't what she wanted. She didn't know what she wanted. That had never mattered. But this much she knew wasn't it. In a panic, she realised she couldn't go through with any of this mess before them. Just the idea made her hands shake as she forgot how to breathe. She couldn't even fathom what tomorrow would look like if she were to remain. Mary's heart clenched and she tried to think of what to do, not knowing who else to turn to. She had turned to Emmanuel. He had done so much for her from the moment he caught her flying through the air on the train. Somehow, the young gentleman always knew what to do to help her. Yet she wasn't certain about the punch. Mary gasped, taking a step back, as Martin Smith staggered a few steps back with a bloody nose. She tried to say Emmanuel's name, but her voice was stuck in her throat. The older man stepped right back up there to hit back. Though she wanted to intervene, to cry for them to stop, she couldn't find the words. Mary stepped back beside Miss Daisy as she shakily grabbed the fallen reins. She flinched with the sound of every punch and turned her gaze desperately to Rachel, wishing the other woman would do something. For a minute, Rachel didn't. Her arms were crossed as she stared at the men wrestling, like she was tired of everything and not even surprised. Then she frowned. "Martin! Stop this, boys. Stop it now." Emmanuel stumbled away, and Mary grabbed his shoulder to keep him from keeling over. He breathed heavily as she watched bloody drool slip down his cheek. It made her stomach churn. She had never been able to stand the sight of people fighting, but he had done that for her. Martin, on the other hand, collapsed in a heap. Rachel stood over her husband, still frowning, and still not surprised. Turning to them, she shook her head. "As I said, he has more wives than he knows what to do with. Whatever he's promised, I'm certain it's false. You had best find your way out of Lake County, to wherever you like." Mary opened her mouth to ask for clarification, but she glanced at Emmanuel and decided against it. They had received their dismissal. Besides, he needed tending to. Already one of his eyes was swelling, and there was a cut on his lip that continued to bleed. He felt a little shaky and appeared a little stunned as well. "Can you walk?" Mary asked, even as she decided he should ride. She shook her head to herself and tugged him over to the saddle. "Climb up, Emmanuel. Hurry, please," she added, glancing at Rachel kneeling over her husband. The man was breathing and waving an arm around now. Mary said a short prayer for his health. Then she prayed to never see him again. As Emmanuel clumsily mounted Miss Daisy, she snatched the reins and turned them away. It was a slow walk, but her ankle was faring a little better, and the chaotic scene had given her the energy to keep moving. She tried to understand what had just happened as she led them away from the Smiths. Ignoring the children that they passed, Mary wondered what sort of man decided he needed that many wives. How could he have not told his first wife, and how could he have not told her earlier? She was glad Miss Beatrice had not come out to this barren place. But that was over. There were other matters to tend to. Once in town, Mary returned to the shop and brought Emmanuel inside for bandages. The shop carried very little, but they found some herbs and cloth to help. Besides the cut lip, his knuckles were also bleeding, and there was an open wound near his ear. "We shouldn't stay," Emmanuel mumbled wearily as they exited the shop. She shook her head. "We need to clean you up first. Your lip won't stop bleeding. Just sit down, would you?" Using water from the nearby trough, she cleaned him up and bandaged the young man as best as she could. He was still handsome, even with the bruising. She was just tending to his lip when they heard a horse's gallop. Emmanuel looked over her head and scrambled up. "You're a blasted fool!" Martin Smith came up the street waving a gun as he rode his horse. "Who do you think you are? I'll run you right into the ground!" Mary gasped, clutching her heart. Emmanuel's hand grasped her shoulder as he hurriedly moved her back a step, though carefully, to stand in front of her. But she tried to pull him back. He was the one already wounded, after all. Tugging at his clothes, Mary tried to say something to get him out of the other man's view. Martin Smith continued, "You can't come onto my property. You can't touch me like that. Blasted tarnation, you yellow-bellied fool. Come over here and face me like a man." Mary shook her head. "No!" she managed to shout at last. Her voice caught as she tried to breathe. "No! We're terribly sorry, sir. Please, we'll leave. We're leaving. Please." That's what they needed to do. Instead of trying to keep Emmanuel from Martin Smith like this, she decidedly grabbed Emmanuel's arm and pulled him over to the horse. Since he didn't want to lose her, he had to follow her to Miss Daisy. Emmanuel still faced the man on the horse. "We're not looking for trouble." "Yeah? Well, you found it. You should have thought of that before attacking me. Mary elbowed Emmanuel, knowing his ribs had to be injured, but it made him turn away towards the horse. She hissed an apology as she nudged him to the saddle for him to climb on. Then to the angry settler she said, "We're very sorry for everything. Please, don't shoot. We're leaving." She ducked when he pointed the gun at her. It took another minute, but Emmanuel managed to get into the saddle. Before he could lead the animal to Martin Smith, however, Mary grabbed the reins. She shouted another rushed apology and directed them away. Miss Daisy was antsy, eager to go as well. The angry Martin Smith followed them down the street, shouting and waving his gun until they crossed and headed towards the mountain. The man stayed behind in town, still shouting until they could no longer hear him, but Mary didn't breathe easily until they had reached the mountain's edge again. She hesitated for a moment there. They had come down that path just a few hours ago. Not knowing where else to go, it seemed reasonable to return to where they had come from. Before she could start them up the trail, however, Emmanuel groaned. She turned to see him slide out of the saddle. His lip was no longer bleeding, but it was badly swollen. Without a word, he motioned for her to climb into the saddle. She hesitated only a moment before obeying. Part of her feared Martin Smith would follow after them. Nor did she want to argue with Emmanuel after what had just happened. When she was settled in, Emmanuel started them slowly back up the mountain. Relief flooded her chest as they climbed further and further away from Mr. Martin Smith. As the adrenaline wore off, however, Mary's mind grew foggy in bewilderment over what they had just gone through. It appeared the same had occurred to Emmanuel. There were no songs or storytelling as they made their way back into the wilderness. Night fell before they stopped. She climbed down and looked around before noticing the cabin again. It was still there, and it was still empty. Emmanuel disappeared with the horse as she forced herself to go inside the cabin. But that night was not like the last 2 nights they had spent together there for shelter. When he returned, they were quiet and sombre. She wasn't hungry, so neither of them bothered to cook or eat. Mary couldn't even remember if she slept. But suddenly the sun was up, and Emmanuel was sitting up on the floor. She had taken the bed. Though she might have offered it to him, she couldn't recall how they had decided she would rest there. Her throat was parched when she tried to greet him, but she couldn't find the words. There was a thickness weighing on her chest, like a heavy rock, that made it difficult to breathe. There was little said as they rose, retrieved Miss Daisy, and headed back to Wyoming. It was a quiet ride where Mary rode the horse again. She was used to the rolling motions, and the rhythm was comforting as it kept her worries at bay. She would have to think about the consequences of what had happened in Lake County soon, but not yet. Only when they arrived back in Snake River Town and returned Miss Daisy to her home did Emmanuel come up to Mary. He ruffled his hair, glancing around before sighing. "I'm sorry," he said quietly at last. Those words acted as a trigger for her emotions. The fog lifted. She gasped for breath as she took a step back, clasping her hands over her mouth, anything to keep the fear at bay. She was back near where she had started. Panic flooded over her. What would Beatrice say? What would the Penningtons say when she returned? How was she to return? What if they made her go back to Martin Smith? Her hands shook as she tried to pull herself together. Mary forced the tears back. She felt Emmanuel take a step away before taking a step forward to her to lightly set one of his hands on her shoulder for comfort. When she glanced at it, she saw the bandages. She hiccuped. Clearing her throat, Mary wiped away the stray tear that had escaped and pulled herself together. "I'm fine," she told him hurriedly, and don't worry, I think that was for the best. Thank you for everything." Emmanuel looked away as he dropped his hand from her shoulder. "You're welcome. I only wish What do you want to do now? Mary had to think. Glancing around the small town, she tried to consider her options. Nothing felt very promising. She swallowed as she caught sight of the train tracks. It had been such a formidable journey, one that had come to an abrupt end. Her head hurt just thinking about everything that had happened in that single week alone. Mary simply wanted to curl back in her bed and forget any of this had happened. But she wasn't anywhere near her bed. I suppose we wait for the next train, she managed to say lightly. Slowly she turned back to Emmanuel. Perhaps that would be best. He ran his fingers softly over his swollen lip. It still didn't look pretty, nor did his black eye. That had continued to grow darker. Her heart went out to him. None of that could feel good. At least he was still handsome, Mary noted. Somehow, knowing he was still around, Mary's fears lessened. She nodded to herself. They could seek out the train station and decide from there. Tightening her grip on her cane, Mary hoped things would still work out. One way or another, they had to. Chapter 21. He was a little ashamed of his actions, only a little. Just enough that Emmanuel didn't know how to talk about them or explain himself to Mary. He still wasn't sure what had come over him. After all, he'd never been in a fight before. Sure, he'd learned to wrestle. His uncle Xavier had taught him, and there had been a few matches during his travels, but those had been for pleasure, not to beat someone up. His face throbbed. Emmanuel hoped the bruises would fade before he reached his mother. Bianca would be furious about that, especially since he knew he was going to be late returning home. As they had decided to wait for the next train, Emmanuel and Mary slowly made their way back to the restaurant they had first stopped at on the first night they arrived. Leading her to a chair, Emmanuel went to the back of the kitchen with the approval of Sam, the owner he had met their first time in town, to wash up a little more. Sam offered him a mirror, but he decided against it. He wasn't interested in seeing the mess he had caused. After spending a few minutes carefully washing his face, Emmanuel dried off and made his way back to the table. He found Mary standing still and listening. "The train," she said softly. "It's here." Emmanuel hesitated. This wasn't usually a stop. Had they turned it into one after the robbery? He'd heard of that happening before. It didn't make sense to him, choosing to be sitting ducks like that. But sometimes it solved the problem. "We should go meet it," he pointed out. "We could get out of here." It was her turn to pause, but then Mary nodded, picked up her cane, and turned towards the door. He joined her side, and they made their way back out into the street. Sure enough, the train was slowing down to stop by the town. While there was no depot for people to be climbing on or off, he could see people climbing around the train and handling containers. It looked like they had stopped to add coal to the carts. Part of the Snake River town gathered to watch the scene unfold. It took them a few minutes to reach everyone. Emmanuel glanced at Mary. She was slowing down with her cane. A few slippery spots in the snow kept her hesitant to move too quickly. She noticed his glance. "Perhaps you should go ahead." Mary volunteered. "I'll stand here until you learn something." "Are you certain?" Emmanuel asked, seeing the crease in her brow. But the young lady nodded all the same. She slowed to a stop as she glanced at the nearby folks. Hefting her bag over her shoulder, the Irish woman pulled her coat closer and offered him a smile. "Go on, then." Grudgingly, he obeyed. Turning towards the train, he fixed his jacket and hurried over to the train. Jogging made his face hurt, but he continued and tried to smile as he neared the men working hard and quickly. "Good day," he offered to the first man he came across. The man was in overalls with thick gloves. His hat was down so low that Emmanuel could hardly see his face. It didn't help that the man was more than a head shorter than himself. In answer, the working man grunted. Still hopeful, Emmanuel asked, "I'm looking for potential board. My last train left without me, and I wanted to see if I could join here. What do you think of that?" "I think that isn't my say," the man huffed as he dragged another container of coal across the snow. "Talk to Beaver." Emmanuel glanced around to see if he might somehow instantly know who Beaver was. Squinting around at the moving bodies, he started to follow the trail of the coal before someone called out his name. When he turned down the line of cars, a familiar face popped up out of a nearby window. The small hat and large ears were a clear giveaway for Ed Geary, one of the loggers he had known on the Missouri River. The man whistled and waved before disappearing. Emmanuel grinned as he headed over, waiting for him to reappear. It took a minute, but soon Ed was jumping out of a nearby door and jogging over to him. "What are you doing here?" Ed laughed. "I thought you were north." "I was." Emmanuel slapped him on the shoulder. His heart warmed at the sight of a familiar face. "Now I'm here. And so are you. The world is a strange place. What are you doing here, working the rails? I would have never thought you'd settle for a job like this." His friend's ears turned red. I know. It's just short term. I'm making 3 trips west to make some contacts, you see, and earn a living. Then me and my lady are coming out here. It's our big dream." "You can't just slip that into a conversation," Emmanuel cheered with a short laugh. "A lady? You?" Ed only grew redder. He'd been notorious on the river for wanting to woo every maiden just for pleasure, but never forever. Though not the most handsome man, he had a friendly nature everyone loved, and only meant it in fun. "I sure do." He nodded with a particular look in his eyes. "I surely do. You'd love her, Emmanuel, which is exactly why you're never meeting her." The man let out a loud laugh. "But really, my friend, what are you doing here?" Shaking his head, Emmanuel tried to believe Ed was settling down. It was clear in the man's expression that he meant it wholeheartedly. He was glad for his friend, though he would have never thought it would have happened so soon. "Did you hear about the robbery?" Emmanuel asked. Ed nodded. "Sure, everyone did. Wait, you were there?" "I was working that train," he corrected him. "A few things happened, and I wanted to help a few people who didn't stay on the train." Emmanuel felt a tightness build in his chest as he decided not to mention Mary. He didn't know why he did that. She was a lovely young lady. Glancing over his shoulder, Emmanuel shook his head at himself. It felt like he was hiding her or trying to ignore her in that moment. Trying to shake off the strange feeling, he continued. "We're trying to get back on. Just 2 of us, that is. We don't quite have the funds. But I could work. Do you think there's room for us here?" Emmanuel asked. It didn't take more than a second for Ed to nod. "Of course. I can talk to Beaver for you. He likes my jokes. You'll be home in no time. This friend of yours is headed west too." He hesitated. He hadn't thought of that. Though there was the knowledge all along that they would eventually split up, Emmanuel wasn't sure if he was ready for it to happen. Especially if it was now. If he left first, then what about her? He would never know if Mary made it onto the next train. His throat constricted at the idea of leaving her. That didn't sit right with him. East. Emmanuel hesitated. He kicked a nearby pile of snow. Then he wrapped the coat tighter around himself. The day was chilly, and his head was pounding. He hoped the fever didn't return. "Is there one headed back this way, Ed?" "Sure." Ed nodded as he crossed his arms. "But not every train will stop here. I'd say it would be 3 days." For a minute he tried to think about it. But either way, he needed to let Mary know. Emmanuel nodded as he shot another glance back towards where he had left the young lady. "I'll go check. How long are you here for?" Ed tutted. Maybe an hour at most, Emmanuel. When you hear the horn blast, you've got 2 minutes. I need to go check on the controls, but you board when you like. Then I'll be able to talk to Beaver for you. Don't you worry on that. Thanks, he said to his friend. I appreciate that. I'll be back soon. The man waved and they parted. Turning around, Emmanuel started back to Mary. He thought hard as he walked. Slowly an idea came to mind. If Mary wasn't getting married to that stranger, then she could do anything she wanted. She could leave her employment and do anything she liked, like go west and start a new life. He looked up to see her watching him curiously. Her expressions were usually subtle, as though she had spent a lifetime trying to keep them hidden. It made a game for him to try learning what she was thinking. "We can take this next train," Emmanuel called out just before he reached her. He liked seeing her eyes light up. "What do you think?" She nodded, watching him as he stood before her. "I think that's a splendid idea." Then Mary paused, that crease coming back to her forehead as she bit the inside of her cheek. "What direction is it going in?" Emmanuel took a deep breath. He needed courage for this now. "It's going west, Mary. Now I can go home, and I think you should come. You can start a new life out there." He couldn't read the new expression across her face. There was a soft change in it, but he couldn't tell if it made her happy or afraid. "Start a new life. But I have one, Emmanuel. The Penningtons. I still work for them." "But you're not there anymore," he pointed out. "And you didn't marry Martin Smith. You could see what the West is all about. And then," Emmanuel grinned, "you can make your way back to Ireland." "What?" Mary shook her head. "That's ridiculous, Emmanuel." Confusion swept over his shoulders. She would have what she wanted. It couldn't be ridiculous. His hands closed into fists as he tried to find the right words. It was hard to explain, but he wanted her to be happy. Didn't she want to be happy? Yet everything she chose to do didn't seem to act on her happiness. This frustrated him. Trying to remain patient, Emmanuel pointed out, "You told me how you want to return, so why not do it? This life is yours, Mary. There's work everywhere. I'm going to work on the train to make it to San Miguel. I'll help you find work. My family will help you with whatever you need. Leave the Penningtons and do something with your life." She stared at him breathlessly for a good minute. Her eyes darted over his face as though she was still attempting to understand what he was saying. So he stared back in the desperate hope she would understand his message. He couldn't explain why he was drawn to her or why he was telling her to do this. After everything they had been through, she deserved happiness. Life was hard enough, and she was pushing herself to be alone. "What would I do out there?" Mary asked softly. "Where would I go?" "That doesn't make sense, Emmanuel, especially when I have a life elsewhere. Why do you think I would go west?" They were questions that didn't matter. He opened his mouth to tell her so just as he heard the train's horn. His stomach dropped as he glanced back. It was too fast. He needed more time. There was Ed sticking his head out a window looking for him. Now was the time to act. "The train!" Emmanuel gulped and turned back to Mary desperately. "Join me, please. The next train isn't for days. Come with me." "I can't." Mary took a step back as she lowered her gaze. "I'm sorry, Emmanuel. Thank you for everything, but I have a duty." His arms reached out, grasping her by the shoulders. After everything they had been through in the last couple of days, suddenly this felt like the hardest part. He could feel his heart thumping loudly in his chest. There was only a minute to spare. He searched for words to share with Mary, but they were all gone. Emmanuel desperately tried to find one last way to ask her to come, to inspire her to come. Yet she had said she wouldn't. It was time they parted ways. Emmanuel wasn't certain what compelled him forward, but he had one more thing to tell her. There were no words for the way his heart was pounding. He didn't know if they existed. But he found another way of telling Mary by leaning forward and brushing his lips against hers. She was still for that moment. She was soft and warm. She was a warm fire on the hearth, and the soft breeze in winter blowing through his soul. It was only a moment. Emmanuel knew there was no time, but this was his goodbye to her. Hurriedly he stepped away, too stunned with his actions to look for any more words. His nerves were everywhere as he lost the courage to say anything or even look her in the eye. Emmanuel swallowed and turned from Mary. He had a train to catch and a family to return to somewhere far away. It was time, it seemed, that they went in their own directions. Chapter 22. Mary couldn't move. It was like she had been frozen in place, an ice sculpture, though she burned from within, cold and hot, warm and chilled. She was too stunned to search for words, but her eyes moved. They watched Emmanuel's hair dance in the wind as he raced to the train and boarded just as the wheels started to move. A lump formed in her throat as she realized he was about to be gone for good. Then he was. Emmanuel disappeared from her sight just as snowflakes began to float down from the grey skies. Mary shivered as the people around her began to walk away. Everyone was leaving to return to their daily responsibilities, but she couldn't bring herself to do the same. She wasn't certain her legs would move. Besides, part of her was hoping it wasn't real, that Emmanuel hadn't left her. The folks of Snake River Town had left, returning inside to their warm homes. The train had disappeared down the tracks, making its journey west. Her breath appeared in white puffs in front of her face. She remembered how it used to amuse her as a child. There had been someone, a cousin, she believed, with whom she would compete over making the biggest clouds of breath in the cold. But now there was no one with her. She tightened her grip on the cane. Her ankle wasn't broken, possibly sprained again, or just irritated. Mary wasn't certain she knew, nor if she cared. Now, there was another hurt that engulfed her. It was an old ache that she hadn't felt since she had crossed the ocean to the Americas, a sense of loss over what she loved. Her breath caught at the word that had come to mind. No. Mary had to say it out loud to convince herself. Love couldn't possibly be the word she had meant to think about. She almost laughed at the absurdity of the idea. No! That gave her the strength to turn from the train tracks. Of course not. Once she swallowed enough times for the lump in her throat to melt away, Mary shook her head and tried to think. Emmanuel was gone now, no matter what they had endured through together, no matter what he had done, and no matter how she felt, he was gone. She must have imagined it. Mary raised her free hand to her lips and told herself it was nothing. The young man had made little sense during their time together. He disagreed with her decisions, but he helped her. He believed in eating dandelions and fighting. Besides, it had only been a couple of days, not even a week. They were merely strangers who had met on the train and were separated by another train. Emmanuel had left her. He had most likely already forgotten her as well. Mary tried to convince herself of this as she looked around the small town to find somewhere to go. When they were returning the horse, Emmanuel had made mention of the Larsons. If she was trapped in town for the next 3 days, then she could see if they might have a room for her once again. Though her funds were short, hopefully she could repay them in another manner. But her eyes caught on a small building closer on her left. A post office. Mary swallowed. She needed to tell Beatrice what had happened. The family needed an update. Shivering as a cold wind swept through, she headed for the door. As the day passed, it certainly felt colder. She prayed for warmth as she stepped inside. "Good day," The postmaster nodded. The office was empty. She hesitated before stepping up and looking to see that he indeed could send a message for her. As she shook the snow off her shoulders, Mary said, "And to you, sir. Might you send a telegram for me?" He offered her a paper and pencil. "Certainly, dearie." She paused as his accent came through. Irish as well, though from the north, she believed. The older man, the age of her grandfather, grinned. Her heart warmed immediately. "Thank ye," she mustered after a moment. It was nice hearing the accent again, and she liked taking the chance to relax into her own for a moment. The rest of the time, she had to work hard on every word to sound as American as she could. Though Mary wanted to talk with him about the motherland, first she needed to get her thoughts straight for the message she wanted to send. After she gave him a polite nod, she scooted to the side of the counter and tried to think of what to say. The Penningtons needed to know what had happened. Beatrice needed to understand why she was coming back. Yet there was so much to say, Mary couldn't decide where to start. "To the Penningtons of New York City, I must apologize for the errant departure and unexpected return that I shall be making within the next couple of days." Stop. "Based on the occurrences, I will provide a timely report and—" But Mary paused. That didn't sound like her. Though it would make for a good letter, she wanted to send a speedy telegram. Such a note would be received by the family within the day, and it needed to be concise. She tried again. "Penningtons, thank you for your patience and your grace." Stop. "I pray my absence has not been a burden." Stop. "I shall be returning shortly." For some reason, that didn't sit right with her either. Mary frowned as she carefully scribbled over the words. Nothing sounded right. Trying to picture the family who employed her, Mary wondered if they cared. She wondered if they had noticed. Surely they would have. As one of the longest employed maids, they must have. They all knew her name, and that was no small feat. Of course they cared, she told herself, and they might even be worried. She owed them a message in return to confirm that she was well and would soon be returning to them. They all had to stick together. She was doing her best to uphold her duty to the family. Mary took another deep breath and thought hard. She took her time in composing the message. There was little space left on her paper after all, and so she needed each word to count. "Hello, Penningtons. Stop. Plans changed and I shall return shortly. Stop. Apologies for the lack of contact. Stop. Will provide update on Friday upon my arrival. Stop. Will check for word before departure. Stop." The message was longer than she had hoped, but it would have to do. She cleared her throat and returned to the postmaster. "Here you are, sir. Thank ye for your patience. You're not from Cavan now, are you?" He chuckled as he tipped his dark hat to her. "Right you are, dearie. And yourself? Cork, is it?" "Close enough." "Kilkenny," she said in response. Leaning up to the counter, she offered a polite smile. "It's lovely to find another from the homeland in these parts. Now, sir, what do I owe you?" With a shake of his head, he waved her off. "Not to worry for this one. I'll get this sent right off. Your voice is sweet enough for a payment. Are you looking for a response?" Mary hesitated before she nodded. "I'm hoping for one, so I can return tomorrow." "Are you certain, sir? I think I have the money." Tutting to her, the postmaster chuckled. "Don't you worry, dearie. Tell you what, I will consider taking your coin tomorrow, but not today. It's a cold one. Go warm yourself up with some mutton stew, eh?" She couldn't help but smile. "Thank ye, most certainly." With one last nod, Mary left the post office and returned to the street. Seeing the sun beginning to set, she realised she needed to find shelter for the night. Finding the Larson home was hard without Emmanuel to guide her. They had stayed for such a short amount of time that she had a difficult time remembering where it was. But once she located the restaurant where they had first arrived and had sat down for a short minute only earlier that day, she noticed the familiar house just beside it. When she reached the front door, Mary hesitated. She worried they wouldn't remember her. They might not want her or have room. Her tongue felt heavy as she tried to decide what she would tell them. Hello. Mrs. Larson was there. Mary turned as her cheeks warmed up. The other woman had a basket on her hip and a curious look on her face. It softened as they looked at each other. Hello, Mrs. Larson. Mary started hesitantly. I know you, the woman said. You were just here with that young man of yours. My goodness, I'm afraid I've forgotten your name. What was it again? She watched as the woman joined her in front of the door. Mary, ma'am. Mary MacDougall. That was Emmanuel, but I'm afraid he's left on the train. Mrs. Larson opened the door. Ah, well, what are you doing here again? This is no place for a young lady such as yourself. Do come in. Yet Mary hesitated on the doorstep. Her cane was held in one hand and her bag in the other as she glanced at the cosy hallway. I would hate to impose, but I'm looking for a room.
Tonight, and perhaps 2 more. But I can try to pay, or...
We can sort it out over supper, Mrs. Larson said as she set her basket down by the coat hooks. It's freezing out there. Come in, Mary MacDougall. You're welcome here. The kind woman showed her to the room she had used just the other night. Mary set her bag down and quickly returned to the kitchen. How can I help? She rubbed her hands together after setting the cane down. Please, she added when the other woman hesitated. I would love to be put to use. Besides, I have spent years cutting up vegetables. Anything you need, ma'am? Mrs. Larson chuckled. If you insist. Help me with the carrots, then. There's a knife right over there. The 2 ladies went to work, building a vegetable pie. They talked lightly, making friendly conversation as they worked and prepared their supper. The scent made Mary's mouth water when they tucked it in the fire to cook. By the time she had eaten and cleaned up the kitchen afterward, Mary was exhausted. The Larsons freed her from any further responsibility and offered her a glass of water for her way to the room. It was pleasant sleeping on a real bed again. Though she had learned to sleep wherever she was and however she could, having a pillow was a luxury she desperately enjoyed. Except sleep evaded her as Mary pulled the blankets up around her chin. Her eyes closed, yet there was Emmanuel in her mind. It made her heart skip a beat. She had managed to stop thinking about that young man when her hands were busy. But now her hands didn't have any dishes to clean, and she couldn't stop thinking about him. Her lips tingled, and she hoped he was safe. Chapter 23. It was hard for Emmanuel to believe he was back on track to San Miguel, even when he had first written home to everyone that he was about to return. The moment had felt surreal. Perhaps that was what had made his adventure with Mary MacDougall so particular. He could offset the strange feeling of returning home. But now he was back on another train headed southwest. There was a pounding in his chest, and he was pretty sure that was a good thing. Excitement, maybe. His fingers absently traced over his lips. If he tried hard enough, he could remember the way Mary tasted. Tender and sweet, soft, but not in a manner where she would crumble in his arms. He tried to tell himself that had been a foolish mistake, that he had spent the last 3 years teaching himself to be free of the young lady who had broken his heart, that he didn't want to experience that pain again, so he was supposed to stay away from the fairer sex. Tracy Anderson had taken him a long time to get back to his old self. But Emmanuel didn't regret kissing Mary. In the dim light, he put his hands out in front of him. They were still bandaged up from the fight. If he didn't think about them, it was nearly possible to forget the throbbing. With any luck, most of the discoloration and blistering would be mostly healed by the time he reached home. He tried to imagine explaining his actions to his family. They would understand that he had fought someone to aid another, except if he told them about that, then they would want to know about Mary MacDougall. They would ask question after question, nosing around in his head. He didn't want that. They'd only had a few days together, but he didn't want to share her with everyone, not since she was gone. With a heavy sigh, Emmanuel dropped his hands to his sides in the bunk he was lying on. It was still daylight out, but he had agreed to work the night shift on this train again. That meant he needed to be getting rest before he had to start working in a few hours. The fever was gone, and he felt much better after that, but his head was still a little stuffed with a heavy cough that had settled into his chest. The thick sensation in his chest had been building, but now it felt as though it had made a home within his ribs. Emmanuel let out a cough when he couldn't hold it in anymore. Rolling over to his side, his eyes caught on the nearby window. It wasn't large, and there was a curtain to block out the light, so he and a few others could rest. But now his eyes caught onto it, and he could hardly look away. The world was so big. Though he had always accepted the idea, it had been difficult to grasp for most of his youth, even when his birth parents took their large family through the deserts to find a new home, even when his uncle Xavier found him and brought him into a new life, and even when he crossed the wilderness to hunt furs in winter, he hadn't quite understood. Not until he was on his own did the truth settle into his bones. In his journeying, Emmanuel had seen every city and town in their own unique light. They were all different and all the same. The wilderness changed, the winds were familiar, and he had grown into someone new. Spending time with Mary had reminded him of that. When he had first left home, he had been aimless. He wanted to do right by his family, who thought being away would do him some good. Since nothing felt right to him then, he figured he could at least try their solution, aimless and confused and lost. Emmanuel still felt that way sometimes, but was beginning to wonder if that was just what life was like. He wasn't so aimless since he was on his way home, but he wasn't certain what he would do after his arrival. Stay on the ranch, leave again. Confusion was something he had learned to accept and tried to ignore. If he kept his eyes and ears open, he could figure something out. Though all his questions might not get answered, he might learn a thing or two. Sometimes he just didn't know what he was supposed to still learn. Technically, he wasn't lost. He was on a train, and they had just left Wyoming. The path was taking them south now, running the same tracks that he was supposed to have taken a couple of days ago. Perhaps he was different then. Emmanuel glanced out the window. The world was white as before, white and grey. It was hard to see where the sky met the mountains. He wondered if any of his family had ever experienced the cold. Not Dominic, perhaps his mama, Bianca, but he doubted it. If anyone had, it would be his uncle Xavier. That made him grin. Xavier had seen much and accomplished much, but he wouldn't talk about anything if he could help himself. The man preferred nothing more than to work hard on the ranch he'd built with the family, or sit back and relax on the porch. Xavier always liked a good sunrise. Then Emmanuel recalled Mary saying the same once. She had looked at him with a smile, all framed with her pretty red hair. He frowned and tried to refocus his thoughts. He remembered the house his uncle had been building across the property for the family he had begun with his new wife, Regina. Emmanuel supposed the house was finished since it still needed a few walls when he left. It would be good to see them again. Just thinking about them brought a smile to his face. They really were his family. They were the people who had been there for him, who had picked him up and cared for him. Again, his mind turned to Mary. His family would be proud of him for trying to help her. While he knew he shouldn't hog the memory of her to himself, He didn't know how he could possibly explain what had happened, and he certainly couldn't tell them how they had parted ways. Emmanuel fiddled with his bandages, remembering her hands on his. Hopefully, they wouldn't be too upset about what happened. He hadn't been home for years, and he had been separated from his furs and his horse. Emmanuel hoped they would be found and return to him eventually, but in the meantime, there was nothing more he could do. What he could do was work hard. That's what he had been raised to achieve. For the last 3 years, he had learned valuable skills and worked hard and helped others. Emmanuel decided he did feel good about that. Perhaps his family would be proud of him. A loud slap rang against the door before it opened. "Shift switch," Ed hollered as he clapped his hands. "Up and up you go, gents. Whose bed am I taking tonight?" Emmanuel was the first to roll out of the bunk. A distraction would be good. Less time spent thinking on his family and Mary. There were 3 working shifts and not enough beds, which meant they were always being used by someone. He fixed the kerchief around his neck and saluted Ed. "Take mine if you like," he offered. Ed scoffed. "You don't look like you slept a wink, especially with that eye. Looks like a dark pansy flower." "Watch your words," Emmanuel chuckled as he slapped his friend on the back. "I'm shoveling the coal. Is there anything more I need to know?" Shaking his head, his friend nudged him and then slid into the bunk with a sigh. The young man pulled off his hat to reveal tight curls pointing in every direction. "Don't get burned, and you'll do great. And when you return, don't wake me up." He laughed and headed out. Though it was a different train, it was still a moving object, and all trains looked to work the same. It was the second one he had ever been on, but it wasn't difficult to find his way around. A few other train workers and attendants nodded in his direction as he made his way through the cars. Not every worker had to switch between them, for it was a dangerous task that could go badly in a heartbeat. This particular train had 10 compartments. He started at the 8th in the back and had to make his way to the 2nd. But after everything he had been through and everything he had achieved, Emmanuel hardly hesitated as he switched cars. The fresh air would do him good, he reasoned. "Who are you?" Taking a deep breath, Emmanuel tipped his hat, one Ed had provided to him shortly after boarding, and answered the man's question. "Emmanuel Martinez, sir. I'm your new coal hand." It was an older gentleman in the car, with the same hat and kerchief, but that's where the similarities ended. The man was covered in soot, which happened when one worked with coal. He chewed tobacco and had a starched white moustache that frowned at Emmanuel. The man had a thick build, but was shorter than him. Most folks were. "Call me Pete," the man growled. "Shovel's right there. You know what to do." From the sound of it, Pete wasn't a fan of conversation. Emmanuel offered another nod and found the shovel. "I sure do, sir. I'll follow your lead." Pete didn't respond to that. He didn't think the man would. The 2 of them worked side by side in a comfortable silence for the next couple of hours. Few breaks were necessary. While he wore out sooner than expected, Emmanuel told himself to ease into the hard labour. After all, he still carried that cough. He could already see how the next couple of days would go. Sleep, eat, work, and repeat. That was something he had done before, and he could do it again. It was a way of life he was comfortable with. Though there wouldn't be a lot of time to meet up with Ed or others, Emmanuel didn't mind. He was certain he'd make friends with Pete in the next 2 days if he did it just right. Not that he meant friendships to be a game, but as long as a person was decent, he had reasoned long ago, then there was no reason not to be friends with them, and he always liked a challenge. Mary had been a little bit of a challenge. They hadn't talked much in the beginning, and he had pushed his thoughts on her too much at first. But then it all changed. He tried to place that exact moment when the walls started to come down around them. They had needed to trust each other in the middle of nowhere. Emmanuel stared at his shovel as he took a short break. Perhaps it was the song, he pondered. He didn't remember all of the words she had sung. The fever had gripped him tight in its hold. But her voice had been sweet and clear, comfortable enough to share that tune with him. After that, by morning, everything was different. Emmanuel couldn't explain the way she had looked at him after finding him dozing outside, but he remembered how readily Mary had accepted his arm around her. He hadn't realised it then, but it felt natural to walk beside her. Beside him, Pete spat a chunk of tobacco into the tin in the corner. "Ready?" Emmanuel straightened up as he shifted his hat. It wasn't sensible to keep thinking of Mary, he tried to tell himself. "Sure am. One last run together." The man grunted in response, making him grin. This would make for an interesting job. Emmanuel grabbed his shovel with both hands and dove back into his work. The motions were simple to ease into, and it helped him clear his mind. Chapter 24. When the sun rose, Mary was already awake. She lay on her back to stare at the ceiling. Her body was exhausted. Spending days like that on a horse made her thighs and behind ache in a way she didn't know had been possible. The lower half of her body was in pain, and she couldn't sleep. The ceiling above was made of flat wooden planks. She had counted them 10 times over since the sun had risen enough to light the room. A few minutes later, she heard a door open. Mary bolted up and started running her fingers through her hair. Then she fixed her dress and made the bed as she climbed out. She hobbled more than she liked, but it didn't stop her from stepping out into the hall. "You're up early." Mrs. Larson's eyes widened in surprise. The woman was tending to her greying hair as she stood just a few doors down. The woman offered a smile. "We'll fix up something quick to eat and then run off to church. Would you like to join us?" Mary considered it. She hadn't been to any church for a long time. Though she doubted it would be of her same faith, she realised the idea sounded nice. Nodding, she answered, "Yes, thank you. I would like that." Then Mary took a step forward as she straightened her shoulders. "Food, then. How may I help you?" Helping tidy the house and the kitchen was work she knew how to do. They always had comfortable and familiar chores that needed to be done, chores she knew she was good at accomplishing. "You'll be returning to New York, then?" Mrs. Larson asked her as they built a fire. Mary nodded. "There is a family I must return to. I work for them," she explained. "They'll be wanting their maid back, I'm sure." The woman nodded. "Certainly. You've already been a big help, and we enjoy the company. It's not often we have a returned guest." That made her chuckle. Her return had not been intentional, but she was relieved that the Larsons had accepted her again. Since she needed to stay a few more nights and didn't have Emmanuel's help to lighten the load, they had agreed to a small price in addition to her help. She hadn't paid them yet and worried. There weren't many coins left, and she wasn't certain it was enough to pay the Larsons as well as to make her way back to New York. It was one of the reasons she hadn't been able to sleep. Even as they ate, tidied up, and made their way down the street to the Snake River Town Chapel, Mary fretted. She gripped her cane tightly, and she chewed so hard on the inside of her cheek that she could taste blood before the first hymn was finished being sung. But as she sat beside the Larsons, the anxiety slowly slipped away. Mary stopped hunching her shoulders and listened to their pastor. The man was passionate as he talked about the love people needed to have for one another. A calm settled over her for the rest of the sermon. "Will be just a moment," Mr. Larson assured her as everyone began to mingle in the church house once it was over. Mary nodded as she hesitantly stood up. looking around. It was a rather small church with not that many people, 40 at most. 1 or 2 people looked vaguely familiar, but she couldn't be certain. "I'm sorry to hear about Francine," she overheard someone say in the row behind her. "Sounds like everyone in town has been ill in the last couple of weeks." A man groaned. "That's what it looks like. But the worst is over. She's almost back on her feet. Only problem is that we'll most likely need to close the restaurant. I can't run the place if my cook is sick in bed." They talked for a few minutes as an idea came to mind. Mary tightened her grip on her cane, wondering if she dared. She could offer her services, but he might refuse. Besides, she wasn't a chef. There were only a few recipes she knew from memory, and there was no guarantee anyone would like the food. And the man had no reason to say yes. Besides, it would be bold, too bold of her. But then she thought of Emmanuel. He would do it in a heartbeat. Mary turned to find the man who was missing his cook still there, clasping hands with his friends before they departed. He was a large man with dark hair all over his body, dressed in a wrinkled shirt and wearing a frown. "Sir?" Mary spoke up before she lost her courage. Clutching her cane, she tried to smile. "I'm sorry to disturb you. My name is Mary MacDougall. It sounds like you could use some help in your restaurant." He scratched his head. "Perhaps. Did we get another Irish clan here?" The hope dissipated in her chest with the look he gave her. There were folks on occasion who didn't like her homeland for one reason or another. That always made her nervous. Mary considered hurrying off as she glanced away to find the Larsons. But then something in her chest flared, and she forced herself to answer. Holding her chin up, Mary said, "No, sir. I'm only here for a few days. I spent the last 10 years working for a respectable family in New York, and I think I can be of service to you." "You do you?" She nodded. "I can cook anything, so long as it's written down, and I can scrub any dish until it sparkles. Just for the next 2 days." The man's stare was hard and narrow. Even as her knees shook beneath her, Mary managed to stay upright. She felt certain this was more difficult than standing up to Mrs. Pennington after the woman had 3 vodkas. "I can pay you 90 cents a day." After adding it up in her head, she swallowed hard. $1, sir. $2 for 2 days of work. All day work, too, sir." He squinted. 75 cents. Mary's heart dropped. 80 cents and 2 meals each day. The man scrutinized her for over a minute before he finally nodded while offering her a hand to shake on it. "Deal. MacDougall, you said—" She couldn't breathe as she put her own hand out. That would be enough, since it would save her some money she would have otherwise given the Larsons. Gulping, Mary choked out in her surprise. "Yes, sir. Mary MacDougall at your service." "Sam Plawry," he informed her. "I'll expect you at dawn. You can walk with that stick, can't you? Do you know where to be?" "Yes, to both questions, sir." Mary found herself slipping into the habits of a maid with the man. Such relief flooded through her body that she felt like she was floating. It was hard to stay grounded. Mr. Plawry gave her one last look, grunted, and put his hat on. "Tomorrow at dawn, then. MacDougall." And the man turned away. Speaking up for herself to Mr. Plawry turned out to be the best decision Mary could have made. The work the next day kept her busy and on her feet. Though the kitchen was hot and there was more heavy lifting than she remembered, she enjoyed the manual labour. The post office was closed on Sunday. Monday passed in a busy blur, but she begged a short break to stop by to see the postmaster, only to find there was no telegram yet. When she lay in bed that night, Mary told herself the news would come the next day. That would be Tuesday, and then she could leave on Wednesday. She wiggled under the covers. Her body ached. But there was hope. There had to be hope. She didn't know what she would do otherwise. Emmanuel always seemed to have hope. Even after that terrible fight, she remembered him taking care of her. If he could carry on then, she could carry on as well wherever she was. It was difficult to keep him off her mind. Even in the cafe, she kept expecting to see him at her elbow. She expected to hear his laughter or feel his arm wrap around her waist. After all, the young man had been there only a moment ago. Her eyes closed as she pictured his face again. She wondered how close he was to his home and if he was excited. He was finally going to see his family again, or one of them, from what she understood. Mary prayed he would find them, and prayed that he could be happy. He had done so much for her that he truly deserved much more. She rolled over with a sigh, hoping she might learn to have his cheerful nature someday. When she woke up the next morning, Mary was in high spirits, knowing she would be hearing from the Penningtons soon, believing she would be headed back to New York. The day felt full of possibilities. "I can work it out." Mary smiled when Mr. Plorey grumbled about their ruined supply of corn. "We still have some meat and dough. How about we treat the town to some meat pies?" The man scratched his head. "Not sure that sounded right. It's Irish, isn't it?" But she wasn't deterred. She shrugged as she checked over the frozen food. "We have a version or two, indeed. Everyone in New York simply called them meat pies. If I can get my hands on some onions, now, then I can make this happen. Shall I?" He grumbled at her smile, but relented with a wave of his hand. "Fine, fine. Just cook something fast, would you?" "Aye, sir." Mary waved him off so she could return to her work. Though her body ached from all the lifting and walking, Mary whistled as she worked. The day passed quickly, so quickly that she nearly forgot to stop by the post office, but she remembered at the last moment. Pulling the apron off, she reminded Mr. Plorey to take the pies out in 10 minutes, and she would return shortly. "Good tidings!" Mary sang lightly as she stepped into the office to see the postmaster at his desk. The man was standing there as he tidied his papers. He smiled at her arrival. "Good tidings, dearie. You've come just in time." Her heart skipped a beat at his words. "My telegram! It's arrived, hasn't it?" She tugged her jacket closer while she hurried over to greet him. Nodding, he pulled out a small envelope. "For Kilkenny." Her lips quirked up. Though they had exchanged names the other day, the man was comfortable calling her the name of her county back in Ireland. "Thank you, Cavan," she responded, cheerful enough to respond in the same. The Penningtons had answered. She knew they would. They had to. Though she didn't expect they had cared much or would ask many questions, Mary believed wholeheartedly that the family would be relieved that she was returning after everything that had happened. That made her smile. It had truly been an adventure. Now that it was ending, Mary was no longer fretting over every little thing. She was ready to move forward and beyond what had happened. Just as she was imagining her return to New York, she pulled out the slip of paper. Her heart skipped a beat as she looked eagerly for instructions. Part of her hoped they would even provide a few funds to help her return. After the successes she had recently experienced, however, nothing prepared Mary for the single-worded response she received on the telegram assigned to her. She read the word out loud in disbelief as her heart sank. Dismissed. Chapter 25. Emmanuel took a deep breath as he stood outside his family's ranch house. He was really home again. He remembered his first cattle run and coming home early because he feared everything would disappear if he was gone too long. That fear had fluttered in the back of his mind during these last 3 years as well. The house was still there. The fear loosened its hold over his heart. The house was still standing just like he remembered it. And if the house was still there, then his family had to be there too. A loud shriek stirred him from his reverie. "Ay! Is it you? Emmanuel, mi niño?" The door opened to reveal the familiar figure of his adoptive mother. His heart warmed at the sight of her bushy black hair and fast walk. Laughing in amazement, he met her on the stairs. The older woman flung her arms around his neck, the momentum nearly knocking him off his feet. He twirled her around before setting her back on a step. There, they were almost eye level. After one last squeeze, she jerked back to study him. He did the same, finding that she hadn't aged a day. She was only 12 years older than him, but soon they might look the same age. But he didn't mind. She deserved eternal youth and more. "Hello, Mama," he managed. Now that he was there, Emmanuel felt like the young boy who had found a new home with strangers. He had attempted to run away several times, always certain no one truly wanted him. Every time he returned, however, Bianca had given him that same look. She gripped his shoulders tightly, only to raise one hand to pinch his chin. "I..." Bianca's voice was thick with emotion. "You need to shave." Emmanuel laughed. "I think I wear the hair well, yes. I'm a man, Mama. Men should be hairy, no?" "Don't tease me," Bianca ordered him. But her voice cracked, sniffling. She waved a hand in front of her face. "Especially because you are late." He knew she would say that, though he was glad she didn't mention the cut lip or fading black eye. "I just wanted to make sure you really missed me, Mama. I'm sorry. I'll let you cut my hair if that will make you feel better." The woman laughed as she tugged on one of his long curls. It would, yes. What are we doing? Come in. You are so thin, my boy. I'm making tamales. Oh, today is perfect, a good day." And she tugged him inside. The house was just as it had always been. His heart warmed as he followed his mama into the kitchen to test her sauce. It brought back warm memories and he couldn't help but laugh. "Is that who I think it is?" Bianca's eyes lit up at the sound of the front door opening. Emmanuel put a hand over his lips with a grin of his own. Moving behind the kitchen door, he wondered if he could still scare his little brother. He listened to the footsteps in the hallway. Bianca turned away, always ready to support a practical joke. A moment later, Dominic's familiar footsteps reached the kitchen. The young man grunted. "Mama, were you talking to someone? I thought I heard..." "Heard what?" Emmanuel asked loudly as he stepped out from behind the door. Dominic yelped. He put up 2 fists in defence, his eyes wide. Emmanuel laughed and copied with his fists as his brother stared in surprise. While he had grown older, Dominic had also grown up. The young man was 16 years old, practically a man. His dark, curly hair was shaggy, and he had the bare beginnings of a moustache. He was taller now, and his shoulders were broadening. "Manny!" Dominic got over his surprise quickly before grabbing him in a tight hug. You haven't changed one bit, except you're hairier." Laughing, he ruffled his brother's hair as he stepped back. "I was about to say the same to you. How did Mama let you keep your hair growing?" "I didn't." Bianca turned with a pointed look to her youngest. She tossed her large spoon at Dominic, who dodged it. "That boy sneaked inside last night and then sneaked right back out this morning. What are you? A rat?" Dominic put a hand over his heart after picking up the spoon. "That hurts me, Mama. To my heart." "Of course not. You want the ranch clean, don't you? And you knew I was home or you would have gone to milk the cows." Furrowing his brow, Emmanuel paused in confusion. "You weren't home with Mama. Who was taking care of her?" She tutted as she took the spoon from Dominic. "I can take care of myself, remember?" And he went on a cattle run. "It's his 4th," she added. "Really?" Emmanuel asked, impressed with his younger brother. 4? His younger brother grinned sheepishly. Turns out, I'm very good at it. Dominic dove into his stories as he pulled Emmanuel back out of the house to show him how things were going on the ranch. They talked and laughed, catching up after lost time. When they returned inside, Bianca waved him over. We are having a big supper. Draw a bath. When my tamales are cooking, I will cut your hair. Yes? Creeping close, Emmanuel reached around to kiss her cheek. She squealed in surprise as he chuckled. Yes, Mama. Thank you, Mama. He hurried off before she could throw something at him for catching her off guard. Laughing, Emmanuel marvelled at how much had changed, and yet at so little had at the same time. The boys drew water for their baths, soaking each other with their buckets before they had even started. Soon they were clean and in fresh clothes, talking with their mama, ready to trim Emmanuel's hair on the back porch. The 3 of them were recounting a story of when Dominic had freed all the chickens when he was only a boy, when a dust cloud rose from the north. Immediately, Emmanuel was attentive, recognizing his uncle's horse. It had to be him. The other figure on the second horse would be Xavier's wife, Regina. Xavier climbed down first, staring at Emmanuel. Knowing he wasn't a man of many words, Emmanuel grinned and walked over. They clapped each other tightly on the back before Xavier stepped back to look at him. All is well? He asked gruffly. Yes, Uncle. Emmanuel didn't mind the squeeze. It just reminded him of when he was 8 years old, lost and wandering in the desert. A young man of 18 had been riding a horse. He had bloody knuckles with a mane of dark hair that scared Emmanuel. The young man had asked him where he was going and why he was lost. Emmanuel had no answer. He was sick, and seeing things that were not there, all he could remember was his name. The next thing he had known was being swept into a saddle and being held tight so he wouldn't fall over. Soon they had arrived in a small home where the young man had shown him a pretty young lady of 20, pregnant, and they told him he was safe. Xavier had saved his life. Emmanuel grinned as Xavier gave him a short wink before turning to his wife, still sitting on her horse. Regina had long blonde hair and sparkling blue eyes. Though raised a lady back east, she had come to San Miguel to marry someone else. When it didn't work out, she stayed with their family until Xavier came to his senses and they were married. What is this? Emmanuel put his hands on his hips as Xavier delicately helped his wife down. Did Xavier feed you too many seeds? There is something growing inside you, Regina. The young lady, nearly his own age, laughed as she swatted his hand away to wrap her arms around him. Her large belly was in the way. Emmanuel, it's lovely to see you, she told him. Your return couldn't be better timing. Our little one should be here any day now. He shook his head in surprise. Congratulations, he told them wholeheartedly. Come then, I'll take the horses. By the time he put away the horses, he found another one by the back door, meaning another guest was inside. Emmanuel wasn't sure who it could be, but tended to the horse as well before washing his hands and finding his way inside. The other guest was Judge Thompson, a tall, friendly man who travelled around the New Mexico territory as their only judge. He had first come to San Miguel to care for his ailing mother, but she had passed shortly before Emmanuel left for his long journey. He didn't know much, besides the fact that Judge Thompson had the biggest heart that he had set on Bianca Martinez many years ago. It made Emmanuel smile as he wondered if his mama had finally considered his courting proposition. Stop staring, Bianca ordered after Xavier said grace. She swatted her hand at Emmanuel, who chuckled because he was too far away for her to reach. I'm sorry, he told her. Judge, it is a pleasure to see you again. Indeed, the man said as he lightly tapped Bianca on the shoulder. And I understand you'll have your questions. We should answer them. That was directed towards Bianca. whose face turned red. But she couldn't hide the smile. Emmanuel raised his eyebrow as everyone glanced at him. They all knew something he didn't. "You're engaged, yes." He cocked his head. "I'm not stupid, Mama." She stammered. "No, of course." "I know, my boy. I thought I would be prepared. But yes, I agreed to marry this fool." "Handsome fool," Judge Thompson corrected her. Then he turned back to Emmanuel. "Next month, with your blessing." His heart hammered in his chest. For a minute, he worried he was losing everyone. Xavier had a wife, so they had moved across the property into their own home. Dominic was going away on cattle rides. Now Bianca was getting married and bringing another man into her life. But as he saw the joy on everyone's faces, he remembered it did not need to be sorrowful. There was more happiness in their lives now. Change could be a good thing. "That is soon," he chuckled. "But of course, I remember your frequent visits. You're already part of the family." Bianca cheered and swept out of her chair, running over to kiss him mercilessly all over his face. He groaned, scrunching up his nose until she relented and hurried back to her seat to kiss her husband-to-be. Dominic groaned as well. "It's been a year," he explained after a heartbeat. "Dom!" Their mama protested in a hushed tone. But he wanted to explain. He asked her last year to marry, but she said not until you returned. Now all is well. Mama will finally be made a decent woman. Everyone laughed. Though Dominic was her son by blood, he hadn't been born to a wedded couple. The father was gone, a distant memory. But that was forgotten, because they had made their family the way they wanted it. Looking around, Emmanuel shook his head. It was hard to believe he had been gone for 3 years. With everyone together again, he could have sworn he was there yesterday. Family was something that was always there. A fresh sense of relief and joy flooded over his shoulders as everyone settled in. He knew how fortunate he was. Yet there was something in the back of his mind that kept bringing Mary to mind. Wherever she was, Emmanuel prayed that she was as happy as he was in that moment. Chapter 26. Snow was falling. Mrs. Larson worried they were bound for another storm. There wasn't wind yet, but one never knew. The west brought many mysteries, and the weather was always one of them. Mary shivered, but she didn't move from her spot, arms tugging closer at her coat. Though the purple velvet didn't match with her simple green dress, she tried to get warm. Clutching the cane tightly in one hand, she felt a little bit less alone. But she wasn't certain it helped her feel much better otherwise. Her stomach was in too tight of a knot. Besides, her throat felt swollen. Perhaps she was growing sick like Emmanuel. Mary paused to consider that. She felt certain she had overheard someone at the church mention many people in town had fallen ill. That wouldn't fare well for her. As she tried to swallow, her eyes slowly drifted back down towards the mountains, where the train tracks could still be seen. Morning had passed her by as she waited for the train. Though folks didn't consider this a station, trains stopped there often to refuel. After talking to the right people, she had managed to arrange board on the next train headed north. She even had a piece of paper and her money pinned to it right in her pocket, ready to go. Gnawing on the inside of her cheek, Mary tried to imagine her return to New York. She had prepared the ticket before she had received the telegram. The piece of paper was still in her dress pocket. Only one word. Not even a greeting or a farewell. Mary kept hoping and waiting that part of the message had been lost. She had stopped by again late that night, and then on her way out that morning. But it was Wednesday, and the train was bound to come their way any moment. There wasn't time for her to keep running back to the post office to see if there were parts of the message that were just then coming through. Mary rubbed her hands together to keep warm. The train would be there any moment. And then she would get on the train and find her way back to New York. Once there, she would find her way back to the Pennington mansion, the family would clear up what they meant, and everything would go back to normal. Normal. She wondered what that meant. Normal. It was an odd word, and something didn't sit right with her. Mary pulled a strand of hair out from her mouth and tucked it behind her ear. There was a soft wind blowing now, slow but chilly. She wished she had a hat to protect her head. They couldn't mean she was dismissed. It had to be a mistake. That was the only thing that made sense to Mary. After all her years of service, after all she had done for the family, they wouldn't just leave her on her own like that. Dismissed. Such an ugly word. She still had the telegram in her pocket, but she couldn't stand to look at it. As a maid, she had also acted as a governess, a gardener, a cook, and anything else that they needed her to do. She was one of the few maids who could talk the chimney sweeps into a fair bargain, and she could make their silverware sparkle like no one else. She was a good maid. It doesn't make sense. She reasoned to herself out loud. Sometimes speaking in the quiet helped her to think. They need every maid they can get. An uneasy feeling crept into her stomach, churning it slowly and uncomfortably. She swallowed hard. They knew her by name, but they didn't know anything else about her. Perhaps that meant they had little reason to care. They had enough maids, and it was easy to find and train another in New York. Everyone would want to work for the Penningtons. Most likely she had already been replaced, less than 2 weeks, and already replaced. Her stomach continued to knot up. Nothing felt good inside her, and Mary bent over with a wince. She wanted to ask the question out loud, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. If she did, then the uncertainty became real. Then she would have to figure out what to do if she really was dismissed, if she really didn't have a place to return to. Sucking in a deep breath, Mary tried to calm the beating of her heart. It was loud as it thudded inside her chest. Though a distraction from her worries, she knew she had to do something. That's when she heard the horn. Looking up, Mary found the train rushing down the mountainside. Dark smoke rose high in the sky, mixing with the white clouds. Though much of the clatter was muffled by the snow, she could still hear the clacking. The arrival of the train meant she had to go, or not. Mary bit her tongue as she straightened up. That was a strange idea, but it didn't make her stomach knot up like everything else had. She wondered what that could mean. Squinting up at the heavens, she wondered if there was a prayer for a moment like this. Without many opportunities to attend Mass, Mary supposed there might be a few she was missing. Her eyes followed the arrival of the iron beast, watching the train as it slowed to a stop. Ahead of her were men already gathered before it, with boxes and barrels to load up. They had glanced at her several times since she had brought her bag, her cane, and had found a cold rock to sit on. But no one had come to say anything to her, nor had she stopped to say anything to them. Mary tried to tell herself to get up, to join them, to talk to the conductor or the boys jumping off the train to load the containers, except she couldn't get herself to move. Whether it was the cold or her brain, she couldn't tell. It was her gaze that distracted her thoughts. She started to look for a familiar face among the men wearing handkerchiefs around their necks. She looked for a head of curly dark hair on a tall, dark young man with broad shoulders. But Emmanuel wasn't among them. Though she told herself she shouldn't be so silly, she couldn't convince herself to stop. Until they all began to board, shouting as the train's horn blasted, and she knew her chances of returning to New York were dwindling. Mary forced herself to stand. The cane was held in one hand as she dusted the snow off her shoulders. She picked up her bag, and then she turned back towards Snake River town. Her heartbeat grew louder in her ears. She felt like she was about to explode and catch on fire. The train behind her began to move noisily on its journey east. With her thoughts all in a whirlwind, Mary didn't know what she was doing. A few minutes later, she found herself back on the Larson porch. She paced, trying to sort her thoughts out to understand what was happening inside her head. "What have I done?" she muttered to herself. "I missed my train. Oh dear, I cannot. What have I? Oh dearie me. Mary, you fool." Lapsing into Gaelic with her bundle of nerves, Mary grumbled to herself as she tried to understand what was going on inside of her. The knots in her stomach had gone away, but everything was happening inside her chest and her brain. They felt like snowstorms, trapped inside of her. She paced anxiously, dragging the bag and the cane with her as she went from corner to corner of the porch. It wasn't very big nor long, and it would wear out completely if she didn't slow down soon. "I was wondering if you might still be here." Mary gasped as she looked up to find Mrs. Larson smiling at her. They had already shared their farewells that morning. Now that she was back, and not knowing where else to go, Mary felt her cheeks flush in embarrassment. "I'm sorry," she stammered. I didn't know where else to go." The older woman offered what Mary felt was a rather motherly smile. Walking up to her on the porch, she opened the door. "I still have a loaf of fresh bread. Let's have a treat and some more tea, shall we?" Her mouth was dry, so she nodded. Once, and then several times. Both ladies set their things down after taking off their jackets, and then they headed inside to the kitchen. "Please, sit," Mrs. Larson invited. "I'll bring over the tea." Mary nodded and blew softly on her hands to warm them up. Then she tried to think of a reasonable excuse, but everything in her mind still didn't make sense. She couldn't stay there forever. Snake River Town wasn't her home. Rather, she didn't have a home. Perhaps that's what it was. Mary hadn't considered her situation like that. But she remembered her conversation with Emmanuel. He had suggested that she not return. Maybe that's what she had been thinking. It had become difficult to keep him off her mind. A lump formed in her throat as she remembered he had also suggested that she go back to Ireland. It had been what she wanted at one point. That was an idea. Maybe that's what her heart was trying to tell her. Mary managed a smile as she was offered a fresh cup of tea and a thick slice of bread. "Thank you," she mumbled. "I'm terribly sorry about this intrusion. I meant to... That is, I should have been on the train, but I didn't get on. I noticed..." Mrs. Larson blew softly on her tea. "You didn't want to return to New York." She took a slow, deep breath. Then Mary shook her head. New York wasn't really home. Being a maid had been her job. It was a good job, and she was treated fairly enough. But it wasn't her home, and she wouldn't have chosen to stay there for the rest of her life, nor would she have picked Lake County or Snake River Town, though the people were kind. "I should catch the next one out of here." Mary glanced at the bread hesitantly, as though it might tell her otherwise. To where? To Ireland. They had talked about her country the other night, before retiring to their beds for the evening. Although the Larsons had never dreamed of travelling further than they had to, the world made them curious, so Mary had shared everything she could think of about her homeland with them. The idea of home made her smile. It had been so long. Though she didn't know where exactly her family was anymore, she felt that if she could make her way to Kilkenny, then she was certain she could find them from there. But going to Kilkenny just then didn't sit right with her. Mary hesitated and couldn't provide a positive answer to Mrs. Larson. The woman prodded her with another question. Or perhaps further west? West. Mary didn't need to ask how far west the woman was suggesting she would go. The tension in her shoulders dissipated the more she considered the idea. A sense of calm settled in her mind as her heart began to thump loudly within her. A ticket to New York would surely be about the same price as a ticket to the New Mexico territory. After a minute, she gathered the courage to look up at Mrs. Larson. She was smiling like they had just shared a secret. The woman had already known. That much was clear. Mary didn't know how, but she was right. Home wasn't a place, after all. It was with the people who cared. Her thoughts turned back to the moments when Emmanuel had grasped her firmly around the waist to help her walk. She remembered the smile he had flashed her when he sang loudly. Mary couldn't forget the way he had kissed her before he left. Perhaps that wasn't a farewell kiss. Perhaps it was something more. Mary decided right then that it didn't matter where she was or what she was doing. She just wanted to be around Emmanuel again. Though she had tried so hard to forget him, the young man was much too prevalent in her mind. Every turn she took, she expected to find him there. Letting out a shaky breath, Mary nodded as she finally answered the question. San Miguel, that's where I'm going next. As the words came out of her mouth, she marvelled over the warmth that flooded over her. Nothing had ever felt so right. Chapter 27. The world of cold and snow felt like it existed in another lifetime. Emmanuel squinted up at the bright sun and grinned. Though it wasn't summer, the weather in San Miguel was warmer than anywhere else at the moment. It was home, that was for certain. He ducked his head into the stables and started cleaning the saddles. It hadn't been done for a while, and they could all use oiling. Dragging the table a little closer to the sun, Emmanuel whistled as he worked. The work was simple, a task he had completed time and time again. His thoughts flew elsewhere when they were not required. Only in the last week had he thought back to his time lost in the desert, 8 years old and left to die. Emmanuel remembered convincing himself that they would come for him any day. He thought his family had made a mistake and still wanted him. It had been 2 days that he had been left to wander the desert. He had asked Xavier once about where he had been found. The goal had been to learn where he had been so he could return and see if his family was there. But he never made it. Xavier had told him it was around the Nevada territory, near Arizona. Not far. The young man had been returning from a long journey on his own. Some terrible business, Emmanuel had always assumed, because of those bloody knuckles that had grabbed and set him in the saddle. His uncle had bloody knuckles a few more times after that. The man had garnered a reputation as a tough man and a tougher sheriff. Though neither he nor his sister talked about it, Emmanuel had heard some stories. Ruffling his hair, he glanced at the saddles. Home was a good place to be. That wasn't something he needed to remind himself of, but there was something weighing on his chest, and he couldn't tell exactly what it was. His thoughts remained in turmoil as he finished another saddle. Before he started on the other one, he found himself putting everything away and grabbing his mother's horse to take on a quick ride. Between his mama and his uncle, the family owned over 40 acres of land. They used it for gardening, for the cattle that roamed, and the horses they trained. Much of it was brush, with a river running along the property, with mountains and canyons in the distance. It made for a beautiful sight. Emmanuel knew that he knew it was a beautiful view, but for once the sight didn't evoke the same joy in his chest like it used to. He had only been home for a day and a night, so this strange feeling didn't sit right with him. Emmanuel frowned as he came up to the other house. There was a high level of class to it that Regina had desired when Xavier began to build their home. The couple had been engaged for nearly a year before marrying, giving them plenty of time to build much of the house before the wedding day. The house was large but cosy. From the outside, he could see the curtains in the open windows. He grinned at the sight of his uncle sitting out on the porch. No one could surprise that man. They had all tried for most of their lives, but Xavier still bested them. As Emmanuel slipped off his horse, his uncle waited patiently. The man was playing with something in his arms that Emmanuel realized was a guitar. Xavier was fixing a string. "You play?" Emmanuel asked in surprise as he crossed into the shade. "A journeyman left this with the judge," Xavier said, but he wasn't interested, so he brought it to me. For their wedding, Regina had given him a violin. Emmanuel would have never guessed the man liked music much. He hardly ever danced or clapped along at any town dance, but perhaps people could still surprise him. There was an extra chair beside his uncle, probably for Regina. His eyes flitted towards the open window, but he didn't see her. "Where's Regina?" Emmanuel asked curiously. "Sleeping." Xavier looked like he was still concentrating on the string, but they both knew he still kept a gun or two strapped, ready for anything. The man's eyes were ever watchful. "She was ill this morning." Emmanuel took the seat. "Oh, that's terrible. I should have brought tea. Should I go return?" His uncle shook his head as he slowly relaxed back into his chair. "We brought a can with us last night. But thank you, Emmanuel." They were quiet as he glanced around to check out the view Xavier had from his porch. It was a nice porch that wrapped around the entire house, a pretty sight and a good defence. Xavier spoke up a minute later. "What's in your head, Emmanuel?" A light flush spread up his neck and to his ears. His family always had a way of making him feel like a boy. Rubbing his hands together, Emmanuel tried to get comfortable before he said anything. With a sigh, he gave up. Too much, Xavier, and too little. Something was wrong. He had hardly slept since being back in his own bed. While he didn't feel he had grown, the room felt too small. Though being back with his family had been all he wanted, he didn't know what to do now that he was back. Ruffling his hair, Emmanuel tried to focus his thoughts. They brought him back to that desert, that terrible desert. Maybe that's why he had gone back to the cold weather. San Miguel was a wonderful place because of his family, but there wasn't any other desert he wanted to walk in. Maybe that was the problem. "You're going to pull your hair out," Xavier warned mildly. Emmanuel grunted in response. Then he sighed, realizing he was being childish. In his 20s, and still a child, he glanced over at his uncle and wondered how the man had grown up so quickly. Xavier hadn't even been 20 when he took in an 8-year-old child to care for with his sister. "You found me in the middle of nowhere." Emmanuel hesitated. He waited for his uncle to look at him, but he didn't. "You didn't have to take me home. Why did you?" The man tied the string at the guitar's neck. "Because you didn't deserve to die. You were a child, Emmanuel. Everyone deserves a chance to live." "But you didn't have to take me in," he pointed out. "You were hardly an adult, a man yet. And Mama, she was with child. Dominic wasn't born, and your house was hardly a home, and you didn't know me. Why would you do that?" This time Xavier paused to look at him. The man had dark eyes that forced Emmanuel to be still for the first time that day. "When I saw you, I thought you were a mirage." "Bianca told you of our childhood. Yes, our parents died of a sickness, so our town in Mexico kicked us out. I was your age when she led us north to these territories. We didn't know how we would live, but we knew we had each other. Together, we had a chance. You were alone, and you deserved a chance, like we did." The man rarely spoke that much in one sitting, but they'd always had a kinship, as quiet as it might have been. Emmanuel's heart warmed as he considered those words. He nodded slowly. but an old uncertainty came to mind. Thank you for that, Uncle. Do you think I have used that chance wisely? Carefully tuning the guitar, they listened as Xavier tightened the new string. I have my thoughts, Emmanuel. Your mamma has her thoughts, and you have yours. Why should mine matter? Because you're my uncle, Emmanuel smiled. You raised me. It's your job to have good and important thoughts. His grin widened when the man snorted. Xavier paused with the instrument still in his lap. Giving him another stare, he nodded. I think you have done well, Emmanuel. And it's clear your time away has been good for you. There is less worry in you. For the first time in a long time, your eyes are clear. He didn't know what that meant, but it instilled a small semblance of pride within him. Emmanuel nodded slowly as he watched his uncle return to fiddling with the guitar. They listened to the tuning, ready for when it sounded right. As they sat, Emmanuel wondered if that was enough. That had been what he wanted, the approval of his uncle. He already had that from his mamma. Surely there wasn't anything more he was looking for. He scratched his head. Though the last 3 years had done him well, Emmanuel knew he would come back home eventually. Now he was there. He didn't know what to do. The idea in the back of his mind had been to stay home forever. But now that didn't sit right with him. When he tried to think of where else he would go, the thought of Ireland came to mind. Emmanuel felt his body still, his breath stop, even his heartbeat quieted. He could picture it. Green hills and old castles. Mary had told him about where she had grown up, and it sounded beautiful. Then he thought of her. Mary MacDougall. Surely she was already back in New York. He tried to imagine her as a maid, but he couldn't. Emmanuel ruffled his hair again and sighed. Xavier? How do you know? How do you know when you're doing something right or something wrong? He glanced at his uncle. The man watched the desert before them, but his fingers were nimble on the guitar as he tested out his strumming skills. A few minutes passed. A guitar string takes work, Xavier finally started. It is new, but we don't want it to sound new, because it doesn't sound like the other strings. When it is tied down, it still doesn't sound right. I must tweak it and pull it until it does. Do you understand? Emmanuel hesitated. I think so. His uncle's lips twitched. If one string is out of tune, the guitar works. But not in the way it should. A string should be a simple thing, but it's not. And sometimes it never is. My last string didn't work at all. Though Xavier was never one to share stories, he certainly spoke in riddles. Emmanuel listened to the guitar as he tried to understand what his uncle was telling him. Life isn't clear, Emmanuel finally mustered, but whatever it is, it's up to each of us. Is that what you're getting at? Is it? Xavier glanced at him before turning his head towards the door. A second later, the door creaked open to reveal Regina, her long blonde hair curled over her shoulders as she attempted to brush it back with a sleepy smile. They waved as she yawned and said, Emmanuel, hello. Xavier, you didn't need to let me sleep so long. What about supper? With a shrug, Xavier set the guitar on his chair to reach his wife. They contrasted well with his dark tan and her soft, pale skin. What about supper? Xavier asked lightly. It's early. But I'm hungry, she pouted. The man shrugged. There's bread and apples. We'll be fine. Regina rolled her eyes and passed Emmanuel a look. That's not supper, and you know it. You're just lazy. Besides, I'm craving eggs. Do we have any more? And Bianca's salsa. I want everything spicy. She disappeared inside, talking about food. Xavier watched her go with a grin before glancing back at Emmanuel. Think about it, Xavier told him. Then join us when you're ready. Emmanuel nodded and watched his uncle slip off inside. Picking up the guitar, he fiddled with the strings as he tried to copy how Xavier had held it. As he played with the instrument, Emmanuel tried to think. There was a lot on his mind: guitar strings, desserts, and pretty red-haired girls. He considered what life was supposed to be like and what life could be like. It felt like he had too many options on his plate and he didn't know what to do. Chapter 28. Thank you kindly. Mary managed a tight smile as she was helped onto the train. The young man tipped his hat once she let go. She nodded in return and then glanced at the door. Though worried it might be locked, she knew there was only one way to find out. It wasn't locked. The door jammed slightly, but with one good yank, Mary opened it to find the train compartment before her. Folk were standing, kneeling on their seats, all watching the white world swirl before them. The day was cold and windy, much windier than the day before. She had the damp proof of the wind trapped and all tied up in her hair after pacing about for the morning, and the train folk glanced at her then, curious about who dared to join them from the middle of nowhere. Her cheeks were already flushed as she glanced around for a seat. Fortunately, there was a spare bench to her left. Her heart hammered as she clumsily closed the door and limped over so she could sit. "Where did you come from?" Mary shivered before glancing up to see a pair of big blue eyes staring at her. A young girl dressed warmly with a flowered bonnet peeked up from her seat in front to give her a good look. From outside. Mary tried to keep her teeth from chattering as she talked. "Where did you come from?" The girl laughed. "I was already here. We're on our way to see Papa. He built us a brand new house. Are you going to a new house too?" She wasn't certain how to answer that. Though the girl's mother shushed her, the young girl, who couldn't be more than 5 years old, kept waiting for her to respond. "I suppose," Mary volunteered. Something like that. "I bet it's very nice." The girl gave a firm nod before obeying her mother. Mary's lips twitched. She hadn't had many opportunities to interact with children over the years, but she always found them amusing. They had such fantastical and thoughtful ideas to share, silly or not. Beatrice Pennington had been a child when she first arrived. Sometimes it was hard for Mary to remember that. She had still been a child herself, hardly 10 years old, with spattered English when she landed in America. Everything had looked so dark and strange and loud upon her arrival. Taken into the care of a Mrs. Jones who was helping several other immigrants, the old stern woman had led them past the wharf in a straight line to an old shabby building. It had creaked when Mary stepped inside, so she had hesitated. The boy behind had run into her and she had been scolded for her actions. Before the sun set, everyone had been sent on their way out of the building with pieces of paper for employment. Mary had her own, and it was pinned to her dress as Mrs. Jones feared she would lose it on her way. She had to ask 4 ladies as she walked about to find the address. They had laughed at the sight of her, all making mention of her accent. Even 10 years later, it made Mary anxious. That was simply the way she talked. Anyone else visiting her homeland would have been out of place. That's how accents were. But folks never thought of things like that, so she had forced herself to nod and tried hard to improve her English. The butler had opened the door to the Pennington mansion before she could knock. "You're late," he told her. "Go immediately to the kitchens, to your left." She had scurried off. With nothing but the clothes on her back and a silver necklace a gardener would end up stealing from her 3 years later, Mary had been tossed into her role without a moment to lose. Even then, she recalled changing into her uniform and being shown the house by the head housekeeper, Miss Riley. The only thing she had really understood then was all the pointing. Miss Riley spoke much too quickly for Mary to grasp for several months, but because she was young, She could be trained however they liked. That had helped Mary to learn new skills to support everyone working for the Penningtons, especially when the third governess quit. "We must send the child off to school," Mrs. Pennington had moaned that afternoon to her husband. "It is the only way for her to ever become a lady." "They won't accept her until she's older," her husband pointed out as he read the newspaper. Mary would learn over the years that he used it like a shield. He preferred cigars and being out of the house, while his wife preferred whiskey and being in the house. It wasn't a happy relationship, but it appeared functional. She had been tidying up the room, sweeping the fireplace when the woman called her. It wasn't the first time, nor the last. "You there?" "Yes, you." Mrs. Pennington nodded when Mary had hesitated. "Have you any education?" "Yes, she had choked out. "Only a little." Well, it's only 1 year," the woman sighed. "Go see to Beatrice for the day, would you? Do you see that, dear? We're having a maid tend to our daughter, not a governess. Oh, they'll call us barbarians." Mary didn't remember if Mr. Pennington said anything. For all her years there, the man never once talked directly to her. Not that she had wanted them to talk. She had been satisfied enough. It was hard work, but she learned to be good at what she did. Besides, it was nice to keep busy and keep out of people's way. Of course, everything was much more complicated when she was tending to Beatrice Pennington. The child knew who she was and had strong beliefs on exactly what she deserved and what she wanted. Usually those were the same thing. "This is mine," she would add after introducing anything to Mary. That would include both her toys and her friends. "And they're not yours." Mary nodded every time with clasped hands. "Of course not, miss. They're yours, my lady." Sometimes at night she would wonder what it would have been like to be born a Pennington, born into a rich and proud family where they could give her everything she wanted and more. At one party, Beatrice had been asked what else she could want. "The world," the 12-year-old had cried. "I want what everyone else has." That had always sat odd with Mary. What if what everyone had wasn't what she wanted or what she needed? It made little sense. A life wasn't about others with their expectations and desires. At least, she didn't think it was. Far ahead, there was a loud horn that blasted. Mary nearly jumped out of her seat in surprise. Eyes wide, she gripped her bag and her cane as though she were ready to go. The girl in front of her was looking her way again and giggled. "We're going! Can't you hear it?" Sure enough, the soft clacking of the train had begun. It grew louder and louder until Mary could hear nothing else. She had forgotten already how it drummed in her ears. It was a sound she could feel in her bones. Mary managed a nod to the little girl still watching her. She worried about saying anything in case it could break her teeth or lose her tongue. Her gaze drifted out the window. The snow was still falling. It swirled in the wind, making waves like the ocean in a storm. There was a strange beauty in watching the weather that Mary considered as they finally began to gain speed. The big moments in her life had come and gone so quickly. There were few of them, but they were unforgettable. Her trip across the Atlantic had been terrifying, huddling with other children sent off from their homeland. Then was the year of learning what it meant to live in America. Mary liked to think it had taken her only a year to adjust, but then there were still moments where others' habits and words confused her, and she had to think. All of a sudden, she had left Ireland and was working for the Penningtons. They weren't family, only her employers. Mary supposed she had thought of them a little too fondly. She remembered the telegram in her pocket and winced. Perhaps she still didn't understand Americans, or people. Then Beatrice had her in a panic and had sent her on a train to the west. Now that it was over, Mary realised what a fool she had been. No one could force her to marry someone, not in any situation. To think she might have wound up with Mr. Martin Smith sent a shiver down her spine. She prayed she would never see him again, and that was that. Her journey west had taken less than a week. The only reason she was still travelling was because she didn't know what to do. Mary chewed the inside of her cheek as she thought, because she wasn't certain about what she was doing. There were no clear guidelines of what she was going to do. With a deep breath, she shook her head. It was a foolish act. She didn't really know where she was going. The moment she boarded the train, everything had become twice as unfamiliar. Yet there was a different type of queasiness in her stomach. She couldn't explain it, but whatever it was, it didn't feel terrible. It was almost exciting. Something good would happen. Mary listened to the clacking of the train wheels beneath them. The repetitious sound fell in sync with her heartbeat, as though it was telling her that she was doing the right thing. You're doing the right thing. The memory of someone wrapping their arms around her from behind came to Mary's mind. The scent of lavender filled her senses. She paused, trying to think of where this might have been, who it might have been. Before she had to really ask herself, however, Mary knew. It was her mother. For years, she had pushed those memories to the back of her mind. They had hurt too much with the idea that she might never see her family again, and for the years that followed, she struggled to remember a face or a voice. Her heart skipped as she tried to recall her mother's face. Though she recalled the voice, all she remembered was thick red hair and the scent of lavender. The memory had come out of nowhere, and now she clung to it. "You're doing the right thing," she heard again. "Mary Caer MacDougall, all will be well. You're doing the right thing." A lump formed in her throat as a sense of calm began to settle over her. Mary straightened up in her seat and got comfortable. She was doing something right. That was clear to her now. Whatever happened was meant to happen. A whole new set of chills washed over her, tingling down all the way to her fingertips. It made Mary smile. Closing her eyes, she leaned against the window. For the first time in days, she stopped worrying. Chapter 29. First, second, first, and... Emmanuel winced as he plucked the guitar string wrong. He knew he could dance. His mama was convinced he could sing. But after a full afternoon of trying to learn the guitar, he knew this instrument would never work for him. But he didn't know what else to do. All of a sudden, Emmanuel was both useless and bored on the ranch. It was as embarrassing as it was painful. Though he had spent the morning with the animals and in the garden, and then exercised some horses, now no one needed anything from him. Part of him had hoped he would get some time to play around with Dominic, but the young man had responsibilities. He had to plan the next cattle ride. Now, Emmanuel was sitting on his mama's porch with his uncle's guitar. He had watched the sunrise, he had completed his chores, and now he had the day to himself. There he was, doing nothing. His shoulder twitched. He shrugged it off and sighed. Surely he was doing something wrong. That had to be it. Perhaps he had forgotten something. Emmanuel ran his hands through his hair in frustration. But now that his hair was cut, it was too short to do anything with it. Everything annoyed him. Groaning, he wondered if he was doing everything wrong, or everything was already wrong. Emmanuel set the guitar down to start walking. There was an itch climbing up his spine, and he needed to do something about it. Rubbing his hands together, his eyes scanned the land around him. Perhaps another ride would do the trick, or he could go into town and sort out something to find his horse from the train. That was probably the wise thing to do, but that would take all day. Emmanuel felt reluctant to leave the house now that he was back. Except he didn't want to just sit there. With another groan, he kicked a post. He couldn't make up his mind. Everything felt too strange to be comfortable anymore. There's my Emmanuel. He whirled around to see Bianca in the doorway with her hands on her hips. The woman gave him a fond look with a mysterious smile he wasn't certain he understood. Her hair was pinned back from her face, but the curls were resisting. "Hello, Mama." He hesitated when she didn't do anything. "Is there something you need?" "You tell me," she countered as she stepped outside. The door closed as she walked across the porch and promptly sat down on the steps. She sat straight, just as she had raised him and Dominic to do, and slightly turned to face him as he joined her there. The woman's dark eyes matched her brother's in both the dark colour and the boldness that shone through them. Emmanuel drummed his fingers lightly on the guitar as he tried to interpret what she was hinting at. He couldn't think of anything he was supposed to know. Maybe there was a chore he had forgotten. Perhaps she had asked him to do something he had forgotten. He did remember making his bed that morning, so it couldn't be that. After racking his brain, he finally shrugged. "I don't know what you need from me. What is it?" She nudged his shoulder. "Manny, I'm not the one with a problem. What is going on with you, boy? You have been restless and distracted, while you have become, what's the word? Grown up? You have matured. But there is something inside that is still tugging at you, yes?" His mama had always been able to see right through him. "I guess I can't keep secrets from you." Emmanuel sighed. "But it's different than before. It's not about Tracy, well, I don't know. That's the problem." "Talk to me," she invited. Then she pushed her hair back, as though to listen better. Holding the guitar, Emmanuel fiddled with the strings as he gathered his thoughts. Sometimes they felt too still, and other times he couldn't catch up. Everything is too slow, or wrong, or I can't do it right. He managed to put a little bit into words. No matter what I do, it's not the same. I thought if I could start over again here, then things would be as they once were. She pinched his knee. He gave her a look as she gave him a sympathetic smile. Then she said, "You were always an eager boy. Do you remember when Xavier brought you home?" Emmanuel shrugged. Bianca scooted closer and wrapped her arm around his shoulders. Though he was a man and wanted to be seen as one, he couldn't deny the comfort it brought to have his mama there. She answered her own question. "You wanted everything just so. You were an impatient child. First, you wouldn't talk to us. Then you talked all the time, but only to Xavier and myself, never to others. And when you ran away that first time, I think I knew what you had done in that very moment. Nothing bad had happened. But you wanted an escape. You needed to be away. You always wanted your freedom. By being alone, you thought that's the way it was supposed to be." He hesitated, glancing down at the strings. "I suppose I never felt I belonged." "Number. And that made you impatient. You wanted things to work out. I could see that, especially when you began to call me your mama. It took a year, but it was worth it." She squeezed him and he couldn't help but smile. "Of course you're my mama," he assured her. "No matter what I feel, you raised me." And I did my best." Bianca nodded. "But even a parent, blood or not, cannot do everything for their child. We all walk different paths. Do you remember where you ran away to?" It was like she was trying to bring up his least favourite memories. Scratching his head, he stared at the guitar in his hands for a minute before she lightly elbowed him. Emmanuel grudgingly relayed the story. "Of course. You tried to send me to school in town. I thought you were mad at me. It felt like it was very far away, so that night I tried to run away." And he stewed over it for a minute. And I wound up back in town at the cafe. They gave me milk and cinnamon bread until you found me in the morning. She nodded adamantly. Aye, and Xavier had taken off in the other direction, worried you were going to get lost in the desert again. He grabbed every gun but the one he gave me, in case you were in danger. A smile came to his lips. They had never told him that. Emmanuel ducked his head to hide the grin. That certainly sounded like something his uncle would do, but the grin faded as he thought back to that time. He really thought he was being deserted again, that they were just preparing him to be on his own, that they were educating him to leave him again. He remembered sitting in that classroom, surrounded by all those children. He had wondered if they would be left in the middle of nowhere. It hadn't made sense to him, for Xavier and Bianca to take him in only to prepare to leave him again. Anger had surged through him that evening. He hadn't eaten, instead choosing to push his plate away from the table. Bianca, a woman he had yet to call his mama, had asked if he was hungry. He shook his head and went to his bed. Once the house was quiet, he had slipped out the window and into the night. It was better, he had decided, to do the leaving than to be left behind. Even now, as he sat on the porch beside the only person he wanted to call his mama, Emmanuel felt a lump grow in his throat. He still wondered what kind of people would leave a child behind in the desert. Though it had taken him years, he had realized it was no accident. Not knowing where to go, Emmanuel had been a young boy as he crept into the night, but it was a different place that he didn't know well, especially in the dark. The house was still being built, and he knew the surrounding property, but nothing beyond that. As he crept further away, it was harder to see or know where he was. Until he recognized those familiar buildings, he hadn't meant to return to town. But the sun had begun to creep up over the horizon, showing him that he had been walking all night. Exhausted, he had reached a building and curled up there to take a nap. The cook's daughter, Lillian, had noticed him and brought him in. They talked in hushed voices as they brought him the cinnamon bread and milk. He remembered feeling alone then, surrounded by strangers. Remembering that loneliness brought a pang to his stomach. He had shared that story with Mary MacDougall, and now his thoughts turned to the redhead. Emmanuel wondered where she was, hoping she was safe. It worried him that he had left her alone. He regretted leaving before she had. There was no reason for him to have been so eager to leave her that soon. The least he could have done for her was to wait until she was safely on her train before leaving his own way. "Manny, where did you go?" He was still thinking about those bright red curls as he blinked at his mama. Leaning forward, the woman tucked a curl away from his forehead. She tutted lightly with a soft smile. "You always seem to be somewhere else. It is your mind and your soul, I think. Why is that?" Emmanuel shrugged. "I don't know," he said honestly. "I don't. I wish I did. It would make my life easier." Ruffling his hair, he tried to think of something to say that would make sense. His heart thumped loudly. In his mind's eye, he kept seeing those pretty red curls and the mountains covered in white. "I think you were scared to leave because you didn't know if we would be here when you returned," Bianca said softly. "But I promise you, Emmanuel, I'm not going anywhere. You will always have a place here. You know that, don't you?" Offering her a smile, Emmanuel nodded silently. It had taken him a long time, but he was pretty sure he knew that now. There was no longer that fear of suddenly losing everyone. There was that surety that he would not be abandoned, wherever he was or whatever he did. Though they had invited him to leave for a short time, they had welcomed him back with open arms. "Maybe I didn't believe that anyone would want to keep me," he murmured, more to himself than anyone else. But she was still there. His mama squeezed him again. Of course, we want to keep you, always. But only you can tell yourself that. I can't make you believe anything. Can I ask you if you ever felt that you belonged anywhere? Here. He opened his mouth, but Emmanuel couldn't find any words. Biting his tongue, he tried to think. Part of him wanted to say that of course he belonged there with them. But that wasn't what she had asked. She had asked if he had felt that he belonged there. Emmanuel was still searching for an answer as a dust cloud rose in the distance. In minutes, it revealed his uncle, Xavier, riding quickly on his horse. The man clutched his hat in one hand on his head, the other on the reins as they hurried. Both Bianca and Emmanuel stood as the man arrived in a breathless rush. "Regina!" Xavier announced loudly in a strange tone. "She's in labour!" It was like a fire had been lit. His heart skipped a beat as Bianca shouted and ran inside, screaming that she needed supplies. Everyone ran around in a hurry before joining Xavier back at his house. Emmanuel welcomed the distraction and eagerly put himself to use, trying to help however he could. He would do anything to stop himself from delving back into his lost thoughts. Chapter 30. She told herself to take deep breaths. Clutching her bag close to her side, Mary glanced around and wondered if she really had gone crazy. After all, she was headed to a place she had never been to, all because of a sweet boy who had kissed her before running away and leaving her behind. Just the thought brought a strong blush up her cheeks. It was foolish. The skipping of her heartbeat told her so. But as she glanced out the window, there was a warmth in her chest that filled her with hope. The strange land was beautiful. Mountains towered over them from both sides as though to welcome them. Though she still had 3 days to go on the train, Mary felt a little less afraid. She straightened up and pulled her shoulders back. Everything would be just fine. As she looked around, she caught sight of the young girl who usually sat in the row before her. The child, Miss Lacey Daview, was a bright child who was ever eager for an adventure. Right then, she was skipping down the aisle pretending to drop flowers as though she were part of a wedding. That brought a memory to Mary's mind. During her time in New York, she had tried to forget her old life. That's what everyone told her she should do to make life easier in America. Immigrants never went back home, and it was best to concentrate on the new life before them. So that was what she had done. Mary had done that for years, until she noticed the growing ache in her chest as she forgot the faces of those she had loved and the pain of losing cherished memories. There were people in her dreams calling out to her whom she no longer recalled. But lately, something had changed within her. There were inklings of memories returning, like the songs and the stories of her youth, like her mother's scent, like the touch of someone wrapping her all warm in a soft blanket. She closed her eyes and thought back to bury herself in the memory. As a little girl, she had run through the fields. The ground was never flat in Ireland, and Kilkenny had few roads. There was no need when everyone had their own preferred paths to get anywhere they liked. Most of all, she liked to run through the grass with the sun shining above her. The cold had never been her favourite weather. It was the warmth of the heavens that she had loved. There had been other children as well. She could almost see their faces as they ran before her, eager to get to wherever they were going, and wherever it was, she could hardly wait. There was joy in her heart, and not a care to be found. She remembered laughing as she tossed her arms out to touch the tall bushes around her, even when it fell away to the bog and the ancient stones. She didn't mind. Climbing onto the rocks, she trailed after the children who called her name. Everyone knew her. Everyone liked her. Everyone wanted her to play, and Mary wanted to play as well. But then she opened her eyes. She was no longer a child, nor in Ireland. The train was still moving, clacking loudly. Sometimes she could tune it out. Other times, it was all she could hear. Mary sighed and slumped back in her seat as she tried to draw what she could from that memory. A vision of the bog was clear in her mind. Brown and green all mixed together. They used it for firewood and other uses. She had forgotten about that. Nobody liked the bog, but she had always thought it was beautiful. Mary could recall telling someone that she would run away to the bog and live there forever, a proud bog princess. Then she recalled someone laughing and tugging on her hair. She wondered who that might have been. It could have been a family member like her mother, or perhaps a friend from down the path outside their house. She could remember picking up stones on her walks and throwing them as though to try and disguise her path. As Mary remembered a single memory or habit, often another one came to mind. It was like unfurling a thread, slowly pulling apart her past. She just hoped that whatever came of it would be good. Glancing around, she watched one of the train workers coming around with a bucket of fresh water. They came around every couple of hours, selling treats and providing water. Nothing was fresh, but it was better than nothing. As Mary watched everyone come to attention, she noticed how friendly everyone had grown with one another. They had shared their stories, their hardships and hopes, and were no longer the strangers they would have been upon boarding the train. Some people knew how to connect. Like Beatrice Pennington, the young mistress was fearless and bold. She certainly knew who she was and what she wanted. No matter what was going on, the girl carried herself like a lady. If only Mary knew how to do such a thing. Emmanuel came to mind again. He had that same nature, always eager to talk and make friends with people. But he was kinder about everything. It had been impossible not to instinctively trust the young man. If he were with her, he would have already made friends with everyone. Mary glanced around the compartment, studying everyone carefully. She tried to imagine talking, stepping out of her shy nature to smile and make conversation. It seemed so strange, so unnatural. There was the mother and her daughter on the bench in front of her, then a large family of 10 children taking up the rows up front. That counted all the rows before her on the left side of their car. On the right, there were 3 couples. 2 were fairly young, and the third had white hair, and then there was a family of 3 on the bench in the front, a young boy and his older parents. It was a lovely sight, she decided, finding everyone gathered together as they smiled and chattered. There was no shouting or unruly behaviour, just cheerful people and excitable children. Mary was glad to be out of New York, though it was a good place to hide in the crowd. It was too loud and noisy. This was a good compromise, with a little energy, but more joyous. "Thank you," she murmured, scooting to the edge to take a sip of water. Her throat was parched, there was a sour taste, but she still appreciated the coolness as it trickled down her throat. The man tipped his hat to her and moved to the next row with the older couple. Mary's gaze followed them thoughtfully. It was like they had secret jokes with one another, those that belonged to no one else. She tried to understand the flow and imagined making similar conversation, but she wasn't certain how to do such a thing. Again, her thoughts turned to Emmanuel. Mary could picture him lounging beside her, comfortably calling out to cheer the children up and talk with the parents. He would charm the women and befriend the men. She wondered how Beatrice and Emmanuel could do it. An ache in her heart grew as she watched everyone. They were happy. It felt like ages since she had had an opportunity to talk to someone like that, like she had a friend. As much as she liked the quiet, she didn't like the idea of being alone in her train compartment. Mary began to chew on the inside of her lip. She could practically hear Emmanuel chuckling in her ear and telling her to just start talking, to smile and find something to say. If she had bold friends, Mary tried to convince herself, then surely she could learn to be bold. Courage was permitted in any circumstance, as long as she was able to wield it. Still, the idea made her heart beat uneasily. That's a lovely hat. Mary mustered up what courage she could gather when the older woman glanced her way. She remembered to smile just in time. The woman smiled in return, nodding as she patted her hat. "Many thanks. You are an immigrant? From where?" To Mary's surprise, many of the folks on the train had come from other countries as well. She hadn't noticed the accents, but the older couple, the Steinbergs, had just made their way from Sweden. Another couple came from England. The wife of the couple with the son was from Spain. All she had needed to do was to dip her foot in the water. Then she was pulled in and made to feel right at home. Everyone hopped into the conversation, eager to share their own stories. It didn't matter their backgrounds. It only mattered that everyone was eager to listen and to learn. "Now, Lucy," Mary chuckled as she knelt before the girl on the nearby bench 2 days later. "Your mother needs all the help she can get. Don't you want to show her how brave you are?" The girl sighed before nodding. "Yes, I am brave." "Good." Mary straightened up with her cane, though she didn't need it much anymore. She couldn't bring herself to leave it behind. It had become a comforting object. Besides, it was all she had to remember Emmanuel by. "Are you certain you don't want to join us in Texas?" Lucy's mother teased her. "You two have grown so close. Whatever could be waiting for you further west?" Mary could feel her cheeks warming. Emmanuel came to mind instantly. After all, that was why she had decided to go west instead of east. But she wasn't quite certain how to explain herself. "I'm not quite certain," Mary admitted, "but I must see for myself. If not, perhaps I will turn around and start toward Texas." "That's a pleasure to hear." The other woman winked. "I'm sure whatever or whoever is out there is eager for you. You've made our journey quite bearable. You will write to Lucy and me, will you not?" Though Mary opened her mouth to answer, the train began to break. She was unprepared and stumbled. This time there was no one to catch her. Though she grabbed for the bench, she was tossed off her feet in seconds. This train stopped much more quickly than the last one. Mary stayed on the floor, her chest heaving, until the machine stopped. Her eyes widened as she glanced at everyone else. People were rubbing their heads and knees from bumping into the benches and windows. Others were questioning what had happened. When the last train worker had passed through, Mary thought he said they wouldn't reach the next stop till dusk. One look out the window said they had a few hours to go. Hands shaking, she struggled to pull herself to her feet. She opened her mouth just as she heard a loud, sharp noise. It made her flinch. A gunshot. Mary whirled around, looking for an explanation, but something in her gut was already telling her. Soon they could hear shouting and more guns. Before the strangers, with their faces hidden under low hats, ever reached her car, it was clear to Mary why the train had stopped before the next station. She collapsed in her seat as she tried to stop shaking. 2 train rides, and now 2 train robberies. Her heart beat uneasily in her chest, making her wonder if she should have chosen a stagecoach instead. That might have been a little safer. Chapter 31. The tightness in Emmanuel's chest softened only as he watched Xavier pace back and forth in the long hallway. His uncle looked ready for a showdown with his shoulders tense and a tight-lipped expression. It had been a long time since Emmanuel had seen the man so anxious. Even when he had dealt with dangerous folks around town, even when he returned home an occasional bloody mess, Xavier had looked more put together than he did right then. Perhaps that was what fatherhood did to a man. "She'll be just fine." Emmanuel tried to reassure him. Contrary to his words, Regina let out a loud groan from the bedroom. Dominic grimaced as their uncle stiffened, glancing over to the closed door. Nothing happened for several seconds. Then, There was another shout. Xavier's arms flung up. "This is preposterous! I'm coming in!" The man stalked down the hall and towards the room in an irritated fashion. As the door opened, Emmanuel and Dominic exchanged a knowing look. They could always tell what would happen when it came down to an argument between their mama and their uncle. It depended on the domain. If it was an argument on how the house was fixed, for example, then Xavier would win. But if it was an argument regarding someone's health, then Bianca would be the victor. How long do you think he will last? Emmanuel mused, the mood lightening in the room without their tense uncle hovering around them. Dominic hummed for a moment thoughtfully. It depends if Regina wants him in there or not. Bet you $1 he lasts under a minute. That made him laugh. Shaking his head, Emmanuel nudged his brother. I'm not taking that bet. Only a fool would do that. Just as they started to chuckle, they heard raised voices from the bedroom. They immediately quieted down to listen. Xavier! Bianca called out in frustration. We told you to stay outside. Get out of here. It's no place for a man. She's my wife. I can handle it. She needs support. Why can't a man help his wife during... There was an indescribable scream. Charvi, get out! Emmanuel inhaled through gritted teeth. That didn't sound promising. Dominic snorted but kept his mouth shut. They exchanged hesitant glances as they heard the shuffling of feet. Sounded like Xavier wasn't winning the argument. Regina! Xavier groaned loudly from the hallway. His fist banged slowly against the door. I just want to help. I don't want you to see me like... But it ended in a scream. Bianca added with a firm shout, If you don't want to be shouted at, then stay out. Silence settled. Emmanuel raised his head up slowly, wondering if it was finally over. He didn't know that much about children or babies, only that they came out of women one way or another. It sounded more painful than he could have ever imagined. Dominic jerked up when they heard the door creak open. Though Xavier was a fine carpenter and builder, he insisted on the creaks in his house. No one could sneak up on them, he said. So the noise kept them safe. But just then, Emmanuel wasn't certain that the noise was going to help anyone. Regina? Xavier called in a softer tone. Can I help? She groaned so loudly that Emmanuel couldn't help but wince. Just stay out, Xavier! Please, out. The boys shared another glance, trying not to be too obvious about it when their uncle stepped back into the hall. It wouldn't do to tell the man that his support was futile. Emmanuel glanced at the man. He was running both of his hands through his hair, an old tic of his. Though Xavier was willing to argue with his sister, Emmanuel realized he wouldn't argue with his wife. That sounded wise. He was supposed to have been married himself. Just before Xavier's wedding, he had asked Miss Tracy Anderson to be his. Emmanuel could still remember the thrill that ran through his body when she agreed. It now left a bitter taste in his mouth. The whole relationship had been short-lived. He had admired the blonde from their pews every Sunday in church. It took him years to gather the courage to talk to her, and it took longer for her to agree to dance with him. But after his first winter, away hunting furs, he thought she had seen him for who he really was. But whatever she had seen was never enough, seeing as she had run off with another man. He hated that taste in his mouth, and he hated how things had ended. Looking back, he knew that they were never meant to be together. He had loved the idea of Tracy more than who she really was, and she had never really loved him. It would have never worked. The truth didn't make the pain any less. It was still a dull ache he knew he would never be free of. And yet, there was something that was stronger than the past. A soft peace had settled in his heart. He wasn't certain of the moment when it had happened, since it had been slow and secret. Perhaps it was just before he kissed Mary, or when she turned to him with all the trust in her heart, or when they talked in the cabin, whispering above the wind about their stories. But it was Mary who had changed things around for him. As the emotions flooded over, Emmanuel could hardly breathe. He stood up with a start, surprising the two men. "Let's take a walk," he said. As Regina cried out again, the others quickly agreed. In seconds, they were all out the door, taking a stiff walk around the outskirts of the house. "Do you have any names picked for the child?" Dominic asked lightly. Xavier couldn't be still. His hands went in his pockets, out of his pockets, crossed against his chest, and then he rubbed them together. "Names?" It took him a minute to think. Emmanuel held back a grin. The last time he had seen his uncle this dazed and lost was when he came back from a long journey as a bloody mess. He still didn't know all the details of what had happened, but it had to do with Regina's past. It had really only mattered that Xavier had healed and then married the woman. "A name for a girl, a name for a boy," Dominic suggested. "Xavier Jr." "Dominic Jr.?" Xavier glanced over and ruffled his hair. "Number." "We're not thinking about that yet. Not until they're both safe and healthy." Both boys nodded soberly. That made sense. The West was a hard place to live. San Miguel's burial grounds included the young and the old. The three of them made another lap around the house before anyone thought of something else to say. But Emmanuel's mind was heavy. He played with his hair as he tried to think. "Uncle, do you ever still feel restless, even when you're married?" Dominic was kicking around a pebble, but his uncle glanced up. "Restless?" After a minute, Emmanuel shrugged. "You know, I don't know. You've always been a busy man. Sheriff, hunter, rancher, everything. What about now? Don't you ever want to get up and go somewhere? Did anything change?" His uncle took a deep breath. "Yes and no." Emmanuel grunted. That made everything clear as mud. "Life isn't that simple," Xavier pointed out reasonably. "When it comes to emotions, everything gets tricky." He quieted. "Marriage is a job, Emmanuel. It's the best job I could have asked for, and it's better than I deserve." "Don't say that," Emmanuel elbowed the man. "You do deserve it. The good and the bad," he added to lighten the mood. It worked. Xavier chuckled and nudged him back. "Whatever I do or don't, it still isn't easy. A relationship is not an answer to your problems. For some, it becomes another problem on top of everything. But I see it as a blessing. I learn something new every day." Thinking back, Emmanuel bit his tongue. "Right, but I don't know. Maybe it doesn't solve all your problems. But did it solve any of them? Would you be happy to stay right here forever?" As they turned around the corner, Xavier shrugged. He glanced up at the sun and pointed. The sun. It helps things to grow, but it can make things die. He liked talking in riddles. Frustrated, Emmanuel shook his head and kicked a pebble hard. "You know what I mean. I thought travelling would fix things. That's what you thought, right? That I'd stop, that I would be calm again. Or was I never calm in the first place?" "Not really," Dominic finally offered his input. Emmanuel shot him a look, but his younger brother just grinned at him before falling silent again. Moving in between them to block any hits, Xavier cleared his throat. "You can't expect anything in the outside world to fix the inside of your head." "Except for bleeding," Dominic piped up again. He dodged an elbow from his uncle and hung back, stepping out of the conversation with a sheepish grin. It was just the two of them. Emmanuel glanced up at the man, wishing he could be more like Xavier. The man was collected and calm, even when things were wrong. He always knew what to do, But Emmanuel didn't. There were too many memories of just standing there, feeling useless. He never felt as prepared as he should have been, or as knowledgeable as would be appropriate. Even when he guided Mary up the mountain range, he hardly knew what he was doing. "We don't get all the answers, Emmanuel." Xavier spoke through his thoughts. "We only have whatever the Lord gives us. You act like the restlessness is a bad thing, but it doesn't have to be." "Feels like it," he scowled. "I can't sit still. I can't think straight. I keep wondering." But he trailed off, hesitant to say anything more. Mary MacDougall still lived inside his heart, and only there. If he said anything out loud, he was afraid everything about her would fade. Besides, everyone would make fun of him. He had left because of a girl. And now he was returned home, thinking about another girl. "And that's all right," Xavier added gently. "I told you about my past. I have done things I didn't want to do. Every time, it is hard and uncertain. There were mornings where I wasn't certain I would come home alive." Emmanuel jerked his head up in surprise. The man continued talking. "Perhaps you are restless because you are still looking for something. Perhaps it is a blessing in disguise, directing you down a new path. I don't have all the answers, Emmanuel. No one does. But I can tell you that if I had to do it all again, I would. If it meant to bring me back to this point, to have all my family here." Xavier spread his arms out before ruffling Emmanuel's hair with a grin. "I would do anything." A sharp whistle pierced the air. They all spun towards the open window. His sister's dark hair spilled through the crack as she waved. "Come! What are you doing out there? Fools! Wash your hands and get in here. You have a child to meet, Xavier." The man whooped so loudly that Emmanuel jumped back in surprise. It caught him off guard, and he laughed, watching his uncle take off around the house. The man's stiffness had faded away as he ran like a little boy, like a father. Emmanuel and Dominic grinned at each other before hurrying after their uncle. Putting the confusion and frustration behind him, he decided that his uncle had a point. There wasn't much he could do but try to move ahead. Chapter 32. Her mouth turned so dry that she could hardly breathe. Mary blinked several times, but they were still there, tall, angry men in heavy jackets that jingled as they sauntered down the aisle. There were 4 of them, 4 men who had decided they could take whatever they wanted just because no one had any defences. She glanced around to see what everyone else was doing. Nothing. No one knew what to do, and because of that, no one took action. Soon they had quieted down, and the only ones making any noise were the very men causing the silence. Her heart pounded so hard and fast, she felt like she might explode. Clutching her cane with both hands, Mary found herself trying to breathe quietly, as though, if she could not be heard, then she could not be seen. "We're not here to hurt anyone," the leader called out, raising his arms in the air to get everyone's attention. "We can do this peaceably." The mother in the row in front of Mary huffed in disbelief as she grabbed her daughter Lucy close. "We just want your money and any niceties you've got. Gold, jewels, and the like." The man pulled down his handkerchief to reveal a wide grin. "And then me and my men will be on our way. How about that?" Mary grew queasy as she looked around again. No one said a thing. But the men looked angry, and the women looked fearful. Some kept their heads down, and others jutted their chins out. As the robbers began to mill around, pointing out people and demanding their goods, everyone slowly caved. She watched breathlessly, still unable to believe that this was happening again. Her ankle ached, remembering how she'd been tossed out of the compartment the last time this had happened. Only the side doors were kept closed now. She supposed that should be a good thing, but she didn't feel good. In the back of her mind, Mary could hear Emmanuel's last words. "Come with me," he had urged her. "Come with me." She should have gone with him. He probably hadn't been robbed on his journey. One of the robbers, the shortest one, came over to Lucy and her mother. He opened his bag and glared at them. "Your money, ma'am." That jarred Mary. It was ridiculous. They had the decency to use manners even as they robbed everyone. Mary craned her head to see where the leader was standing and watching with his arms folded. She wondered how many men were there. Robbers, not men. As she pondered, the front compartment door opened and 2 men disappeared. Mary didn't feel any safer, however. She scooted against the wall as though it gave her more space between her and everything else. "You—" Mary jerked, her breath catching as the short robber finished intimidating Lucy's mother and moved over to her. He didn't step into the row, but he stretched out the bag with a glare. Her stomach churned as she gripped her cane for strength. It was the only thing she had from Emmanuel. The cane and his words. She found herself gaping at the open bag before her, unable to think straight. The moment was so tense that she couldn't move. She didn't want to. It didn't make sense. Mary inhaled shakily. How could she be dealing with another set of robbers on her train? Was this supposed to be a message from God? She wanted to send a message to the Pope and see what he thought. But she couldn't talk to the Pope, and she didn't feel that God would answer her prayers. Emmanuel wasn't even there to help her in this fearful situation. If he was there, Mary realised, then everything would be a little bit better. He had a way of improving every situation just by being there. That made her heart soften as she thought of him. He was such a good person, always attentive to her needs, even when he didn't feel good. And when she had been fearful, he had come to her rescue. Though she wasn't certain that punching Martin Smith was the right way to go about things, Mary couldn't help but feel proud that he had cared enough to protect her in that manner. She hoped he wasn't in pain, wherever he was, that the black eye had healed, and the knuckles weren't bleeding anymore. Surely he was well, all mended and cheerful again. If only he was there beside her. What would he do? Mary glanced around before looking back at the man. He ducked his head down to stare at her some more. I dinna have anything," she choked out at last. The nerves flooding through her couldn't keep her accent from coming out. It always did when she didn't know what to do. Her hands tightened around her cane so much that her knuckles turned ghostly white. "Everyone does," the man grunted as he waved the bag around. "We want it. Get your money." All she had was $3 to her name, and she needed that for when the train stopped. If she didn't, then she would be trapped somewhere she didn't know anything about, and frantically wondering where to go from there. She didn't want to be lost and alone again. Mary was tired of being alone. The last 10 years with the Penningtons had been enough. She realised that now. Even with the other servants, even when she was tending to Beatrice, she was alone. She didn't have friends or confidants. That was no way to live. Not anymore. Emmanuel had done a lot for her, including reminding her what it was like to have someone to talk to. They had both confessed so much of themselves to each other. She cherished every conversation. She was tired of being alone, and she wasn't ashamed any longer of wanting more. Living with the Penningtons had forced her to change her focus. She had given up care of herself to serve the family and tend to their every need. Because of that, no one tended to her own needs. Though she wanted for little and could never think of wanting anything but her family, now Mary was ready to take her life back. Emmanuel had helped her realise that. She wanted to be surrounded by good people who cared for her and whom she cared for. A simple wish, but one proving to be more difficult than expected, especially with these train robbers.
"Your money!"
The man growled again. Then The leader stomped over to see what was slowing them down. Mary swallowed hard as she glanced between the two of them. "What's going on here?" the leader snarled. "Come on, miss. You don't want to cause any trouble." Of course she didn't want trouble. She was tired of trouble. Beatrice's trouble had brought her from the comfortable big house. Other trouble had her tossed out of a train, and more trouble had her almost marry a man with too many wives. Mary was tired of trouble in so many ways that these strange men wouldn't understand. All they did was take hard-earned goods from other people, setting aside problems for bigger ones. At least, she hoped they were bigger problems for these terrible and rude men. She opened her mouth to tell them she didn't want trouble, but she couldn't find the words to speak. Then an old memory came to mind, her mother talking to her about trouble. "Don't you be causing nothing," the woman had warned her. She still smelled like lavender, but Mary couldn't quite see her face. "You'll be a good girl, won't you?" "Yes, ma'am," Mary's squeaky voice had answered. A tight hug had enveloped her. "That's my girl," her mam had whispered in her ear. "A good girl, the very best. Do us proud. You're a MacDougall, lass, the best of the best." Mary didn't remember what that meant, being a MacDougall, but the hope in her chest grew, and she could feel her mother's warmth. It brought a sense of comfort and security that she had longed for a very long time. "Well," the leader frowned at her. "Your money, then." She blinked at them. She thought of Emmanuel's smile, and then she thought of him punching Mr. Smith when they realised he had been lying all the while. She thought of her mother's hug and their hope for the future. This wasn't part of it. This was all wrong. No. The word slipped out before Mary could help herself. She said it before she really realised what was going on inside her head. But once it was out, she realised how it felt right. Her grip tightened again on the cane, but not out of fear. Both of the men glanced at each other, wondering if they had heard her correctly. Her next breath came out shaky, with her body tense and rigid. She wasn't certain what to do next. But she was done. Mary had decided that. She was done putting up with other people and their problems. She was finished doing what everyone else wanted her to do. For too long, she had spent her life obeying others' wishes. She had given up herself to serve others, and she had let everyone else decide what happened to her. But no more. Mary was sick and tired of feeling like a leaf trapped in a whirlwind. As the men took a step towards her, she stood up. Her bag rested at her feet, but she made no move to retrieve it for them. There wasn't much money, and there weren't any jewels. She could have simply said that, but she was tired of being nice to people who didn't care. Emmanuel had said this was her life, that she could do what she wished. "Give us what we want, and we'll leave." The leader started to negotiate. "You don't want to get hurt, do you?" Mary took a deep breath as she stared back unflinchingly. Her grip was still tight around her wooden cane. "No, I don't want to get hurt, and I'm certain neither do you." The men exchanged glances with each other. "Be a nice girl," the short one started in a huff. "And just—" She wasn't certain how it happened. It was hard to tell if it was the cane or her arms. But the next thing Mary knew, the cane was up and slamming into the man's chest with all her strength. After years of lifting heavy platters and carrying lumber, she wasn't weak. She had never been weak. It only took until now for her to discover this. "Get away!" Mary shouted, and swung the cane again. The leader jumped back, but the handle still jammed into his shoulder. He grunted in pain. The short man started screeching rude words that Miss Lucy should never have to hear. Mary hit the man with her cane again, trying to silence him. "Shut up!" she cried out. "Those are bad words." She was angry, and tired of being a pawn and doing what everyone wanted. For too long, she had obeyed every order and request. She had given up every part of herself for years until she was only a shell. But Emmanuel had reminded her that she wasn't, that she was her own person, a real person with a past and with dreams, with stories and songs. Somehow, it was enough. A few more swings, and the men tried to duck, but the two of them got hit a few more times before scrambling out of the compartment. They dropped their bags on the way out until the only person standing was Mary. Breathing heavily, she stared at the door as Miss Lucy ran up and closed it. The little girl turned to Mary with a grin. "You fought the baddies." Such a childish shriek of joy brought her out of the daze. Mary slumped against a bench as everyone cheered for her. They did so quietly, a little worried they might return, but they kindly helped her back to her seat to settle down. All of a sudden, she was exhausted. Her energy was gone, so once she was sitting down again, she put her bag in her lap and closed her eyes. She could hear everyone talking as they went through the dropped bags to retrieve their goods. It sounded like most everyone received what had been momentarily stolen from them. Mary was glad for that. Her body shook more than it had before as she tried to realise what she had just done. Keeping her eyes closed, Mary could pretend it was just a dream. The anger had drained away and left her shocked over her actions. No one would believe what had just happened. She could hardly believe it. But she found herself smiling before she dozed off. Mary felt a warm comfort set in as she decided to rest. She deserved it, and no one was going to keep her from doing what she wanted anymore. Chapter 33. 2 days later, Emmanuel was finally permitted to return to his uncle's house. It was his mama who had restricted him from going any sooner. She claimed the new family needed their rest and deserved some time alone. Of course, she had been over every day, taking blankets and pillows and knitting supplies and food. She spent a couple of hours there while giving Emmanuel and Dominic more chores. "It's Mama," Dominic shrugged. "We'll meet the baby when we meet the baby." Perhaps it was just his restless nature. Emmanuel couldn't decide. Even after the conversations with his mama and uncle, he didn't know what to do with himself. Even the chores weren't distracting enough. Twice he left the chicken coop open and had to catch the runaways. Then he forgot to milk one cow, and she kicked him in punishment. There was a bruise on his elbow to prove it. "At least you have other things to occupy your time," Emmanuel grumbled. But his brother didn't hear him as he jumped onto his horse and turned towards town. Xavier was taking time off from his duty as Sheriff of San Miguel with the new baby there. It was nice to see how much he cared about his family. Besides, the man was tired of the job that he had had for so long. For all of Dominic's life, Emmanuel realised, Xavier had been the sheriff. While he had McGee the deputy to take on the role of sheriff when necessary, Dominic had recently become deputised himself. Though their mama was not happy about it, the young man had proved himself both capable and wise in risky situations. It was just to offer support, seeing as the town had settled down well in the last couple of years. A cattle rider and a deputy. Emmanuel shook his head as he watched his little brother go. Dominic had really come into his own. Realising this, Emmanuel wondered if it had been helped by his leave of absence. That meant his brother had to stand on his own. "But I didn't." Emmanuel sighed. He kicked a rock in frustration. There was nothing to his name. No badge, no job, not even a horse. He had told his family about losing everything on the train, though they meant to start a hunt and see where his furs and horse had gone. There hadn't been time. He heard the front door shut, and he turned, finding his mama there. She was carrying tortillas and salsa. "There you are," she said breathlessly. "Put these in the cart, will you? We're going to Xavier's." We are. Emmanuel grinned. Does that mean I get to meet my cousin? She patted his shoulder. I think today is a good day. Yes, it is. He nodded hurriedly. Then he jumped into action before she could change her mind. Emmanuel organised the cart in just the manner she liked. Within minutes, they were off. He carried everything up the steps when they arrived. His mama knocked softly on the door. It took another minute, but eventually Xavier made it over to them. His hair was a mess with his shirt hardly tucked in. It looked like the man hadn't slept in days, but he offered a tired smile and beckoned them in, ruffling their hair as they stepped through. Thank you. He kissed his sister's cheek. Regina is sleeping. Both of them just settled down, babies in the cradle right there. Bianca squealed softly, beaming. Aye, you're doing so well, you two. Join Regina. Go rest, because I see you are dead on your feet. Only for a little while. We'll take care of the house. Xavier hesitated, glancing around as he rubbed his hands slowly together. You've already helped, Bianca. We can't keep... But his sister had pulled the rest of his shirt out from his pants, turned him, and started guiding him towards the bedroom. Emmanuel set everything down on the kitchen table. Then he peeked in the hallway as he watched his mama convince her brother to rest. There was another sound that rose up, an unfamiliar little grunt. He turned to the cradle. Emmanuel's heart lightened as he quickly walked over, eager to see his cousin and curious to see if she was awake. A grin spread across his face as he saw the baby open one eye. It was as if she wanted to see if it was worth waking up just yet. Gazing at her, Emmanuel couldn't recall the last time he had seen a baby, especially one so young and small. He could probably carry her with one hand. Her head couldn't be any bigger than an apple. She cooed loudly as one of her arms escaped the tight blanket wrapped around her. Ay, that child. Bianca tutted softly as she returned down the hall. Emmanuel could feel her presence behind him and glanced over. I bet you were the same way. She smiled at him, touching his arm, always awake to see what was happening. Often he wished Bianca really was his birth mother. They would have had even more good memories together. Have they named her yet? He whispered. She stepped up to the other side of the cradle, scrutinizing the child. Isadora Elizabeth Bianca Martinez. He raised an eyebrow. Oh, really? An elbow nudged his ribs. I've been a wonderful influence on both of them. Trying to laugh quietly, he nodded. I know. And was it your mother's name? She sighed. Yes, Bianca and Manuel Martinez. She glanced down at the baby as Emmanuel stared at her. That had just been a guess. It was common enough to name one's children after oneself. But then she said Manuel Martinez. He hadn't known that and thought about it. Maybe that was why Xavier hadn't sent him off to another family after his rescue. Maybe it had been a sign that he was supposed to be with them. He squeezed her hand, smiling when she glanced up. Can I hold her? He asked. The instant change of topic made her nose scrunch. As Isadora Elizabeth Bianca Martinez cooed again, Bianca nodded. Try to get her to go back to sleep, she instructed. I'm going to cook the bread dough I brought. Emmanuel stayed there as she moved away. He tried to remember how to hold a baby. He'd only seen her for a second or two when Bianca was reminding Xavier how to hold his new daughter. They'd squabbled, having both held and cared for Dominic, but they had worked it out. The head. He remembered that. The head needed support. Smiling at Isadora, he gently scooped his hand beneath her head and used his other hand to carefully bring her close to his chest. It took a second to get comfortable, though it felt strange. But he wasn't about to drop her. She cooed again, but this time sounded a little upset. Emmanuel thought fast and decided that maybe she wanted to see more of the house, so he started to walk, one slow step at a time. Keeping them away from the noise in the kitchen, he took his cousin down the hall and paused to look out the window. Isadora quieted, and he grinned. "You like the sun, yes? You're just like your papa." Emmanuel knew she couldn't understand. She was only a few days old. Her face was still a little red and a little dark, but her hair was soft, and when her eyes were open, they were a dark green, just like her papa. "You're lucky to be here," he whispered. He didn't know why he was talking, but it felt right, and he wanted to make sure that he told her everything he thought she should know. "You have wonderful parents. They're very happy to have you," Isadora answered with a big yawn. Then she stretched out her hand as though reaching for him. Emmanuel shifted, finding he could indeed hold her with one arm, and touched the baby's fingers. They were long and small, very small. He didn't want to ever let go. "You will have a wonderful life here," he assured her softly, "just like the one I've had. Maybe they didn't raise me from birth, but Xavier was always there for me when I did join the family. And Bianca, that's your aunt. You'll like her. Don't worry when she tells you what to do. That's her way of showing how much she loves you." That made him grin. When he first arrived and they took him in, Bianca had made him bathe every day that week. She said she kept finding sand in his hair. Her scrubbing was rough, and he had been so afraid and confused why she was trying to hurt him. "Life is hard," he assured Isadora, "but it's good, especially here. Just wait. I'm sure your papa will take you out to see the sunrise. You'll love that," if he hadn't already. Emmanuel wondered if his uncle couldn't help rising with the sun even then. He wiggled his eyebrows at Isadora. She just yawned again. He continued talking to her. It seemed to settle her down. Keeping one hand wrapped over hers, Emmanuel grinned. Cousins were cute. "You're lucky. These people will love you more and more every day. I will too, because I know what it's like to grow up with them. They've given me a wonderful life, and they will give you one too. You can do whatever you want. They'll help you make every dream come true. We're both very lucky." She was going to laugh and giggle over her papa and aunt. She would be cherished by her mama. Her uncles would spoil her, and she would have a lot of land to explore. Already he knew everyone would fight over teaching her how to ride a horse, how to read, how to dance. He could picture her growing up with siblings, everyone teaching her the best way to make a tortilla, and everyone gathered around to listen to her stories. Isadora was going to have a good life. Emmanuel knew it. He'd had a good one so far too. He was very lucky. They had given him more than he could have imagined. As he thought about what he had just told his cousin, Emmanuel realized he was talking to both of them, Isadora and himself. If he wanted his precious cousin to make her dreams come true, then he needed to do the same. For a minute, he wasn't certain what that meant for him. He hesitated as he considered what his dreams might be, or what they should be. Certainly, he wanted to do something with his life. Emmanuel could feel the pounding in his heart as he tried to think. Before words could explain anything, however, a familiar face, crowned with curly red hair, came to mind. Mary. He wanted to see Mary again. That was his dream. Chapter 34. Her throat was parched. Clutching her bag, Mary leaned on her cane as she studied her surroundings. It was a small town, about the same size as Snake River Town. Though she told herself she had come from a smaller village, it was still hard to comprehend when the West was so big. The sky went on forever. Heat from the sun beamed down. She had put her jacket in her bag. Though days ago she had been trampling through the snow, now she could feel a trickle of sweat drip down her spine. "Sorry, folks," the train conductor shouted as he came around the crowd gathered on the platform. "It's the end of the line here." Mary's heart skipped a beat. "Is this San Miguel?" she asked the Higgins family, the older couple with their young boy. Of everyone from her compartment, they were the only folks who had travelled this far before. It had to be. Emmanuel said that the train was supposed to reach his town, that they'd spent years working on the line and getting it prepared, that someday it would stretch even further to the oceans. She could hardly imagine such a sight. Her eyes skittered around. The train had stopped hours ago, the whistle blowing for everyone to get off, so they had, assuming possibly they would get on again in a few hours. But everything appeared at a standstill, confusing everyone. To her dismay, Mr. Higgins shook his head. "This is Milltown. San Miguel is the next town west, about 30 miles from here." Mary took a step back, glancing at the conductor as he continued shouting. Another compartment opened on the train, and the workers started bringing out boxes and goods. No one was supposed to get back on. But we're supposed to go to San Miguel," she whispered. How was she supposed to travel 30 miles alone in a strange land? Why, what happened? The Higgins couple glanced at each other. "It probably broke down," the wife explained. "My cousin is in the rail business, so I've heard stories. San Miguel was a new stop, and things tend to run wrong for the first couple of years. Is that where you're trying to get to? San Miguel?" Swallowing hard, Mary nodded. She had already come so far. With only $3 to her name, she was stranded in a strange place with no way to find the one person she wanted to find. "Thank you." She took a step back from the Higgins family. "I appreciate your help." "You should ask around," Mr. Higgins suggested quickly. "We're headed north as it is, but I'm sure someone will continue west. Ask around." "Right. Talk to strangers." She nodded as the kind family waved before stepping into the crowd, her throat constricted. After all she had accomplished and overcome, she hated how nervous she still could be in a moment. Mary stepped away from the people shouting and running around. It was a mess, and it only made her more worried. Licking her lips, she tried to convince herself that everything would be fine. She just wanted to be in San Miguel. Emmanuel could fix anything. He made her worries go away. If only he was there, then he could help her out. He knew what it was like to be in strange places over and over again. But then again, so did she. Mary frowned at herself. She had arrived at many strange places at one point or another. Though she didn't like it, she had survived each time. She swallowed. Then this wasn't as new as she was worried about. It gave her enough strength to dive back into the crowd. Holding her bag close, Mary couldn't bring herself to shout over the noise, but she began to listen. If everyone wasn't planning to stay in town, then the Higgins family were right. Someone had to be on their way to San Miguel. "I really think we should continue along the tracks," she overheard a woman say. "Dear, it's a set path. It'll be safer than no man's land. Besides, there are towns along the way." It was a tall, thin woman with brown hair as she talked to a taller man with hair so blonde it was nearly invisible. The man sighed as he grabbed the child clutching his leg and attempted to set the boy aside. "But it's slower," he explained. "We might as well just go northwest." The woman had a map. "See here? There's a big desert, and your brother said not to go there. We should keep west of here, stay on a real trail. Danny, darling, let go of your father." Mary scooted closer. She watched as 2 other children came over, yanking on their mother's skirts about their bags. Though she knew she should keep moving, something about them made her wonder. Mary dropped her gaze so she wasn't staring and inched around them. Then she listened and learned that the mother won the argument. They were going west. She grabbed her chance. "Good day!" Mary forced a broad smile. Did I hear you're off to San Miguel? No! The youngest, Danny, shouted. We're going to the gold! The boy's father groaned as he tried to unlatch the boy from his leg again. Danny, please, it's too hot for this. We'll play later, I promise. Yes, dear, the mother answered Mary. We'll be stopping in San Miguel on our way west. We're headed to California, you see. Are you headed west too? She nodded hurriedly. Just to San Miguel. I don't have much, but could I come along? I don't have money, but I can help carry anything or help with any duties. Though the adults were hesitant, they agreed to discuss the possibility. Mary's throat grew drier as they talked, but she didn't give up. It took them an hour to make a decision. But since it was only for the next 30 miles, and the parents could use some help entertaining their children, they agreed to take her to San Miguel. As the father went off to make the appropriate purchases, she stayed with the mother and the children. You're going west too? The girl asked in a shrill voice. So are we. Danny nodded as he stuck his thumb in his mouth. Where's your mum? Are they coming too? The mother, Mrs. Jackson, tugged his hand away. Danny, behave, please. Mary offered a smile. It's my own adventure, Danny. But you're lucky to have your mother and father join you. Are you excited to search for gold in California? He nodded furiously. Gold is shiny, and I like shiny things. And it can make us rich, his sister pointed out. She rolled her eyes, even though she couldn't be more than 10 years old. Already the girl acted older than Mary knew she must have acted at that age. Father says I can have my very own horse someday. I'm Patricia. Mary nodded. It's lovely to meet you, Patricia. Horses are lovely. It took them a few minutes to warm up to her, but soon the children settled down and were telling her everything. Even the oldest boy, David, started piping up. Within an hour, the mother had stepped back into the shade to rest her eyes, and Mary amused the children with a stick they could use to draw in the dirt. This kept them busy until Mr. Jackson returned with everything they needed. It's not much for now, he admitted when he showed the cart and 2 horses, but they said it would get us to San Miguel, and we can gather more goods there. They get a lot of folks moving west and have better supplies. I hope so, Mrs. Jackson murmured. Mary, dear, can you get the children up? Mary nodded and obeyed, rounding up the 3 kids into the cart so they could get going. They made it just a mile or so out of town for the night. She slept in the cart with the children as the parents rested under a tree. With everyone new to wagon life, it was slow-moving under the warm sun. The children kept wanting to go off to explore, so Mary was hard-pressed to make up games to keep them walking or to keep them in the cart. But it was refreshing work. She found herself laughing and enjoying the warm sun and company. The Jacksons clearly hadn't been prepared for something this difficult, and less so for managing their children with so little entertainment. Mary tried her best to keep her mood light and engage them with one another. Good company, as she had discovered, could change everything for the better. Before she knew it, they reached San Miguel. Mary stood breathlessly on the outskirts of the town. She could hardly believe it. A soft sort of reverence slipped over her shoulders as she eyed the place curiously. This was where Emmanuel Martinez was. She could feel it. Are you certain you don't want to continue west with us? She turned to see Mrs. Jackson offering a tired smile as she wiped her brow free of sweat. Mary's heart softened for the woman. The family had lived well in Boston, but a competitor had put their tailoring business out of work within weeks. They had decided to come west and try something new. It was a hard life, but they were learning, and she knew they would do well. Thank you, Mary sighed, but I'm afraid not. They tried a few more times to invite her to go west. Though she hadn't told them everything, it was clear enough that her plans were not permanent. Mrs. Jackson offered to wait a day or two to make sure she was settled, but she said no. Mary's heart hadn't stopped pounding loudly in her chest since she arrived. That had to mean something. Soon it was time for their goodbyes. Mrs. Jackson's eyes watered as they hugged, and as Mary hugged the children. Since they wanted to keep moving, they couldn't linger any longer. As Mary waved goodbye, she noticed a white spire pointed to the sky. She stood there a moment to think. Her arms dropped as she remembered Emmanuel talking about the town he missed so much, about the life he'd lived there, about the strange little church that was made out of clay with a white pointed top. It couldn't be, she breathed. Clutching her cane and bag, Mary locked her eyes on the tall structure and started towards it. She went down the crowded street. There were people she walked around and horses she avoided. Her gaze never left the structure. And there it was. It was the church he had talked about. She stared in surprise as she could hear Emmanuel explaining the accident and how they had rebuilt it the best way that they could. That it was a combination of the native life out west and the sophisticated life back east. Mary could hardly believe it. Though she had felt it so strongly for the last couple of hours, now she knew, with a surety, just where she was. She had made it to San Miguel, and that meant she had almost made it to Emmanuel. Chapter 35. When he told his mama, Bianca was speechless. That made Emmanuel nervous. She was never silent. The woman always had something to say, whether it was a compliment, a joke, or a scolding. She always had words ready. "I don't know when," he added hastily. "And that doesn't mean I'll be gone forever, Mama. You know I love being here, but I can't. I need to find something, someone. I need to find someone." Bianca sighed. Sinking down into a kitchen chair, Emmanuel did the same. They had been home for only an hour, but he couldn't ignore the burning in his heart any longer. She managed in disbelief. He grabbed her hands to reassure her. "I love you, Mama. I love everyone, and I love San Miguel, and I love home. But I have to go, at least for a little while. I can't explain it. I wish I could, but I can't. But I know I have to go, and you always said I have to listen to my heart." The woman sighed again before meeting his gaze. And that's supposed to be me. I'm your mama, your heart." He couldn't hold back the grin as he saw the exasperation slip through. She couldn't stay upset for long. One of her many great qualities. "Sorry, Mama, I still love you." "So you keep saying." She squeezed his hands after rolling her eyes. "But I suppose I understand. You are your own man, just like I raised you to be." Emmanuel rolled his eyes. "Yes, Mama. So you aren't mad?" She let go and scooted a little closer. "How can I be? You're my boy. Annoying, but what can I do? It won't be any fun if I lock you in your room. Besides, I think I knew you would go again. I just hoped you would stay longer." Shrugging, he let her study his face for a minute. "Me too." "You need to find someone." Trying not to blush, he nodded. "Yes." "And you'll bring this person home?" He jerked his head up. "What?" Then he caught her look and realized she knew. Somehow, she knew something had happened. And she knew it was about a woman. He could just tell. Emmanuel couldn't control the blush any longer. "I'm not saying anything, Mama." She stared at him hard before giving up. Fine. You and your secrets. But you cannot leave yet. Next week. Can you wait?" Emmanuel frowned as he watched her stand and straighten her skirts. "I suppose. But why should I wait? What is happening?" Scoffing, Bianca pushed her hair back over her shoulders. I'm getting married. Is Friday soon enough for you? 3 days. Emmanuel laughed as he nodded. It's about time. That's not too soon for you. I know. I was trying to be a modest woman, but what do I know of that? The judge won't mind. I'll go to town tomorrow and talk with him and the pastor. He raised an eyebrow. Why do you call him the judge? I don't think I even know his name, Mama. Bianca chuckled before reaching over to ruffle his hair. It's Jay, and I suppose it's an old habit. He's been here for so long. That was only about 8 years, but Emmanuel supposed it was enough. He nodded, smiling. J. Thompson, the judge. At the last family supper, he had been there to eat and talk. In a way, it felt like the man had always been with them. He fit well as the calm beside Bianca's fierceness. While he would never call the man his father, Emmanuel was glad there was another person joining the family. It had been the 4 of them for so long. Bianca and her brother Xavier, with Emmanuel and Dominic, who they raised. Then Regina joined them, and then little Isadora. Now there was going to be Jay. Family was a good thing, the most important thing. It almost made him wonder if going after Mary was the right thing to do. With 2 new members of the family, Emmanuel hesitantly wondered if he was trying to leave too soon. He was still thinking about his decision 3 days later on the way into San Miguel, tightening his grip on the reins. Emmanuel spotted the spire standing high above the town, tall, thin, white. A sight as familiar as his home. They were a little late, he knew, but they weren't the important party. Beside him sat Regina. She had her pretty blonde hair brushed down to her waist and was dressed up prettily in red and white. As a new mother, she was looking much more rested than she had since giving birth. In the back of the wagon, Dominic sat cushioned while holding Isadora. They'd played a short game to see who won the opportunity to carry her into town. Emmanuel hadn't won. But since they were celebrating together after their mama's wedding ceremony, there would be more opportunities later to hold his little cousin. It was a beautiful day for a wedding. Blue skies without a cloud to be found. A soft breeze cooled them down, while Xavier's favourite time of day was early morning. An early afternoon like this one was Bianca's. We won't miss it, will we? Regina leaned over. I didn't mean to take so long. Emmanuel shook his head. It might be Mama's wedding, but Xavier wouldn't let her start. She's missing half the family. Besides, you know her. She probably wanted to welcome everyone to their seats anyway. She chuckled. That certainly sounds like Bianca. At last, they pulled up. Emmanuel's heart warmed as he saw the crowd of wagons and horses at every post. He decided to park at the end where he knew there was space. They'd move the goods after the ceremony. It's just a short walk, he said as he climbed down. Moving around, he roped the horses in and then helped Regina down to the ground. Dominic refused to let him hold the baby yet, winking as he climbed down without waking Isadora. Let's get Mama married, he cheered. Regina hurried after, wanting to keep a close eye on the 2 of them. Chuckling, Emmanuel straightened up his jacket as he followed. He'd dressed his best, clean white shirt with a dark jacket. It was hot, but it was worth it. Even just watching his mama run around all morning, singing and shouting, made the sweating and hard preparation work worth it. They were just about to head up the steps to the church when he stopped and stared. Mary? Regina and Dominic paused, though Emmanuel didn't think he had said that out loud. Hands still on his jacket, he looked across the street as he tried to decide if he was seeing right. The heat could make people see strange things. He couldn't believe his eyes. The curly red hair hanging over the shoulders, the green dress. Even the bag and the cane were in her hands. His heart skipped a beat. And then she called his name. Emmanuel. Mirages didn't speak. Stunned, he managed a short step forward. But that was all. He couldn't move. Just as he opened his mouth, Mary ran over. She hurried, clutching her belongings and walking with a small limp. But it was her walk. He knew it. Mary was in San Miguel. "I just heard there was a Martinez wedding." She gasped for air when she reached him. "I didn't know. I didn't think. But It's you, Emmanuel." He swallowed. "Mary, Please don't do this. Not yet, Emmanuel," she begged. "I know we hardly know each other, and that we haven't even known each other long. I've never known anyone like you before. I couldn't stop thinking about you when you left. I tried to go back to New York. Even when I was dismissed, I almost went back. But I couldn't. After everything we talked about, I couldn't go back to that life. It's not me. It's not mine. I cannot explain, but it was good." She talked hurriedly, speaking in long tangents before gasping for breath. Her accent grew thicker in her frenzied state, but it was music to his ears. "Then I had to see you. We're mostly strangers, but it never felt like that. Not really. It's like I've always known you. You make me happy, and you bring back good memories for me, and I feel like myself with you, the real me. I want to be more than who I was. I want to be whomever I can be. After everything you did for me in the mountains and fighting that man, I know none of this makes sense." She offered a shaky laugh as she took a step closer. "But it's true. And that's why I'm here. You can't get married, Emmanuel. Please don't. I'm begging you. At least not yet. Please, give me a chance. I've come all this way. I've taken trains and walked the desert, and I fought off robbers. But you gave me the strength to keep moving all this way, and I canna go back until I've tried, until you've given me a chance. Please give me a chance. I know you said I dinna know what love is, but I think I do. I think I love you." They were so close that they were touching. She was warm and breathless with shining eyes. There were freckles sprinkled across her face. His grin slowly widened as he studied her. There was a lot in what she had just said. Emmanuel tried to process it, but he didn't know where to start. It took everything in him not to wrap her in his arms. He swallowed, trying to say something. "It's not my wedding." He cleared his throat. "Mama, she's getting married today." Mary blinked and took a step back, making him wish he hadn't said that. Cold air rushed in between them, and he wanted her back. His heart began to ache, and it bewildered him, even as he knew she was really there, even as he had planned to search her out in the east. He found himself not knowing what to do. There was so much to tell her. "Psst." They jumped, turning to find that Dominic and Regina were still there waiting. Regina hastened down and wrapped her arms around them, turning them towards the church and Dominic. "I'm sorry to interrupt your lovely conversation, but I'm afraid we're late." Regina nudged them forward. He nearly tripped on the steps with the speed she was pushing them at. "Come." He wanted to tell her to stop and wait. But Regina had a point as she said, "There's a wedding that's been on hold for a year, and someone needs to help the bride down the aisle. Into the church we go." Chapter 36. The world was moving too quickly for Mary to catch up. She'd been in town for only a short time before she found a spot and stood still while watching the church fill up with people. It had taken her several tries to gather up the courage to ask someone what was going on at their church when it wasn't Sunday. When an older gentleman said that a Martinez was finally getting married, her heart had dropped. She couldn't feel her fingers, and her stomach was churning like it never had before. Emmanuel was getting married. He must have found someone to replace whoever had hurt his heart before she met him. Or there had always been someone whom he simply hadn't mentioned to her. He owed her nothing, she knew that. But hearing that news had still hurt her heart. It had hurt so much that she could hardly breathe. Unable to move, she had stared at the church in disbelief. Though she wanted to be happy for Emmanuel, it took all her strength not to cry. After everything she'd been through, it didn't matter now. Then she had heard her name called on the wind. Emmanuel had shown up, dressed in a handsome suit with his hair finely trimmed. He had seen her and called to her. In a whirlwind, she had raced to his side. Though she had meant to tell him that she was happy for him, everything else spilled out. She couldn't help herself. There was still some courage in the bottom of her heart that she spent on him. All the words in her soul spilled out for Emmanuel. He hardly responded, though she was embarrassed to learn it wasn't his wedding, and she had rambled too much. Mary didn't have time to apologise or process their moment of reuniting before she was distracted. A pretty young blonde bustled them up the steps. She talked in Emmanuel's ear too softly for her to hear what was being said. Trying not to trip, Mary hiccuped and clutched her bag and cane as they made it inside. There was the front hall where another young man holding a baby was with them. The blonde let go of Mary and grabbed the child. "Bianca is in the room right there. I'm sure she's ready and waiting. Go get her. We're taking our seats, and I'll have the music started." Emmanuel never even had a chance to glance at her before he was tugged across the room with the other younger man. Mary watched in dismay as she realised she was losing him again. Soon he disappeared behind another wall, and she felt her mouth dry up. There was still so much she needed to tell him. "Hello, dear." Mary turned to see the young blonde woman with the baby. Though she was dressed simply, it was easy to notice immediately the refined accent and the straight shoulders. Whoever the blonde was, she came from the East. From a good family, too. "I'm sorry to—" Mary started hesitantly, but the elegant woman shook her head with a soft smile. "Don't apologise. If anything, that's my job. But we have a wedding that's been a long time coming, and I won't have the couple wait any longer before they say their vows. Come, you can sit with me." She nudged her shoulder and opened the door to the main room. Not knowing what else to do, Mary found herself walking down the aisle of the church with the lady in front of her. People stared, probably having hoped to find the bride finally making her entrance. A wave of heat crossed over her cheeks again. She was definitely not the bride, just a stranger among these friends and family. That meant she was intruding and ruining everything. All she wanted was to go off and hide in shame. Everyone had their eyes on her. Mary clutched her cane, too nervous to use it even as she limped. That only made her blush stronger. Overwhelmed, her breath grew shaky as they reached the very front of the room. When she dared glance up, she found the priest smiling at them, and there was a large man beside him dressed in a fine suit with a flower in the pocket. He nodded to her. "Dear, right over here," the blonde whispered. Mary turned to see her taking a seat beside another man on the bench to her right. The man made her think of Emmanuel with black curly hair and a dark olive complexion, but his eyes were darker and he appeared older and perhaps not quite as kind. He flashed her a quick, studied look before turning to the blonde with the baby. The way he wrapped his arm around the young lady had to mean they were married. Mary didn't want to be in the way, especially at the front of the room. She thought that was where family sat during weddings. Swallowing, her eyes flitted over the pews, but it didn't look like there was space anywhere else. Taking a deep breath for strength, she grudgingly took the empty space beside the blonde. It was a relief to be sitting down once more, but then she had the acute awareness that people were staring at her. She could feel it. After her long journey, her hair wasn't tidy, and her dress was much too simple for a wedding. She didn't belong there. Clutching her cane tightly, She tried to swallow the lump forming in her throat. Nothing had gone the way it was supposed to. Maybe that was a sign. She couldn't decide. The train had been robbed again, and then it hadn't been able to make it as far as she had hoped it would. Then she came here and was confused over another Martinez wedding. Just as she had found Emmanuel, she had lost him again. It was hard to keep her composure. When the music started up a moment later, a guitar strumming away, she jumped in surprise. The blonde glanced at her with a sympathetic smile and patted her shoulder before turning back to listen. Doors in the back were opening again. Everyone scrambled to their feet. Mary knew she wouldn't be able to see over their heads, so she didn't even try. She was still trying to understand just what was going on. Why was his mama getting married? Surely she already was. When her eyes flitted up again, knowing the bride had to be closer, she found the familiar head of hair. Her heart skipped a beat as she found Emmanuel. His eyes were scanning each row of benches carefully. When he took 2 more steps, their eyes locked. Mary stopped breathing. He was smiling. He was happy. When he nodded at her, she was too stunned to move. Then he reached the front of the room, and everyone sat down. No one questioned the oddity of the scene before them. Mary realised she hadn't been to a wedding before, at least not one that she could remember. She had heard stories, but from her understanding, fathers usually gave their daughters away. At this one, it was Emmanuel giving the bride away on one arm, and on the bride's other arm was the young man who had been holding the baby earlier. Mary's gaze darted between them, trying to understand. Everyone settled quietly in their seats as Emmanuel lifted the bride's veil and gave her a dramatic wink. All in the room could see it, and there was twittering in the audience. He really did have a way of easing people in comfortably. Mary's throat was dry as she watched him take a step back behind the bride with the younger man. She had no idea who the other person was, younger than Emmanuel, with a thicker build and hair 2 shades lighter. It was still dark brown. He was dressed in a similar suit as Emmanuel and was grinning broadly as well. "I'd like to welcome everyone to this happy union of Bianca Martinez and J. Thompson," the priest announced. "The Lord looks down happily on these 2 wonderful souls who have decided to intertwine their lives with one another." Bianca Martinez was a beautiful woman, some years older than Emmanuel. She had thick, curly hair, with ringlets twice the size of Mary's. Her heart-shaped face betrayed a cheerful gaze and broad smile. She was dressed in white, with colourful stitching of flowers all along the hem. Mary had never seen anything like it before. When the woman swayed her hips, the flowers danced. The man she was marrying was a head taller with soft brown hair already turning grey on the sides. But for his maturity, he looked energetic as he took the woman's hands and beamed at her. They were clearly happy and truly in love. Even Mary, who had never seen them before, couldn't deny such a truth. It was a different church than the one she had been raised in. She understood that much. But it was the very beautiful church that Emmanuel had already told her so much about. And the ceremony was wonderful. Even in her bewildered state, Mary couldn't deny that. Both of them exchanged vows. They said a few playful things that at first didn't sound very nice, but when the audience laughed, Mary realised that the comments had to be a joke. When she glanced around, she noticed the blonde beside her was growing teary-eyed. She had traded off the baby to the man beside her who wasn't smiling, but his features had softened in a way that Mary could tell he must have been happy. Everyone was happy. The strange ceremony ended in a kiss. Bianca Martinez grabbed her new husband by the jacket and pulled him close. The blonde beside Mary was the first to jump to her feet and clap. "Get up!" she hissed to the man beside her. "It's your sister." a family connection. Mary grasped at that straw, but she didn't know what to do with it. Noting that the rest of the audience was on their feet clapping, she decided she should do the same. Setting the cane and bag down gingerly, she took a shaky breath and started to clap. When the couple pulled apart, Bianca Martinez started to turn to the crowd, but Jay Thompson swept her into his arms for one more kiss. It was more public affection than Mary had ever seen in her life. Not that she had seen much, but it was more than she could understand. Her cheeks heated up quickly all over again, even though it had nothing to do with her own actions. Finally, they separated. The bride cheered loudly. Grasping her new husband's hand, she waved with her other one. "Celebrations in the town hall," she called out. "Aye, for everyone." More clapping commenced. It was clearly a happy day. She could practically feel the joy in the church. Her heart beat loudly through it all, as her gaze left the happy couple to look for Emmanuel. But with everyone standing and beginning to move, she couldn't see through the wave of people. Mary swallowed hard, putting her hands down. It was like he had disappeared. Her courage wavered as she tried to figure out what to do. She didn't want to ruin this day for the newlywed couple, but she also didn't want to lose Emmanuel. They had to talk. She just prayed he felt the same. Chapter 37. It took all of Emmanuel's strength not to tear up during the ceremony. Jay was going to treat her like a queen. He already did, but now Bianca would have that even more in her life. It was about time she was properly spoiled after taking care of all her boys. Of course, they all had had a happy life together. They still did. He wasn't sure how much would really change. But as he found his own way, and as Dominic went out on the cattle rides, it brought him comfort that Bianca would not be alone in the big house. Jay had already started moving his things into his new home, taking over Xavier's old study. Every day, he brought over more and more books. Those were mostly all his belongings as a bachelor. Anything else he used to have in his home would have been his mother's, who had passed away a few years ago. The home was already being sold to Eddie McGee, the deputy, with his growing family. Emmanuel didn't know how it was all coming together for everyone, but it all flowed easily, like a summer stream. He couldn't stop marvelling over the blessings his family received over and over again. "Congratulations, Mama!" Dominic hugged Bianca tight before she could climb down off the stand when the ceremony concluded. "And to you, Jay." Joining them before the crowd could, Emmanuel copied. He shook Jay's hand and hugged his mama before planting a kiss on her cheek. "I'm happy for both of you." You better be," Bianca teased, "especially since you two were late." "We're not," Emmanuel chorused with Dominic. Then they grinned and elbowed each other as Bianca waved to everyone. Before she could get wrapped up with the large O. Henry clan who was running forward, Bianca turned to them. "Town hall," she reminded them. "We still need to finish setting up. Did you bring everything?" Emmanuel nodded. "Of course, Mama. Now go." Jay winked at the two boys before following his bride down the aisle. The happy couple only made it 2 steps before they were surrounded. It made Emmanuel laugh. "It's about time," he told his brother, who nodded agreeably. Turning his gaze back to the crowd, Emmanuel felt his chest tighten. The day was a beautiful one, and wonderful things were happening. That reminded him of the pretty redhead he hadn't had a chance to talk to yet. Licking his lips, Emmanuel ran a hand through his hair to look for her. They had to talk. He had to explain himself. There was so much in what she had said that he wanted to understand. He took a step in the direction he knew she had been in a moment ago and paused, remembering her last words, that she loved him. Emmanuel could feel his heart beating in his ears faster than a horse's gallop. His entire body tingled. He had to find her. The crowd was in his way. Trying not to be annoyed, Emmanuel politely made his way through. Mary had been so close only moments ago, and he couldn't lose her now. She had to be nearby. And she was. Standing still by the bench he had last seen her at, Emmanuel sighed in relief and manoeuvred his way around the youngest O. Henry boy before he reached her. She was really there. Mary was in San Miguel. Nothing had felt this right in a long time. "Hello," Emmanuel said breathlessly. He didn't know where else to start. Her eyes met his. They were so green. He hated how he had forgotten just what shade they were and swore he never would do that again. A deep green, like those peppers he liked so much. It was only her eyes that sparkled. "Hello?" Mary gulped softly. "Emmanuel, I'm sorry, But he shook his head before she could continue. "Don't be," he told her quickly. He didn't want her to be sorry for anything. "Please, you're here, Mary. I thought I would never see you again. There is so much to tell you that I—" As he searched for the right words, a hand clasped on his shoulder. It was Jay. "Bianca said you have the silverware," he asked. "Xavier and Regina are outside trying to get everything on those tables." Emmanuel had forgotten. Everything still needed to be unloaded from the cart. "Right, of course. I can tell you where everything is." "Manny!" He turned in the other direction to find Bianca beckoning him. The crowd was thinning as everyone shuffled towards the exit. Dominic was beside her, gesturing as well. "The silver! Come, come! We can't keep everyone waiting." His eyes slanted over to Mary, whose smile had turned hesitant. "You should go, I think." Groaning internally, he knew he had to. He'd buried the silverware under some towels in one of the smaller barrels. Either he could spend a few minutes explaining where to find it, or he could unload the wagon like they needed. Unable to keep the whole town waiting, Emmanuel started moving. Adrenaline rushed through his body with all the excitement. As he joined the crowd with Jay, he managed to get one thought handled before tending to his chores. Switching over to Dominic's side, he nudged his brother. "Can you help out, Mary?" The redhead. "Who?" Dom craned his neck around. "The girl you were talking to earlier." "Where did she come from?" He should have told them everything. Emmanuel swallowed. "Just watch her, please. Make sure she's safe." Remembering her lost and fearful expression around Martin Smith, Emmanuel hated to leave Mary's side, but there was so much going on, and his family needed him. Only when Dominic agreed did he feel a little calmer. After that, there wasn't a lot of time for him to spend thinking on the pretty girl. Leading Jay and Xavier to the wagon, the three men grabbed the silverware and started picking up the supplies. While the food had been brought earlier with Xavier and Bianca, they needed everything else in that wagon for people to use with plates and cups and more. Tables had been set up around the town hall, but only half the chairs were there. Folks brought their own, and Emmanuel hurried to help. He moved through the crowd easily, talking with everyone as they passed. He had just grabbed 2 chairs from a wagon down the street when he passed Mary outside. Emmanuel's smile broadened, and he raised his eyebrow as he found her carrying Isadora. "You found my cousin," he chuckled. "She's a cute one, yes?" "Very." Mary nodded with a light blush. "Is that all right?" "Your aunt. She wanted to help with the food. I didn't know what else I could do to help." Emmanuel shook his head. "Don't worry. You're a guest, Mary. You don't have to do anything. Did Dominic find you? He was supposed to keep an eye on you." Just then, his younger brother's head popped up from around the corner. "I'm keeping an eye on her." "Aye, Manny. I just stopped to feed our horses. Shall they starve?" When Mary looked at him in concern, Emmanuel shrugged. There wasn't enough time to explain how much his family joked, and how dramatic some of them could be. Just stay close. I'll be back soon, he added to reassure her. I think we're nearly set up. She nodded, but he saw the nervousness as she bit the inside of her cheek. That made him grin, remembering their time together. Even when she was doing well, the young lady could be anxious about anything. But when he realised he was staring, Emmanuel hastily cleared his throat and remembered he had 2 chairs. Taking a step back, he nodded. Soon, he told her again, and then hurried off. Music was already playing at the front of the room. Bianca was up there talking to the violinist. He saw her clap her hands a few times before he turned back to the table he was setting up. Aye, Manny. She found him a minute later when he was nudging the food tables. Aye, Mama, he replied. She swatted him playfully with her veil, but then she pulled it off with a breathless grin. He paused, wondering if she needed to say something. Only after she had brushed a long strand of hair away from his face did Bianca ask, where did the redhead come from? Emmanuel hesitated, but the blush couldn't be controlled. What? He tried, but knew that wouldn't work. He had never been good at lying. It was never something he had wanted to be good at. Elbowing him, she put her hands on her hips. I'm your mama. Don't be a fool, boy. Aye, it's clear as day across your face. Who is she? Where did she come from? Again, he was struck with the realization that he should have told his family. They deserved to know what had kept him so restless lately. They had the right as his family to know where his heart had gone. And yet he had been so afraid to say anything, worried that she would somehow escape his dreams. It was easier to hold her close to his memory than it was to shout to the world how he wanted her back. Now she was there. Every time he thought of that, it stunned him all over again. It had only been a short afternoon, but everything had changed. He could never have imagined any of this when he woke up that morning. She ... Emmanuel tried to think of the right words. He swallowed hard before his gaze turned to look for her again. She was everywhere in his mind now. He could recall her warm, small hands, that thick hair, the pretty slope of her shoulders. Everything about her was sweet and shy and brave. Bianca waited patiently, her eyes still on him. She's the one, Emmanuel managed to say with a shrug. Mary, she's everything, Mama. I don't know what else. As he searched for her in the room, hoping she had made it past the front doors, Emmanuel's gaze fell upon someone else. He inhaled sharply, feeling a sudden pang in his ribs. There was a blonde young lady across the room he hadn't expected to ever see again, but when she turned around and saw him, Emmanuel couldn't deny it. She was back. The girl who had broken his heart and disappeared without a word to him had returned to San Miguel. As he stared in disbelief, Tracy Anderson grinned as she ran over. Emmanuel, she sang as she threw her arms around him. I was hoping I would see you here. A lump formed in his throat as he awkwardly returned the hug. He didn't know what else to do as he tried to understand what his old sweetheart was doing back in town. He hadn't seen her since before she ran off with Mr. Shaw, the blacksmith's brother. Chapter 38. The baby was small. Mary couldn't recall ever holding anything so little or precious. She still wasn't entirely sure how she had ended up with the little bundle. Relieved to see the baby sleeping, she had accepted the baby and watched the mother hurry off to help organise the large room. The blonde woman, who had introduced herself as Regina, was most assuredly from the East. Though Mary couldn't place the accent, she watched as the woman commanded order and respect. It was a small town building. Everything was smaller outside of New York, but it fit everyone, and that was the important thing. With some help, the empty space, had turned into a cheerful party. Colourful paper was pinned up, tables were organised with chairs, and delicious smells spread through the room. There were so many people. Mary tried to stay out of the way, but as more people arrived, she stepped outside. She wanted to stay out of the way and didn't want to wake the baby. She moved into the shade. There was plenty of fresh air where she could watch the busyness for the celebration. It was a beautiful sight. Though she wished Emmanuel had more time for her, she knew how much he wanted to help and accepted she would have to wait a little longer. She had waited days. She could wait a few more hours. "Ah, that's where you are." Regina had returned. She wiped her brow with the back of her arm before reaching out to take the baby back. "I thought being away from the noise would be best," Mary explained quickly. "I wasn't trying to steal her." The young woman widened her eyes. "Oh no, I wasn't suspecting you of anything, and I think that was wise. I must apologise," she added after a moment. "You look familiar. Have we met?" "My name is Mary MacDougall," Mary volunteered, "and I've only just arrived in town." "Straight from Ireland." She shook her head, cheeks flushing. The accent had only grown stronger since her time out west. There hadn't been any need to practice her neat English like she was always doing in New York. "No, ma'am. New York. I was a maid for the Pennington family." Regina nodded. "That's it. Those days are another lifetime, but I grew up back east. My father owns the Maythorpe Rails, you see." Mary's eyes widened. That explained the high society mannerisms of the young lady. She continued talking. "I believe we attended one Pennington holiday party in the city. That would have been 7 years ago. I'd always wanted to attend one. Beatrice, I believe it is, was in my school, though younger. She made a joke about your hair, I'm afraid. That's why I remember you." It took all of Mary's strength to stop gaping. A Maythorpe was there, talking like they were friends, all the way in the middle of the American West. "How did you end up here?" Mary shook her head in bewilderment. The baby cooed as Regina bounced her. She said, "That's a loaded question, I'm afraid. Tired of society, I came out as a mail-order bride. But I did not marry that man. When I arrived here, the Martinez family helped me. Along the way, Xavier and I fell in love." Mary tried to understand. It made her think of her own story. "Beatrice was supposed to come, but then she forced me to take her place. I'm not certain what I'm doing here." The woman nudged her lightly. "Perhaps not now, but you will. The Lord has a way of making things come together in the way they should." "You believe that?" Mary asked doubtfully. Her eyes skittered around. Everyone was finishing up their labour. Most were cheering inside now, and she could hear music. The festivities had begun, and she'd hardly seen Emmanuel. All of this was making her wonder if she was only in the way. "With all my heart," Regina assured her. She considered the idea of God helping her in her life. It had been a while since she really spent some time thinking about him. As she recalled that Sunday in Snake River Town, her cheeks heated up. It was easy to forget moments with so much happening. She had arrived there anxious, but peace had fallen over her shoulders during the sermon, helping her feel calm. Her God had been there in his own way many times before. Mary chewed on the inside of her cheek as she thought about it. She had made it onto the train safely. Even when she woke up and found herself off the train, she had been mostly all right. Then, Emmanuel had saved her. If anything, Mary realised, God had put him in her path. The name Emmanuel meant that God was with them, with her. Mary swallowed as she shook her head in disbelief. Life had been such a whirlwind that she never had enough time to think. As she processed her thoughts now, She realised that all of this must have happened for a reason. She was supposed to be there. Life is strange, isn't it? Mary pondered. Regina offered a bright smile. It certainly is, especially to have both of us here now. If you were a maid and Beatrice was supposed to be the bride, then what are you doing here, Mary? Regina said her name with an accent so similar to Mrs. Pennington's that it took her a moment to register the question. Well, Emmanuel, I met him on the train, she explained in a rush. He helped me in Wyoming, but I didn't marry the man, and well, I'm not certain what I'm doing, but I think I'm supposed to be here. The blonde chuckled. Emmanuel certainly has a way of helping people. He gets it from his family. They're wonderful people. You are too. Mary couldn't help herself. You've been very kind to me, Ma'am. It's just Regina. The woman winked. And thank you. Speaking of the Martinez family, I don't think they'd like it if we missed out on the festivities. I promised my husband a dance, and I'm certain Emmanuel must be looking for you. Mary's cheeks pinked. She wondered how much Regina knew, if there was anything to know. She swallowed and limped forward to open the door for them. It was a bright, cheerful room. Mary closed the door and watched as Regina strolled over to her husband. They ducked their heads together to whisper. Not wanting to intrude, Mary turned away. She chewed on her cheek as she took in the merry music. One side of the room was covered with tables and chairs. The other side had tables filled with wonderful-smelling food. In the middle of the room was the dance floor. Mary had never heard a song like it before, but she liked the upbeat tempo. She'd left the cane in a corner after taking the baby. The leg wasn't bothering her too badly. Mary shyly stepped further inside. She didn't know anyone. Even Regina was a stranger. It felt rude to intrude, and all she wanted to do was find Emmanuel. It took her a minute until she found him at the other end of a table. Mary reached one side and was about to wave when she noticed he was talking to another girl. The girl was lovely, even from a distance. Blonde hair and a lovely blue dress that she kept twirling her hips in. It was that movement that made Mary's stomach clench. She had seen Beatrice do that many times when talking to potential suitors. Are you all right? Mary hiccuped, turning to find Dominic. He'd helped her out of the church and shown her the building. It had been moments later when he had traded off with Regina, and then she'd only had the baby for company. The little she knew was that he was Emmanuel's younger brother. They were different shades of olive skin, but they appeared to have the same humorous smile. Yes. Mary managed a smile. At heart, she was exhausted. There hadn't been time to rest. Since getting off the train, she had trekked west as a nanny. Then she had arrived in San Miguel to profess her love for Emmanuel, but they had hardly said a word to each other since. The hope in her chest had been dwindling with every hour. If he had wanted to talk to her, if he had cared, she supposed, then he would have tried to speak with her. But now he was speaking with another girl. How are you, Dominic? He grinned. Well, I've been trying to get my mama married off for years. It's about time. Have you had a chance to eat? I'm sure Emmanuel will be looking for you. She offered a shy smile. Perhaps after he talks to her? When Dominic followed her gesture, his smile faded. Uh-oh. I was hoping they wouldn't see each other. When he caught her confused gaze, he winced. That's Tracy Anderson. Well, Tracy Shaw since she married. They were engaged, Tracy and Manny, Dominic pointed out. Then she ran off with someone else, disappeared. A few months ago, her husband died in an accident, so she came home to her family. There was something in Mary's eyes. She blinked several times, trying to look at Emmanuel. All she could see was his smile and how close he was standing to the blonde girl. She was very pretty. It would be easy for them to catch up where they left off. The two of them had history, Mary realised, one that went on for more than a week or two. If it came to a comparison, she couldn't win. All the exhaustion and uncertainty she'd been keeping at bay broke through her walls. She had been foolish to come to a strange place for a young man she hardly knew. Speaking her heart had been foolish. She should have talked to him more before saying anything, before travelling all this way for him. And for what? There was no certainty on what love was, so she could take all her words back. Oh. The weight of the world returned to her shoulders. A lump formed in her throat as she turned away. Dominic was distracted, seeing the food, so he said nothing when she stepped away from the table. After that, no one noticed her picking up her cane and bag before heading towards the exit. Perhaps her God had wanted her there, and maybe not. But she knew how precious happiness could be, and she knew that Emmanuel deserved it, even if it wasn't with her. Her strength and courage had dissipated. There was just enough to help her open the door and step outside. Chapter 39. "It's so good to see you," Tracy gushed. When she reached out for a hug, Emmanuel put out a hand. She shook it. Her cheeks flushed. He supposed it had come from the dancing. His entire body reacted to seeing her again. He started sweating. Fidgeting with his jacket, he meant to smile, but he already was. He couldn't help it. His heart fluttered, and his brain grew foggy. Even though he knew he didn't want to touch her, he couldn't help but run his tongue over his teeth to make sure they were clean. When he tried to speak, he stammered. "Hi, hello, Tracy. Mrs. Shaw, it's you. It's nice to see you. You are here." Flipping her blonde curls, Tracy giggled as if they'd never missed a moment, like they were still about to get married, like she hadn't run off with someone else days before their wedding. She fluttered her long eyelashes to point out how blue her eyes were. They were still the shade of the desert sky. "I sure am," she beamed. "And so are you. I knew you'd never leave San Miguel, Manny. Have you been hiding out in that big old house? I've been here 3 months and haven't seen you." His mouth turned dry as he dropped his hands. I'm there, but only for now. Next week, I'm leaving." Tracy cocked her head. "Are you now?" "Where would you be going, Manny? Are you leaving alone?" She still had that soft, sweet voice that was a melody and a funny joke all in one. Emmanuel was having a hard time breathing as he tried to find an answer. He didn't have a ticket out of town, after all. He wasn't certain where he was going, but he did know where he had been. He recalled his journeys that had first begun because he couldn't stand being in town after she had left him. I've been gone for 3 years. Travelling? I was travelling. I went places." "Places?" she tittered. "Anywhere fanciful. I spent 2 glorious years in California, you know. The coast is beautiful." He shrugged hesitantly. "I didn't go there. There were rivers and snow." His tongue felt heavy as he struggled to find the right words. Everything he said sounded stupid. "But I'm back, and you're back." Those big blue eyes of hers softened. "I had to. There was nowhere else to go. My poor, poor husband died. A terrible accident." She sighed loudly, brushing a finger below her eyes. She was sad, but it reminded Emmanuel of one afternoon when they were courting. He'd come by her home to invite her for a walk. Her mother said no, but when Tracy teared up, her parents relented. When he stepped out on the porch with her a moment later, Tracy had cleared up her eyes with one finger. Then she had looped her arm through his, giggling in his shoulder, and they started their walk. It had bothered him, but not enough to dissuade his interest. Now, Emmanuel wasn't interested, even as his body remembered the old adoration. All emotions had faded. Struggling to regain control, he rubbed his hands together. "I'm sorry to hear that," he articulated carefully. "That's terrible. It's good you are back with your family." Taking a small step back to build some space, Emmanuel's gaze wandered. To his right were the front doors of the town hall. Regina was walking inside them with Mary trailing behind. He really loved that red hair of hers. Just that glimpse of the Irish lass was enough to give Emmanuel the strength to shed his old life. "Yes, I'm back with my family," Tracy nodded. She tucked her chin in to give him a better look at her big blue eyes. But that trick didn't work on him anymore. "Why, Manny, it's just like it used to be. Back with our families. The two of us, right here." Putting his hands in his pockets, he grinned. The girl was just as he remembered. But now, something was different. She had left him. That had broken his heart, and he'd mourned his loss for so long. For too long. Emmanuel had told himself he wouldn't love another, but now he knew he could, and he wanted to. He wanted to love someone hopeful and kind, compassionate and honest. That wasn't Tracy. While Tracy was beautiful, she was a flirt who only wanted to play when she was bored. He realised that now. Though she had lost her husband, she hadn't lost her willful and spoiled nature. He felt guilty for the cruel thoughts, and his heart went out to her. If she was playing around, then it meant she felt terribly alone. Stepping up to her, he offered a generous smile. "Almost," Emmanuel corrected. "It's almost like it used to be. But it's been 3 years, Tracy, and we're different people. I must thank you. Your leaving me was the best thing that ever happened." Her smile faded. "What?" "Thank you," he said. "I wish you the best life. It was nice seeing you, but there are other people I must speak with now." The last of the heartbreak faded as he stepped around her to look for Mary. The party had begun, so his family didn't need him. He had just found closure with Tracy, and he wanted to finish his conversation with Mary. There was a lot he wanted to tell her, but he paused, unable to find that red hair. Someone tutted beside him. "It's my wedding day. There's no frowning allowed." Bianca returned to his side with a glass of lemonade. "Manny, what's wrong?" Emmanuel hesitated. He wasn't certain if something was wrong, but he knew it wasn't right. Not yet, anyway. Not until he could talk to Mary. Feeling his stomach twist, he shook his head in frustration. His mama gave him a look as she set the glass down. "The last time you looked like that was when you were learning cards. What has gotten into you?" Is it that girl? What did she do?" "Mama," Emmanuel frowned. "I never said it was a girl." Bianca gave him a look. Fixing her skirts, she pursed her lips. "No matter your blood, you're a Martinez, Manny. Trust me, it's a girl. Do you need to go find her?" His eyes flitted up as he realised she still didn't know. Emmanuel cleared his throat. "Actually, well, yes. Yes, Mama. I need to find her. I need to tell her something." "When you tell her, will you not be restless?" she asked curiously, her voice softening. "You make me worry, Manny, more than Xavier and Dominic." She slipped her hand in his as she led him from the crowd. It was the comforting, warm grasp of his mother. Emmanuel felt the tension ease as they leaned against the wall. So he talked. Bianca listened attentively as Emmanuel outlined what had happened at the conclusion of his 3-year adventure. He told her about the late-night shifts and the robbers on the train. He told her about realising his actions, but choosing to stay with Mary. He told her about staying with the Larsons and borrowing a horse from the blacksmith. She didn't ask questions. Bianca liked to talk, but she knew when to listen. Emmanuel continued. He told her about the ride up the mountains in the snowstorm. He told her about finding the abandoned shack and taking shelter. He even told her about falling sick and dreaming of being lost in the desert again. That was when her eyes softened and she took his hands again. But she didn't say a word. Emmanuel continued to tell her about Mary, about her accent and her hair, about her songs and her past. He explained how they had made it to Utah and then turned around. He didn't dive into too many details about the fight. Then he reached the end, about the silence between him and Mary, and while he mentioned that he had invited Mary to come back with him, he didn't mention the kiss. Emmanuel didn't need to share details like that. His mama would get the idea. When he was done, a weight slipped off his shoulders. All those thoughts and hopes were out in the open. When he sighed, his mama squeezed his hands. "I knew you had been hiding something and that you would tell me when you were ready," she admitted, "but I did not think it would be so much." "Sorry," he said with a sheepish smile. His mama shrugged. "I'm just glad I know what happened to your eye. I wanted to bring it up, but I was too happy to have you home. Thank you for telling me, Manny." "I was going to tell you eventually." He squeezed her hand before letting go to run his fingers through his hair. "I just didn't know when. I'm still trying to understand what happened, I guess." Bianca chuckled and then wrinkled her nose at him. "You're doubting yourself. That's what is happening. I think you already know what it is you need to do. Don't you, Emmanuel?" A lot had happened. He felt like he was continually tripping over his feet. Sharing everything with his mama had helped him to think more clearly. His heart pounded in his chest like it was trying to tell him something. Emmanuel glanced around the room for Mary. He could picture her perfectly. She had bushy red hair. The new freckles on her cheeks had shone like the sun on her pretty face. As he thought about her, he began to understand. The feelings began to make sense. He really cared for her. Thinking of her words from earlier, he felt a burning in his heart begin to grow. "I have to talk to her," he announced. Bianca clapped softly. "Good," she said. "But you are not leaving until next week, yes? We want you for 4 more days before you disappear again." The smile on his face grew as he shook his head. "No, Mama. You don't understand. She's here. She came here. Mary is—" He turned to the room again. Surely she was somewhere. "What?" his mama asked in disbelief. "When did she come here?" "Before the wedding. She was talking to Regina." Emmanuel took a step forward. He was tall and could see over most of the folks. Xavier and Regina were dancing a waltz. Dominic was cradling Isadora as he talked to Jay. He could see everyone but Mary. As his mouth turned dry, he started to frown. "Where is she? I don't see her. I couldn't have missed her red hair." Bianca stepped forward and elbowed him. "She's here." "Manny, what are you doing talking to me?" She's somewhere. Check outside then. And don't come back until you find her. Go." That was enough for him. Emmanuel paused to kiss his mama's cheek. Then he darted into the crowd, looking for the Irish lass. He had so many things he needed to tell Mary, and they had waited long enough. Epilogue. Mary turned her back to the beautifully strange church, doubting herself and her courage again. Her eyes turned to the street. She told herself she would only take a minute for herself to breathe away from the crowd, and then she would go back to Emmanuel. But that idea made her nauseous to her stomach. Everyone there knew each other, cheering at a celebration she should not have been attending in the first place. She didn't belong there. She shook her head as she glanced around the street. Her body was exhausted from her travels, and she merely wanted a moment to rest. Not wanting to do so under the hot sun, Mary searched for a building where she might rest her feet. There was a cafe up ahead. As she limped over to it, she remembered one of Emmanuel's stories. When his new family had tried to send him off to school in town, he had thought they had decided to get rid of him. So that night, he ran away. Only he ended up back in town. He curled up on the wooden path and in the morning found himself in front of the cafe. They had taken him in and fed him pie and juice until his uncle had found him. She stepped inside. The cafe was well lit and roomy. There were big windows to let in the sunlight. Someone had painted flowers on one wall. They made her smile as she found an empty table. Most of the tables were empty. It appeared that the majority of the town really was at the wedding celebration. She smiled at the idea of so many people coming together. It had been better than the parties in New York, where everyone was trying to impress one another. There, in that big room, the only competition was who could say hello to all of their friends first. She found herself envious of such a life. Even just talking to Dominic and Regina had made her yearn for her own family again. Mary tried to imagine why Emmanuel would have ever left them when they were so wonderful and kind. He had a big family, people who loved him and cared for him. They trusted him to be responsible, and they had appeared to trust her in turn, handing her that little baby so quickly. That baby, Mary decided, was going to have a wonderful life. Even with the tall father, she realised that might have been the man who had picked Emmanuel up in that cafe after his pie. Regina had mentioned their family connection, but only then did Mary consider him. He was a very intimidating man, and she had noticed the gun strapped to his side as he held his child. It made a strange picture. She shuddered at the idea of having been a young child to see him stomping towards her. If she had been Emmanuel, Mary felt certain she would have melted in fear. But that wasn't her family, and she wasn't Emmanuel. She was just Mary MacDougall. After everything she had achieved, after everything she had overcome, she was alone in a cafe. Her head was scrambling to make sense of this, but all she could hear was the loud thudding of her heart in her ribs. It didn't feel good, and she didn't like it. What she hated most was that she felt scared. Just seeing Emmanuel had made her weak in the knees. Then, finding him talking to that pretty girl, she had lost her courage. Perhaps she just needed a moment. Mary closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She couldn't stay forever. Either way, she had to do something. For a minute, she was still. Her bag sat on the floor, and she grasped her cane for strength. It sat comfortably across her lap. As she tried to decide on her next actions, her thumb ran down the cane. It crossed the trinity knots that Emmanuel had carved. He had told her he didn't know what they were, only that he knew they were Irish. Mary smiled at the memory and opened her eyes. She froze. Emmanuel was there. Her breathing caught as she watched him move away from the door. A shadow cast over his face, but she knew he had his eyes on her. She stood up and watched as he hastened over. "Mary," he said breathlessly, "I thought I had lost you again." A blush rose up over her cheeks. "I'm sorry, Emmanuel. I didn't mean to. Only, I didn't mean to leave like that. I only grew embarrassed for interrupting. And when you started talking to the girl, the one you almost married, I worried I was in the way. It feels like I'm always in the way." He took another step forward with a sharp shake of his head. Never. After everything we've been through, I would think that's the one thing you might have learned. You're never in the way. The words were so strong, so adamant, that Mary didn't know how to respond. Oh. Her heart had started pounding a lot faster than before. It drummed through her head so hard that her knees were knocking. But she forced herself to stand straight. She had to explain everything to him. But Emmanuel still had words to say. "If anything," he continued with an eager nod, "you are the way. The way, the direction I want to be taking. I don't think that makes sense, does it? Avenue, since I met you." Emmanuel spilled his words out. "Everything has been different. There's been this energy in my body that keeps me going. The moment I boarded that train, the one where I left you, is the moment I knew I couldn't let you go. I felt it, but I didn't understand it until the other day." Her brow furrowed. She wondered if he was saying what she thought he was saying. Had he been planning to go look for her? "I told my mama that I had to leave again. She pushed up her wedding so I could leave next week. I was going to make my way to New York. One way or another, I was going to find you." The blush on her face grew. Mary blinked. He was saying just what she thought he was saying. She could hardly believe his words. No one had cared that much for her before. "You were coming for me," she echoed in amazement. A broad smile spread across his face. It made Emmanuel's brown eyes sparkle. "Of course I was. I can't kiss a girl and never show up again, can I?" When her mouth dropped open, he flushed. The young man squeezed his eyes shut for a second and then took half a step closer. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that." He chuckled awkwardly and ran a hand through his hair and then over his neck. "I don't usually do things like that, or this, and I'm still trying to get my feet under me." She hesitated. Then, what did you mean?" "No, I meant that. I did. Only I think I usually have more tact." He rambled in a hurry. "My family, the ones you met today, they taught me I should never stop fighting for what I want, that I should, run to it and never back down. But in the beginning, that's not what I did. I left you and came here to my family. It had been a few years and I told them I would come after all. But what I should have done was wait for you. I should have brought you with me in the beginning. I shouldn't have left your side." Mary closed her mouth. He was talking so quickly now, she knew she wouldn't be able to get a word in edgewise. Besides, she wanted to hear what he had to say. "And you," Emmanuel continued earnestly, "after everything you've been through, you're still strong. After everything we went through together, how could I stop thinking about you? I just want you to know that you can do anything. You should never stop fighting for what you want. Mary, you deserve the world. You deserve the whole world. You should never be afraid of what your employers say or what others say. You deserve to be able to see your family again, to do what you want. My family always said I can make anything happen, and so can you. We can. We can do that together. We can fight for what we want." Emmanuel was good at rambling. He was good at talking and making people smile. Mary realised it was because he said what people wanted to hear. Those weren't just pretty words either. They were the words that everyone also needed to hear. He had said what she needed to hear. He had said those words and more. A smile spread across her face as she listened. The words he said were wise, even as he said them over and over again as he rambled, but they were the right words. They confirmed what her doubts had been trying to tell her to ignore, and they confirmed the hope that she'd been keeping buried in her heart. Mary decided to take Emmanuel's advice to heart. She pushed away the doubts, she clung to the hope, and she looked for what she wanted to deserve. It would take a lifetime to ensure that, but she didn't mind trying. Closing the space between them, Mary dropped the cane and grasped Emmanuel's face with both hands. As his hands covered hers, she stood on her tiptoes and pulled him close. He came willingly, his eyes wide. Though he stammered for a second, he stopped when their lips touched. It was just like she remembered, only it was better. His rough hands covered hers as warmth spread through her body. Mary closed her eyes and could feel herself floating away. She had never kissed anyone else before and had worried she wouldn't know what to do, but this felt right. Emmanuel's hands slid down her arms and over her shoulders before slipping down to her waist to pull her closer. She couldn't help but smile, giggling between their kisses as they met several times more. The past was behind her. Mary was learning to let go as she learned to look forward to the future. It still seemed a far-off idea, but now she wasn't so afraid. If anything, she could hardly wait. For as long as she had Emmanuel by her side, Mary felt like she could do anything. He kissed her one more time. "I learned my lesson," Emmanuel promised her, "and I'm never letting you go again." "I missed you too," she murmured. The next book is available on our website and on Amazon. Read the next book now. Click on the image or scan the QR code.
Scan the QR code or click on the link in the description to read the next book in the series. Share this video with your friend or watch one of the following videos. Subscribe to our channel, like this video and hit the notification bell to not miss any new audiobooks. Thank you for watching.